Hey there, everybody. It's me, Queen Bee, Evangelist Angie B, and you have logged on just in time to experience 24 hours of favor. This is our fundraising event for Maternal Matters Favored, and your donation is really appreciated. Donations help to enhance the well-being of those with perinatal and postpartum mood disorders, one person at a time. We invite you to visit mmfavored.org to learn more about our organization. Funds for this event will help to sponsor a 5-week life skills program. Please make the donation today. Coming up in just a few moments, we have the founder and director of Maternal Matters Favored, Tam McRoy, will be joining us shortly in just a few moments. Right now, we want to get things started with something just for you. It's time for the 24 Hours of Favor annual fundraiser. Combating perinatal and postpartum mood disorders. We invite you to donate today. Make a donation to the Life Skills Program to support weekly classes that teach decision-making, self-awareness, communication, goal setting, and financial literacy.
Having a slew of individuals, CEOs, individuals that are...
Get ready to pledge. We're raising funds for our Life Skills Program. This annual fundraiser is presented by Maternal Matters Favored Incorporated and produced by Angie B Productions.
I'm part of the dedication to the cause. I'm forever grateful.
It includes music videos, vital statistics, special presentations from guests all around the world, those that have experienced mood disorders as the result of parenting, and those professionals that treat it. You'll meet entrepreneurs that have sponsored and that support this endeavor, and you'll hear testimonies from real-life parents. Visit the website at mmfavored.org. During the 24 Hours of Favor, you'll also meet other community leaders and experts, founders of other nonprofit organizations. Post your comments, like, subscribe, and share with someone that you know.
Get checked and let them speak with you, and if they don't, ask for an ombudsman. The ombudsman will help you. And thank you so much. Thank you, girl.
Maternal Matters Favored presents 24 Hours of Favor. Get ready for something special, and welcome to the show. Welcome to the show today. Hey, everybody. It's me, the Queen Bee, Evangelist Angie B, and I'm here today for the second annual 24 Hours of Favor. This is our effort to raise awareness and raise funds for Maternal Matters Favored. And throughout the next 24 hours, we've got special guests like Courtney, who will be joining us in just a few moments. I am thrilled to introduce to some and to present to others the visionary and the founder of Maternal Matters Favored, the woman who took a mess in her life and cleaned it up and is now launching a tribe for others. After we introduce Tam, we will bring Courtney on the screen, but we definitely want to first give honor to God. It would not be possible for us to be here if it were not for him. And so if it's okay with each of you, I ask that you close your eyes and bow your head, and let's go before the throne of grace just to say thank you. Father God, we thank you for this day. We thank you for this opportunity to learn and to share your goodness, even in spite of dark times or lack of understanding. Some of us know that you have already ordered our footsteps and you're holding our hand as we go through. Father, for those of you that don't know you yet, or maybe have forgotten how good and gracious you are, we ask that this broadcast reach someone who needs to hear from you. We ask that this broadcast reach someone that needs to learn more about these mood disorders. And we ask that this broadcast reach someone with your love and your grace. We ask these and all other blessings come raining down upon us as we raise funds and awareness for Maternal Matters Favored. Thank you, God. Thank you, God. In your son Jesus' mighty name. Amen. 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 Now it is time to bring on the woman who got us all up early this morning and will keep us cranking for the next 24 hours. Hey Tam, come on in. How you doing? How you doing?
Oh my gosh. We are here, we are live, and we are back at it for the second year in a row.
Yeah.
Is my internet good? Am I lagging?
Yes.
Okay. Because we had some takeaways from last year, and one of them was thou shall go and get an internet extender.
Yeah. I got you. I got you.
Oh my gosh. I am so stoked. Once more, as Angie said, we are here to bring one awareness. We're here to share stories about what we've experienced, you know what I mean, in regards to survival with perinatal, postpartum mood disorders. And we'll get into what that all actually means. We're going to bring you some stats. We're going to educate you because it says in the Bible, you know, our people will
Yes.
perish for lack of knowledge, right? And so,
Yes.
you know, when we know better, we do better.
Yes.
We're gonna just get into so many different things. I'm just super stoked once more just to have the opportunity
Absolutely.
to talk with individuals across the world, and once more just spread the word about perinatal and postpartum, right?
Because there's still so many
Especially-
people that don't know, especially when you say, what is that, PMAD?
yeah.
People don't know what that means.
No, no. And so we have a slew of different things in store. And so we just ask that you hold on to your seat. I do want to go ahead and just, Angie, can you tell us a little bit about yourself? I've been knowing Angie for some odd years, and she's a dear friend of mine, very, very, very talented woman of God. And I am so grateful that she puts up with me. And she's back here being our producer, being our behind the scenes individual. She'll help to keep us in line, making certain that we're meeting those different timelines and milestones in regards to this production. Angie, tell everyone a little bit about yourself.
I am known through the world of holy hip hop, Christian, and gospel rap music as the Queen Bee. I'm a round little yellow busy bumblebee for Christ, and it is my goal, objection, and love to share the goodness of God with others. Everybody's not going to come into a church, but some of us are going to have mood disorders around pregnancy and after, and not wonder who they can turn to. Some of us are just going to have issues. So with my radio broadcast training and videography training, I was being used by God to spread the gospel and to now help raise awareness and funds for organizations like yours. You can find me on social media. And if you'd like to have a 24-hour fundraiser just like this one, contact Tam. She'll tell you all the good stuff. But before I turn it back over to you, Tam, I want to thank our broadcast sponsors, the social media platforms that are airing us live. Right now, we are live on Facebook. Just search for Angie B Presents. That's ANGIEBEE, just like that bumblebee. Angie B Presents. I also want you to look for Moms in Ministry on Facebook. Moms, the capital letter N, like Nancy, Ministry. Moms in Ministry is streaming 24 hours of favor live for us today. The next Facebook page is Volusia Business Women. It is streaming live for 24 hours for us today. And also the Dads on Duty. Dads on Duty is streaming us on Facebook Live today. Over on YouTube, we are streaming live on Volusia Business Women's YouTube page. Over on X, which used to be Twitter, we're on the Angie B Tour page, ANGIEBEE Tour page. And then we have special guest destinations from Pamela's Truth. You can find her on Facebook. You can find Maternal Matters Favored on Facebook, and you'll see us live. You scroll back and you'll see the history of this fine organization. Maternal Matters Favored is on Facebook. And then we're live on Juliana Nicole's Facebook page. And this year, for the first time, we're streaming live on Instagram. Cora Howard is streaming us on her Instagram platform. So I give God praise not only for the ability to reach all these people that you have scheduled to be guests, but to reach all of their audiences as well. So
Absolutely.
Excited. Thank you, Tam.
Absolutely. And if anyone didn't catch all of that, you can go to our regular website and we are streaming live there as well. Just go to the 24 Hours of Favor page and scroll down and you'll see us. Hit play. Once more, this is all going to be memorialized and become historical context on all of these different platforms, including our YouTube channel as well.
Yes,
OMG. So as we stated, we have a lot of different things in store. And I want to make certain that you got your inventory pack, right? So I want to let you know what's in mine. I have my tissue.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I got my fan, because sometimes it hits you. And, because, once more, we have so many gripping stories that individuals are going to be bringing to us. This is raw transparency at its finest. I got my asthma pump, just in case.
Yeah, just in case.
Because we are serious about this, you know what I mean? And what we've seen generations after generations, is that folks have been told to stuff it, pack it, you know what I mean? Sometimes folks, they felt that something was off and they were like, no, besides no one's going to hear me and so forth. And so once more, when we're talking about bringing awareness to this silent crisis, we're talking about being full-fledged honest about some of the things in which we've gone through, some levels of despair, some levels of hopelessness, that we've all encountered, and where we were able to pick ourselves up and make moves towards reestablish ourselves in life, you know what I mean, and so forth. And so everyone has a different story. And so we just ask that you continually tune in and listen, because you never know which story may resonate with you, raise an eyebrow, and you're like, you know what? Not me, but my cousin, you know what I mean? That made sense why my mom was acting and talking the way she did. You will get a lot of ahas in here. And at the end of the day, we are all about breaking generational, dysfunctional cycles.
Mm,
Period. Period.
mm.
And so I do also want to remind you that you are going to hear a whole bunch of amen, hallelujah.
Praise the Lord. Praise.
Well, just because at the end of the day, we give God the glory in all that we do, because we know without Him, we are truly nothing. You know what I mean? It's not because of our accolades, our looks, our vocabulary, all the letters and symbols and numbers behind our names, or anything to that effect. Everything that we do is because God has enabled us to be able to do so, and so we
Right.
give props where props is due. All right. Angie, she's got to keep me on point because she knows I'm a rambler and I will go really off to the left field and then she'll help me get back on.
You're passionate about what you've experienced and how you've been healed. I just am excited to proclaim that one day in the future, somebody's going to see this old ancient video, like we look at old black and whites or something, and they're going to see this and like, what? Postpartum depression? People actually had that? Well, what did they do? That's what I'm claiming. That's what I'm claiming. I
Yes.
want it to be
Yes.
eradicated. Mhm.
Okay. So now is Courtney here?
Yes, she is, and she is ready to go. Hey, Courtney. There you are, dear.
Hey, hello. Good morning.
Good morning, Court. Oh my
Good
gosh.
to see you.
Yes, yes, yes. Everyone, let me introduce you to Courtney Barber. She is one of our board members. In fact, she's our first board chair, and she's also the chair of our development committee. She's been on with us since pretty much conception, and she does phenomenal work. Court, tell everyone about yourself and some of the things that you do here as well with us at Favored.
Thank you so much, Tam. It's always an honor just being with you, participating in anything with you. So I am a mental health counselor. Right now, I do some private work coaching, and I also am working for an agency named Charlie Health, focusing on perinatal mental health support groups for youth. In a remote format, and it's an intensive outpatient program. And in my private work, I also focus on perinatal issues, trauma, loss, relationships, neurodivergence. Those are some of my special areas of focus. Years ago, I trained as a doula, and then I quickly started to focus more on postpartum doula work than birth work because I found the postpartum time so interesting. So at that time, I was in my early 20s. I mean, I was really young. I didn't have a child at that time. I wondered, why am I even interested in this? But there was something about it that held something important for me. It helped me to understand my own family history better. And so that trajectory is just carried across 20 years of work. And now in mental health, that's one of my special areas of focus. And I'm so happy to be here. These are issues that are near and dear to my heart. And I struggled postpartum, even knowing everything that I did, during my own experience. So creating community, I think, is the most powerful thing we can do around these issues. As you were saying to Angie, so many folks have a feeling that something maybe wasn't right or something isn't right, or maybe wasn't in their family of origin, and we just don't have the words for it. And as you know so well, when these things are undiagnosed or there's no support, there's no community, or you don't get to speak it out loud or get help for it, it can impact us for a lifetime. It can impact the next generation. And like you said, breaking those cycles is what we're all about. So that's a little bit about me.
I love it. I love it. She's phenomenal. Get used to seeing Court. She will be here on the broadcast throughout the next 24 hours. She's one of my fabulous co-hosts. Once more, she is an integral part of our makeup of operations for Favored. When you get your newsletters, that's her. Sometimes some of our social media content, that's her. And a lot of, what do we call them, brainchilds stem from some of the collective conversations that we have just as a board. And I always want to give my board their props, because it'll be a Sunday morning at 11 o'clock and we're at it, right? Or, whatever that looks like in the wee hours during the week because of work schedules and so forth. We work to get it done. We meet each other where we're at, because at the end of the day, once more. We're really passionate about this. And so we have some time. I want to give, everyone some knowledge, right? And so once more, you're going to hear us talk about PMAD. And so let me start to break down some of this vernacular, right? PMAD is perinatal and postpartum mood disorders. And what does that truly mean? It can be OCD. You're back and forth checking on the baby. Is the baby okay? You know what I mean? Did it, are they breathing? What does that look like? It could be psychosis, where you start to hallucinate and you think things are which aren't. It can be the general anxiety, and it can go into different levels, as well as depression and so forth. And there's other factors that can take place that individuals will start to experience. And so I don't want to give everything away, but, people sometimes, because of hormonal changes, they have symptoms of being bipolar. And so forth. It's a specific term that is truly related to postpartum and perinatal anxiety and depression and mood disorders and so forth. And so individuals are sometimes like, what does that mean? What should I be looking for? You know what I mean? So if we have feelings of constant depression or extreme highs, you know what I mean, where you're super, super happy, this is a symptom in which you should look for. If you have feelings of irritability, loss of sometimes just wanting to participate in things that you used to find joy in. And these aren't cliche words that we're going to be using or phrases. You know what I mean? This is truly real facts, right? If you have disturbances in your appetite, you're not eating like the way you used to, you're eating too much, you're eating too less. Once more, while you're pregnant or after giving birth. And just to kind of set the tone here, with regards to postpartum PMAD, that's anywhere from the time that you're giving birth up until a year after. And recent studies are showing now longer periods. And I say that, and I'll get into it a little later on, but I'm a part of this Florida Maternal Mental Health Collaborative. And it's like, Department of Health, Agency for Healthcare Administration, all these different governing bodies and so forth. And, just in a meeting that we had this week, we were talking about, they're now saying that any person that has had a child, that postpartum PMAD can be for whatever duration, because what we are seeing once more is that a lot of individuals are enduring things that they just can't place a finger on it.
Yes, that's an excellent point. And I love that you started there, Tam, with just defining the terms, right? Because I know even for me, so I was trained as a doula. At the time I had a bachelor's degree in health, and I was really interested in health. I had attended births, and I think that I still had that stereotype, though, that I probably took in from the media in terms of postpartum depression. Like, it only looks like depression. So we think of postpartum depression, we think of maybe the stereotypical symptoms of depression, like we can't get out of bed, low energy, low mood, maybe suicidal thoughts, maybe thoughts of harm toward the baby. But like, you're listing all of these other manifestations of what postpartum mood disorders can look like. And it can, absolutely be OCD. I think we don't talk about that enough. That was more my experience. It's in my family background, but it manifested postpartum. And also, you're listing the things that would be harder to place in isolation, like paranoia. When we're experiencing early psychosis, there's a paranoia, like, I feel like something bad is happening. I feel like people are against me. I don't know what's real and what's not real. But if you're isolated with those symptoms, it's like really, really hard to figure out within yourself alone what's happening. So I think defining the terms is a really powerful thing. Just holding it up to the light. These are things that happen all the time. There was, to your point, and Tam knows this, but during the pandemic, I think the White House issued a report saying it's like a quarter of people postpartum have some form of mood disorder. So it's pretty prevalent, and it's a public health issue. Like, if it were something else, I think unrelated to gender and mothers, we would be really talking about it all the time. There'd be a lot of research. We're kind of catching up, though, right? Because women's health has only been a specific field for like 50 or 60 years in healthcare. It's a newer field. So we're learning about postpartum. We're learning about the hormones and our neurochemistry and how it all works. And it's still kind of a baby field in terms of healthcare and science. So this is really important stuff. We're catching up with the science. We're catching up with the awareness.
Yes. Yes.
So I think defining the terms is huge, huge,
Yes.
huge, especially young mothers, like our first-time mothers. You might not know that it could look like all of these different things. You just think, and to your point, the anxiety, could be like washing bottles repeatedly, washing the baby's things repeatedly. And it's sort of like we think that that's a normal part of having a baby, but then it can veer into something that's either compulsive or really panic-based. And if no one's talking about it, you don't really know that this is normal, and it doesn't have to be this way. I don't have to be so exhausted. It's hard enough, right, to have a baby and take care of a baby and yourself.
Yeah. Yeah. No, these are all good things. I was thinking about that, with regards to, some of the symptoms in which folks encounter. It is, the feeling of not wanting to do anything, extreme exhaustion, more so than normal, nausea, sometimes dizziness, and so forth. And sometimes when individuals have that dizziness, then it turns into, oh my gosh, I can't hold my baby because my gait is off. You know what I mean? I don't know if I'm going to fall with this child. And and then, sometimes it spirals and it becomes a fixation, And so then, there's that, paranoia going on where they don't want to partake at all in any care for their child because of just these little things, right? And so, as Court mentioned, she has some hereditary type of preconditions. And so, some of the symptoms, if a person has already had a mental health background,
yes,
these things can kind of, make it more prevalent to you having perinatal and postpartum mood and anxiety disorders. If you have lack of support from your family or friends, this is something that can happen. And I want to put a pin in that right there, because I do want to set the tone that this does not discriminate. You could be rich, you could be poor, you know what I mean? You could be Black, you could be Indian, it doesn't. It goes across the spectrum of individuals, and we'll get into it later on, but we have studies now coming in of dads going through levels of PMAD, as well as those that adopt, you know what I mean? And so even non-birthing individuals, psychologically go through changes in which they are exhibiting signs and symptoms of PMAD. And so there's help. Don't think that you stay stagnant in this. And this is where we always say, hey, there's a tribe willing and ready to help you. And so there's things like counseling, of course, meditation, there's medication as well. You can do some forms of yoga and exercising. We do know that your diet plays a contributing factor to your mental well-being as well. You can do breathing techniques. There's a slew of different things out there. And I can tell you that we have so many maternal mental health providers that are digging into ways in which we can work to enhance our well-being. And with that being said, I'll pause, and Court, go ahead and jump in on that.
Yeah, I think that's, you touched on, and I know part of what we'll be doing during this broadcast, repeating some things because we really want people to hear them, and kind of liberating that information. But you touched on two really important points. So one was the risk factors. So we have the signs and symptoms, but then we have the pre-existing risk factors. I think that's worth unpacking more. We'll keep talking about that today. And then the other thing you're talking about is what are the things that help. So as far as risk factors, Tam, is making an excellent point there. If we do a psychosocial assessment, like when we're doing counseling, if someone's good at it, they can see, okay, there are some risk factors here. So Tam mentioned, like we discussed with me, maybe a family history of particular mental health diagnoses. Maybe and Tam also mentioned a history of trauma and or loss. Okay. So that's a risk factor. Something, and it doesn't mean it will manifest. It just means we need to be maybe a little more aware. So pre-existing, family history of mental health stuff, patterns of postpartum mood disorder or PMS, premenstrual mood disorders. That's a risk factor. If we know that we kind of have issues around our menstrual cycle already, we can get, really low or have a lot of anxiety at different parts of our reproductive cycle. That's important to know. And what else? A history of domestic violence, intimate partner violence, abuse is absolutely a risk factor. If we think about it, sexual abuse is a risk factor. You're giving birth, postpartum, this involves your body. It involves contact, very intimate contact with that baby. And for some women who have that history of sexual trauma, it can be triggering. And so that is a risk factor. We don't talk about that enough. And if you're a survivor of certain types of abuse, really any abuse, but in particular sexual abuse, it makes sense. It involves your body and life feeling kind of out of control postpartum. So that is a risk factor to be aware of. I'm sure there are others I'm not thinking of right now, but those are just some. So if you have, if you're doing the checklist and it's like, this is me all the way down, then your obstetric provider or mental health counselor, we should be kind of aware during pregnancy that, all right, there are some risk factors. And if you're not a first-time mom, obviously, if you have a history of perinatal mood disorder, you're going to be maybe a little more at risk. So we want to keep an eye on things. I think that the risk factors, that's one thing we can do in terms of prevention. So this is something where we can't always see it coming, but sometimes we can see from family and personal history that there are a list of risk factors, and maybe it's something we should be aware of ahead of time, and then have a plan in place in case it goes in that direction.
Knock, knock, ladies. I do not want to interrupt, but we have some wonderful videos that were contributed, and I'd like to play maybe one or two of them and get your feedback on them. Sometimes there are things out in the Instagram universe that should be self-explanatory, but they're not. So here comes the first one.
Is mommy okay? Nobody tells you how much you're going to grieve when you become a mother. I learned who I was really young, but overnight, that girl was gone. And it wasn't just me. My husband became a new person too, and our relationship became a new relationship. I had to say goodbye to those parts of me and us, and rediscover myself, my partner, and our marriage, all while taking care of a newborn. And then came the mom guilt. I wanted to be with her all the time, but I also run a business. Honestly, my whole postpartum journey was such a blur. There was no structure, but at a certain point, I just had to surrender, give into the chaos. My advice to any new mom, you will never be who you once were, in all the best ways and in all the most painful.
Okay, are we responding to this one first? I think she made some great points. The guilt. So right now I'm doing perinatal support. Sometimes it's dozens, even like some weeks it's hundreds of people through different groups online. Guilt is like our number one theme in perinatal support. If we're enculturated or it's family of origin, I think it's some combination, but postpartum mothers, particularly those of us who are born female, we tend to go toward guilt. When these things happen, we blame ourselves. And that is a common clinical theme. It's the number one kind of dragon to defeat, I think, in our support groups often. And I think that one of the biggest antidotes is connection and community, because when people talk about going through these things and they're like, I've been through it, you've been through it. I don't think you should feel guilty about that, because that happened to me and it happened to me too. I think that normalizing it lifts some of that burden off of our shoulders, that this is something about me. It puts it into a larger medical context, mental health context, social context. And it really, I think, is very, very healing. Talking about it, having that information, and then also creating community discussion around it. But guilt is huge.
Yeah, it is. What we do know for certain is you have to do some self-work. You have to begin to forgive yourself. You have to love yourself in order to love anyone else, right? And so I can't express this enough to individuals. And sometimes, going back to guilt, it stems from our childhood. And so I would advise anyone these days and times, it's okay to go get counseling. You know what I mean? And even if you can't literally afford it, and you may be on Medicaid, and there's ways in which you can get counseling, and I would say that when you do, that you ask if the provider doesn't initiate it for an adverse childhood experience test, you know what I mean, where you can go through some things and in which you can start to unpack some of the trauma that you may have encountered that may be manifesting itself in an evolved way at this present time, while you're now a mom, or let's just say a parent. Because what we do know is sometimes, regrettably, we stuff a lot of things, right? And we don't deal with it like we should. And at later times, it does surface in different ways, whether it's overeating, whether it's anger issues, you know what I mean? We have different levels of addiction and so forth. And so we want to start to do that self-work, do that level of of self-actualization that will come forth from the self-work, that self-love, right? And once you actually do that, you're going to see that you're going to start releasing some levels of guilt, and so forth. But what we can start to put into place is baby steps. You know what I mean? We know that we can't eat the elephant at one big time. And so whatever that looks like, as we were talking about the video here, implement it. We'll talk maybe later on about a self-care plan. Start to map out some things, so that we can take ownership of how we want our lives to be. It's not just rolling over, waking up every day and just going.
Yes, absolutely. It makes me think, you mentioned a couple more risk factors, I guess. One would be that high ACE score. So you mentioned adverse childhood experiences. When Tam says adverse childhood experiences, what she means is there's a 10-question questionnaire. Kaiser Permanente did all this research on trauma with large swaths of people, right, years ago. And what they found is folks who had answered yes to more of these 10 questions about their childhood trauma, so trauma before the age of 18, they had a higher risk of a host of mental health, but also physical health issues, which is kind of amazing. I mean, with ACE scores, you have a high level of trauma during your development. Even the stress hormones, cortisol and adrenaline, impact your body's ability to regulate insulin. I found this so amazing when I found it out. So our unresolved trauma can make us increase our risk of diabetes, heart disease, other things. This is how important taking care of our mental health is. When you have feel triggered, feel anxiety, it's impacting your blood pressure, your heart rate, your hormones, and then your neurochemicals. So high ACE scores, and you can look that up or ask your primary care provider about it. But the ACE questions, it's things like, did you witness domestic violence in the home? Did you have substance use or mental health issues in the home? Was there a loss, in your childhood? Things like this. Sexual abuse or trauma of other kinds, a family member who is incarcerated. So there's sort of a list of questions. So if you do that ACE questionnaire with your primary care provider, your mental health care provider, and your number is high, then that's also something where you need to take care of yourself. And then the other piece you mentioned, Tam, which I thought was so important, how the perfectionism, the postpartum kind of figuring out the guilt. I think that those of us, if you're someone who you like things a certain way, maybe you've achieved certain things, you have, you like to have your house clean, you like things a certain way. Well, postpartum is going to kind of blow the top off of that. And so like she was speaking about in the video, your new normal is going to look really different. The woman in the video said she runs her own business. And so it was like, she has her relationship, her business, and now new baby. It's going to be a new normal. And so sometimes part of what we need to do is lower that bar. Like, things aren't going to be perfect. And forgiving ourselves, giving ourselves grace around that. Like Tim said, having a plan around self-care, prioritizing self-care. Things might look messier on the surface for a time, but that's because we can't be doing 100% of our best effort in all of those areas at once. We wouldn't sleep. We would never sleep. We'd need a clone, right? It doesn't work. And so much of what I hear postpartum is my to-do list is driving me crazy. I can't get ahead of everything. I feel behind. I feel, overwhelmed, alone. And so I think that sometimes creating a more realistic vision for what's going to be happening for the time being is a piece of what needs to be done. and lowering the bar. And if we're someone who's a high achiever and we want everything to be just so, we need to kind of almost lower our expectations, knowing that it's not going to be forever. But your home and your to-do list and your level of productivity is not going to be maybe the way that it was before for the first 6 months or a year or maybe 2 years, few years of your child's life. But there will be that regulating and reprioritizing as they grow and develop. So it's a special season in your life where things are going to look different. I think that's important.
Absolutely, absolutely. Good stuff, all good stuff. I want to just take note to the message there. Thank you for joining us, Chantel. We definitely appreciate you watching us. Thank you.
Yay. Thanks so much. Thanks everybody. I'm grateful for Alexandria watching us from the Bahamas and for Chantel watching. So we've got somebody special in the background that'd like to just pop in for a minute, Tam. Just for a minute. We need our prayer partners and our prayer warriors. And so you may recognize the song that is now playing in the background. And I just want to be able to introduce you to the person that brought this to us. Fallen. First time I heard this song, I thought, oh, this is perfect. So I'd like to bring Overseer Sydney in just for a minute. He's going to share his testimony later in the day, but we wanted him to pop in and say hi. Hello, sir. Oh, let me see. Your microphone is off. Let me see. Where
I'll fix that. Is that better?
That's better.
Yes. Thank you.
Better. Listen, I'm still getting good. I have a son that takes care of all of this stuff for me. But God bless you all. Thank you so very much. I was sitting here and I was listening in, and everything that you said, both of you ladies said, was very, very revelatory, even for me as a male and a father and once a husband, to see that. And I just wanted to pop in and say, ladies, I thank you so very much for your contributions to this sector of life, because from a man's perspective, we don't get to really take it on and we like, hey, it'll be all right, or we don't even address it. And so it's one of those things, it didn't really hit home until it hit my house. Mm-hmm. And so when it hit my house, now it's like, whoa, it is really real. And I have 3 sons by my ex-wife. And so I had to see it 2 out of the 3 times. So it's one of those things, I'll talk about it a little bit later. But my sister is a licensed mental health therapist here in Jacksonville, Florida. And so I hear it, I see it, and to see it from both ends and to hear you ladies today, I just say thank you so very much for your contribution.
Thank you for that. Oh my gosh, is it too early to bring out my tissue? Thank you for that. That means a lot, you know what I mean? Because regrettably, sometimes, in the past, and when we're some of us being a little older, right? We're going to be talking from spaces of the past and how we're trying to be transcenders and setters in this present day time. But, it wasn't a welcoming conversation, you know what I mean? And men sometimes just overlooked the emotional part that women were dealing with. And so just to hear you say that as a man, acknowledging, yep, it's real. I actually saw it. And I want to help make contributing factors and pushing the trajectory of operations with these kind of things. It means a lot. It goes a long way. And I'm pretty sure there's men all around the world that echo what you stated.
Yes.
And Sam made that excellent point also over a little while earlier about, there's more research on how postpartum and perinatal seasons affect men and their mental health and their vulnerability and all those risk factors we talked about for postpartum perinatal mood disorder. They're risk factors for a male parent to have a mood disorder spike or relapse or struggle during that season too. And so we're learning to be, like Tam's saying, as we go through and learn more, and society evolve. We're being more inclusive, and part of that is understanding fathers can be at risk. We need them to be healthy and whole for the whole thing to go well long term, right?
Absolutely, absolutely, and it can get hard for us because, as women know, we men still want certain needs met, even in that transition that women go through, your bodies, your minds, everything, and we're still like, hey, hey, stroke our head, make us feel good. I'm going to work. I'm coming back. Hey, did you cook?
And part of that can be feeling alone. A lot of male partners, they feel alone. They feel like baby has taken the center stage, and they can fall
They
into a
did.
depression and
They
feel
did.
like
They took
disconnected,
over.
not knowing their role.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
That baby taking your place, huh?
What about me? What about me? You know? Yes. Yes. Absolutely.
I
Absolutely.
love it. I love it. We look
And
forward
I'm so grateful that Overseer Sydney sees it even from a ministry point of view. You know, some of us still go to our pastors for everything, you know, and when I speak, I tell people, I'm not going to my pastor if I got a yeast infection. I'm going to the OBGYN. But we still go to our pastor and say, well, how come my wife ain't? And how come my husband ain't? And how come? And so I don't want the bleeding on the pulpit, as they say, but I do want the understanding to come from the top, and then overseers and pastors and bishops can then put support groups together and
Yes.
bring in maternal matters favor to lead and to teach. So I'm so grateful for you, Overseer Sydney. I'm so grateful.
No, thank you so very much. And like you were saying, they do come. You know, men and women come. And it's one of those things, if we are to love our wives as Christ loved the church, Christ has compassion. Christ has understanding, right?
Mhm.
Wisdom is the principal thing, but in all thy getting, get understanding. So I have to understand my wife or my woman just went through a transformation. So step back a little bit and understand and understand what she's going through. You'll be all right. It'll get back together. Don't get me started. Now tomorrow's Sunday. Don't get me started. But it's
Yes.
one of those things to really, really take it all in, and then we have to educate our men and young fathers on this transition, because a lot of things fall apart because he does not understand. So
Wow.
Yes, this is good. This is good. Thank you for that. We look forward to having more of an in-depth conversation with you a little later on.
yes,
Yep.
Your song is beautiful. We think your song is beautiful.
thank you.
Yep, we're actually going to take a break because it's almost the top of the first hour. We're going to let Tam check to see how many donations we got in so far. Overseer Sydney, we'll see you back at about 4:30 today.
Yes.
And thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much. Thank you. You are watching 24 Hours of Favor. It is just about time for us to remind you to make your donation. Please make your donations. They help in so many ways. Keep in mind that the board members are volunteers. Tam is a volunteer. Everybody's giving their all because we want to spread awareness and help people that are being affected by these mood disorders. So we're gonna put this video up, give you time to get out your wallets, as they used to say, and we'll be back with more of 24 Hours of Favor in just a bit.
Sitting here all alone, no one to pick up the phone, and it's just me. The problem that I have to face is staring me in the face, and it's just me. No longer will I try to hide the demons that I've locked inside, for they're wearing me down, way down. I'm falling, I'm falling, I'm falling. I need you to catch me, 'cause I'm falling and I can't get up. I'm falling and I can't get up. I'm falling and I can't get up. Falling and I can't get up. I'm staring in outer space. I'm lost without a trace, and there's nowhere to run or hide. No longer will I fear. I'm finally facing my fears, 'cause I'm all straight out and cried out. I'm falling, I'm falling, I'm falling. Why don't you catch me? 'Cause I'm falling and I can't get up. 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 Oh, oh, I need, I'm falling, I'm falling, Lord, I need you, I need you, I need you. Oh, I'm falling, I'm falling, I'm falling. Why don't you catch me? 'Cause I'm falling and I can't get up. 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 Knock and it shall be open. Seek and you shall find. Call his name, Jesus. Sing it now. Knock and shall be open. Seek and you shall find. Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. Knock and it shall be open.
Hi everyone, I hope this day's been good to you. My name is Jamie Rockymore Best. I am the founder of a mental health and wellness magazine called Helpful Living Magazine, and our goal, our mantra, our mission is to end the stigma one issue at a time. And so we do that by creating magazine issues every quarter, and our latest issue is fresh off the press this month. I'm so excited for you to dive in. You can visit us at helpfullivingmag.com to check it out. We have digital and physical copies available to you. We also have a subscription service that is digital and physical. So if it's something that you want to dive into and get, the latest and the greatest issues every quarter without having to worry about purchasing it, it'll be delivered to your desired email or address. And so in addition to the magazine, we also have a journal that I created called Me Time Journal. And that journal is designed with you in mind. We have journal prompts, we have free space, and I also created a positive word bank that you can dive into and implement those words into your journal entries. And last but not least, I have a podcast titled Going Through with Jamie. In this podcast platform, I talk about the good, the bad, and the ugly of all the things we navigate in life. And so you can visit Spotify, and also you can visit Apple Podcasts to find that find that podcast platform and check out our latest episodes. Again, I am so excited for you today. I hope that all the information that you dive into and that you receive, that you apply it and make it applicable to your everyday life. And then also, I always tell people, do not be everything to everyone else and nothing to yourself. All right. So be well, be good to yourselves today. Make sure that you visit helpfullivingmag.com to dive into those resources. And I look forward to connecting with you there. Have an amazing day. Bye.
My name is Mario. I'm owner of OTC Towing, and I would love for us to provide service for you. We provide service for the Central Florida and surrounding areas for over 14 years. We do light, medium, and heavy-duty towing. We buy junk cars. We provide service for subdivisions, apartment complexes. We would like to connect with you. Give us a call at 321-696-3623.
Hello, my name is Eloy Scott from Houston, Texas, and I'm here to share my amazing testimony about this awesome product called Lviv Yellow. I grew up asthmatic and I had seasonal allergies. I was suffering all the time. When I began to drink this Lviv Yellow, it helped to alleviate that. I no longer suffer as much as I used to suffer. I no longer have an inhaler. I no longer take albuterol. I no longer have to pack a breathing machine every time I travel. This amazing product does my body good, and you definitely want to get yours today.
Hello, my name is Mario Hicks, owner of Roney's Restaurant located in the heart of historic Goldsboro Boulevard. Come to Roney's, try our famous chicken and waffles, our mouth-watering shrimp and grits, our garlic parmesan wings, sweet Thai chili wings, honey lemon pepper, the best ever. We have curbside, DoorDash, Uber Eats, or Grubhub. We even have Menufy. Call in now, 407-878-4357. We're ready to serve you.
Hey, everybody. It's me, the Queen Bee, Evangelist Angie B. I am your segment producer today, and I'm honored to be here to support 24 Hours of Favor. I'm thrilled by the mission of helping folks with what Tam describes as PMAD. And I am grateful for the technology. We are in two different cities in Florida, and the internet, we may be lagging one place, we may be skipping another place, but our efforts are combined to bring you this information and to encourage you to donate to our efforts. We invite you to go to the main website, which is mmfavored.org, but we're also on Maternal Matters Favored, the 24 Hours of Favor Pledge-a-thon, and this is our live tote board so far. We have had 7 supporters, and we are grateful to each and every one of them. So thank you so much. Do not feel like, okay, they've already earned some money and they don't need any more. We do need more. If for none other reason than our Life skills program. Just because someone has a baby doesn't mean they know what to do with themselves or with the baby. So we're asking for your donations to help enhance someone else's life. We're asking for your donations. Now, before I bring back Tam, our illustrious leader and the founder of this organization, I'm putting out my first challenge. My first challenge. Now, what is a challenge? A challenge is when you encourage a group of people to donate within the next hour. And when all those donations come in, they will be contributed to you and your challenge. And you will receive a very special acknowledgement on the website. So if you did not get an opportunity to have your commercial seen or to sponsor, now is the time. Now is challenge time. Challenge time. So I am an Amazon #1 best-selling author internationally, and I challenge every author on my Facebook timeline, on my YouTube, on my X, used to be known as Twitter account. I challenge all the authors in this hour, this first full hour of our 24 hours. I challenge each of you to donate $10 or more. $10 or more. We're going to put the contact information down at the bottom of the screen. If you have a question or you want to donate a different kind of way, you can do that. That's not a problem at all. But in this hour, all us authors are going to donate $10 each. Now, of course, you could donate more, but that's what I'm asking for. Wouldn't it be great that the first hour's challenge just breaks all the records and it's coming from authors? So if you're watching and you know an author, please tag them. Please send this to them. Tell them you only got 1 hour to donate $10, and a very special gift from Angie B Productions will come to you. Y'all know I do book trailers, right? All right, it's time to bring Tam back in, my darling, my darling. And we got Apostle Naisha waiting in the background for you, sweetheart.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. Oh my gosh, that we're going into our second hour. Great conversation that we had with Courtney once more, who's a board member and a clinician as well. And I'm very stoked to bring out our first speaker for today. Go ahead and bring her on out, and I'm going to do this introduction right. Hey!
Oh my gosh, so happy to be here.
Yes, yes, everyone, please let me introduce you to Naisha Harrington. She is an anointed and consecrated apostle. She is the founder and chief architect of Arise Global Ministries and Women Arise International. She is also an international speaker, a global leader, pioneer, a kingdom builder, and she's also a dear friend of mine. Hey, girl!
So excited to be here.
Oh my gosh.
So
Thank
much.
you so much for being here. So how has everything been?
Oh my gosh, it has been amazing. I'm currently out of town. We're celebrating Mother's Day. So this just really to me is near and dear to my heart because we get a chance to talk to some mothers, and I'm excited for the impact that this platform is going to bring to so many women and awareness. And so I'm just excited to be here, and I'm just so excited to see you. I love you so much, Tam.
I
Proud
love
of
you
you.
too. Thank you so much. Okay, so yes, let's talk about it. What made you say, okay, Tam, yeah, I'll attend when I asked you to speak at today's charity event?
Well, you know what? When you and I had a little powwow in a store, we met up, and just like girlfriends who love each other, we made a whole moment out of it, and we talked for what about 30 minutes to an hour, and I probably was just going in there to get some meat,
Yes.
right, and run out. But because we know our Lord and we know that this was divine intervention, we had a moment, we had a chat about some of the things that the Lord has put on your heart, and when you told me about this as a mother, it touched my heart because I was able to really identify with some of the things that you were talking about and some of the things that are on your heart. And I say, why not share my story? I don't think that I've ever really shared my maternity story with anybody. I don't think I've ever really gone in depth about motherhood and some of the things that we face as mothers, right? But I thought, why not? It's time. My kids are older. My daughter's getting ready to turn 18 years old. She's getting ready to graduate from high school. She's headed to college. And then I have a college student already who is going to be turning 19 years old. And I say, why not? The time is now to share these stories, to bring awareness to some of these issues and maybe concerns, and really, really normalize it a little bit, because I think there's such a stigma and so many things surrounding these topics that we have an opportunity, I feel, to normalize certain conversations. And I feel like this is that platform to do it on. I'm excited for that.
Absolutely, absolutely. For everyone, we were in Walmart and we hogged up the aisle for a solid 30 minutes just talking. And it was late at night as well. So, yes. To your point, we have to normalize these type of conversations. This is where that's where the healing begins. When we start to, tell our story, what I mean, our testimony, we're supposed to be doing so anyway, right? So that we can connect with someone and help bring them up. I was at this event and this speaker said, a pulpit is for you to pull someone up out the pit.
Oh, I love that.
So when God gives us these platforms, when God gives us opportunities, right? We need to do our due diligence. We need to be responsible with it. And so whatever that looks like, you know what I mean? We have to communicate to the community, because so many people are just sitting there hurting, right?
And let me add too, because a lot of times, a lot of people know that if you either know me one side in ministry, you don't know me on the other side of healthcare. And so while I am a licensed and ordained minister and finishing up my doctor's degree in theology, I also have an extensive background in healthcare and nursing, psych, social work. I have a master's in public health, epidemiology, and I also am finishing my doctor's degree in health administration. So while I do have an extensive background in ministry, I also feel like we need to have some of these conversations that are surrounding healthcare and normalize them, especially in the church.
Absolutely. And so tell us some of what you went through and how you survived. And I ask everyone that because everyone's story is similar but different, and that's where that community connection starts to take place.
Absolutely. So first of all, I had my children when I was in college, undergrad. I went to FAMU in Florida State. Whoop, whoop. I had them roughly around in my 20s. Still a college student, still getting familiar with myself, and really not aware of a lot of the symptoms and things that you go through postpartum, like once you have children. And so throughout my pregnancies, I got some of the help books that I thought would be helpful throughout the pregnancy, what to do while you're waiting. I'm sure you've probably heard of that. And I did the little check boxes and went through everything that I can think of. What do you do at 12 months when you're pregnant? What do you do at, the 3-month period, the 4-month period, the 5-month, and so on and so forth unto 9 months. But what I was not prepared for was what would happen afterwards. And so my first pregnancy, so both of my children are only 1 year apart. So a lot of these things I was experiencing, I think, kind of overlapped. Right. So while we may have similar stories, I had something that kind of overlapped. So to be honest, the kids are only 10 months apart. So you got to know that some of the symptoms, some of the things that I was facing was actually overlapping itself. So when I felt the symptoms surrounding postpartum and some of the challenges that go on post pregnancy, I feel like some of them were overlapping. My son, he was actually late. So I had to be induced. I had to go through an episiotomy. I really had to go through some things just because of his late birth. And then I faced a lot of the symptoms just from that alone. And so I really had to learn my body and what the experiences that I was facing. And like we talked about earlier, normalize some of the emotions
Mhm.
that was coming as a result of my body going through not just a regular birth, but also some of the symptoms from the medication and different things that I was experiencing throughout that time. So, if many don't know what a episiotomy is when they kind of help you deliver this baby before you go to a cesarean section, right? So it was kind of like their last result, and they were like, "Girl, listen, if you don't push this time, if we can't get it this time, you're gonna have to go to C-section because the baby at this moment was kind of is like a life-threatening situation." And
Mhm.
so the episiotomy worked. I was able to deliver the baby, but my body immediately went into a shock, and I
Mhm.
started shaking for I think I can't even remember because I passed out. When I woke up, I was already in my room, and I had to go through even just the changes in my body, the mood swings, to not knowing it what's normal, what's not normal. And I think that sometimes for me, I'm like, what is going on? There's anxiety that
Yes.
is produced when you're not sure because you've never experienced it before. You're not sure of what is actually going on. And I know that my healthcare professionals, I'm in healthcare, so I know they're doing their best at trying to explain to me what my body may be going through. But here you are, they're explaining it to you, but you actually have to really truly understand.
Yes.
So there is that
Mhm.
gap,
Mhm.
I think, in the middle of
Mhm.
that, right? Is somebody telling you something and your mind trying to grasp what is going on while it's going on. And I think for me, that is what happened. Someone asked the question.
What is it? Go ahead and answer that question.
Absolutely. So really what a episiotomy is, it is when the birth canal is kind of too tight for the baby to come through. So what they do is they just kind of cut a little bit down there to kind of help you open up a little bit more for the
Mhm.
baby to come out. So totally normal. And the purpose of it is so that you don't rip because it takes a little bit more time to heal. And so the doctors say that it's much better to cut because they can properly stitch it
Yes.
in a way
Mhm.
that will cause less damage than you would if you have to rip. So that's their way of kind of helping you out in a way. So
Mhm.
but yeah, so it's my first child. And then of course 10 months later, here's my second child. Totally different than the first child. She was early. She was early. Oh, I'm like, Lord have mercy. She's early, but she's early. And now, when she came out, she had respiratory issues and had to immediately be rushed to the NICU to a whole nother hospital. So they had to take her by plane to another hospital while I'm in recovery. And just the franticness that I had because they took her immediately. I didn't get a chance to bond with her.
Bond. Mhm.
And that initial separation caused so much. I mean, I can't even tell you the kind of emotions that I was going through. Number one, not knowing if she's okay. Number two, the anxiety of what may have went wrong. And I think that a lot of times doing this postpartum episode, so many things could happen. But it's totally normal. These things happen
Mhm.
postpartum, and though we can't predict, because I think that's what it is most of the time, we try to predict what is going to happen post the birth of a child
Yes.
or through the process of going through that. And that alone is a shocker, but it's normal that if you have a room of women and you have these conversations, you will find that many women have either delivered late past their due date
Yes.
or before their due date, or their child has had to go to the NICU and stay in the incubator because it was premature and had to go through that process of developing a little bit more before they was exposed. That was mine. That was mine. I had both extreme cases on both
Wow.
ends,
Wow.
totally different births, totally different outcomes. And after the birth of both children, now one getting ready to turn 1 years old because he's not quite one yet, and the other one, and the other one is now a newborn. So now I have two babies, and as a mother in her 20s, college student, could you even imagine?
Oh yeah, just the
I
weight of
Oh, the
everything.
weight of it was oh, I mean, I've heard I think in school I got a little counseling because I was just so it was so heavy. They asked me, they say, maybe you should stop school. And I made a decision to keep going. I made a decision to keep going despite some of the symptoms
Yes. Oh,
and
that's
some of the
honest.
stress I was experiencing.
Yeah, yeah. We'll see, you know what I mean, that, you know, a lot of times in life, we go through some traumatic experiences and we keep going, you know what I mean? We put the blinders on, we don't
Mhm.
allow ourselves time to pause and fully absorb, you know what I mean, what just happened. And what happens is PTSD, because then, you know, later on when you're having the opportunity, you see, and we were talking about this a little earlier,
Yeah.
it'll surface itself in a different way, in some
Mhm.
different forms.
Mhm.
Wow, that's major. Two
Mhm.
different extreme births,
Two
and
ex-
to be
mhm.
at that age and still pushing through with your personal and professional plans. Um, Amazing, amazing. Like, we're
Yeah,
gonna get this degree. I'm gonna stay on schedule.
yeah. You know, at that time, I think I had like a huge breakdown, both spiritually, and I'm going to be completely transparent because I feel like it's going to help somebody. I had gotten so dark that I actually started having suicidal thoughts because I
Mhm.
could not see my way clear. Remember, I'm 20 something years old, still in college, and now and in Tallahassee by myself, because even though I have a pretty large family, I was actually in a city by myself, right? Going through this moment, trying to figure out, maybe pull out a couple of scriptures that I thought I knew, a
Yeah.
couple of worship songs. I mean, I was really, really pulling from everything that I have been taught throughout the years to just survive. And really, the only thing that got me out of this moment was to just call on Jesus. Like literally,
Mhm.
it was no other way. There was no other moment. In fact, I would see just plain darkness. I felt like it was both naturally and spiritually. And this is when my
Mhm.
relationship with the Lord deepened. Once I cried out to him after 2 weeks, and this is my symptoms. My symptoms for 2 weeks was crying hysterically. I would be driving crying. I would be washing the dishes crying. I would be in the shower crying. It was uncontrollable. I could not stop it. Everything I could have thought of, no answer. And I didn't even think to pick up the phone to call my family. In fact, I tell my mother this story when I was in my mid 30s, and she was like, "Oh my gosh, I didn't even know you were going through this at this time." You can't see. You can't even think your way clear.
Yeah.
So the only thing I could do is call out for the Lord. And that night I had a dream after 2 weeks of this, and the Lord rescued me. And from that moment on, it was like another confidence, another boldness.
Mhm.
I knew I can do it. I knew that He was with me. I immediately got myself planted in the churches. And this is in my 20s. Was already saved. I got baptized. I started getting in the word. I started praying and not even thinking about ministry or any of that stuff at this time. This is me. This is
Yeah.
survival mode. I'm in survival mode, right?
Come on now.
Yeah, I'm in
Hmm.
survival mode. Like, what do I do next? And I just planted myself in the church, started reading, and took it step by step, day by day, because true anxiety is when we project in the future.
Yeah.
Even though we
Yeah.
haven't been there yet, we think we know what's going to happen, right? So we're
Yeah.
like, I know what's going to happen. No, 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 you don't understand. Even if it's happened before, it doesn't mean that it's going to happen again.
The
And so I
same
had
way.
to calm
Hmm.
that anxiety down, calm that down and say, okay, you're going to be okay. Take it step by step. And I'm a natural mother. So it was very natural to me to parent the kids. I look down at my two children and I say, everything that I do from this point on, they're going to see it. I made a decision to go forward with my life. And even though it was one foot in front of the other, I just made sure I kept my eyes forward. And now I'm witnessing the fruit today of the decision that I made almost 20 years ago, because my son is 19, almost 20 years ago, of saying yes to the Lord, but also saying yes to my future. Yes,
Yeah.
that my children can watch me. They watch me walk across the stage with my bachelor's. They watch me walk across the stage with my master's. They went to my doctoral residency, and of course they had the beautiful side of it, but and I had to do all the studying. But they are natural college students. They're not, because I decided to do with them as opposed to without them. So
I love this. I love
powerful.
this. You know,
Yeah.
I don't know who all out there is listening, right? But once more, this is a story in itself. You know what I mean? And I'm pretty certain there's a good solid handful of individuals that may can relate that this is resonating with you. And this is what this broadcast is about. You know what I mean? And so when we think about the calling on your life, Naisha, you know what I mean? And here we are talking about, you know, perinatal, postpartum, the different mood disorders in which we all encounter. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? Speak to some of the things and ways in which you're combating this silent crisis in the communities that you land on.
Absolutely. I think number one is this platform alone. Having the conversation. You know, I grew up really old school around my great grandmother, and we just didn't talk about this stuff. It was just so
Mhm.
silent. We didn't talk about it. And so a lot of the things I was experiencing, like we talk now, we're really close now. But I told them before, I said, why didn't you guys talk about this stuff then? I probably could have been able to navigate it a little bit better. So one of my goals, having such a huge female ministry, but also males too, because I feel like we need to bring awareness to this, all kinds of conversation with mental health and just women's health, and so many of these topics that I think are so important because it's natural. It's something that a lot of us go through, is to start the conversation. So one of the platforms that I have, the previous, is being the founder of Arise Global Ministries, which is not only a Women Arise ministry within it, a women's ministry within itself, but also a ministry for all across the globe. And I
Yes.
have
Mhm.
conferences starting these topics. I bring women together all the time. I have women come up and speak at our Women Who Pray Summit and brunches to bring some awareness to certain topics. And you know what? Even though I have this huge background in healthcare, I don't believe that all answers stop with me. So I like to
Mhm.
bring professionals on. I like to bring mental health counselors on. I like to bring people who can speak to this topic and bring perspective to what we may be going through. So the Lord has graced me to be able to open the door to speak to leaders, from pastors to other apostles to other leaders, but government leaders, all kinds of leaders, and bring them in a room to have these conversations. And my goal, and really my commitment to humanity today, is to bridge some of these gaps, is to have some of the conversations. And I believe the Lord allowed me to get in ministry and both healthcare so that I can do it, but have language to it, right?
Come
To
on
have
now.
some,
Yes.
absolutely, absolutely.
Yes, yes. You know, I love what you're saying here, and I've been to a few of Naisha's conferences, events. You have one coming up in July that I'm so
Yeah,
looking forward to. I mean, I come with notepad and pen in hand, and you get you some bread and you study and meditate on that
yeah.
thing. What do you think are some of the you know local, state, or even maybe federal type of policies that should be change or enhance to better serve this underrepresented population?
I think some of the transitional services, I'm big on transitional
Mm,
care. In fact, my doctoral dissertation is talking about transitional care. That's a huge focus because it's
yes,
not just going to the hospitals and being admitted and being there, but sometimes it's where the ball drops is transitional care. Is that middle
yes,
gap,
yes.
leaving the hospital, leaving whatever acute care
Mhm.
facility they're in, and getting home. And not just getting the information, because I know that people get like the pamphlets and maybe
Yeah,
we're giving
yeah,
them something, but it's understanding the information, it's understanding what I'm reading and really how to apply it to my specific situation. And when something does not line up with what's on that paper, what do I need to do? Right. So
Mhm.
it's those transitional services that I want to really speak to. I think it's really healthcare in general. As I look at the healthcare infrastructure right now, being in healthcare myself, working in long-term care, working in this arena daily, I see that is the gap. The gap is
Yes.
dealing with those complexities with that discharge planning, that discharge situation, that
The
trend.
continuum of care.
Yeah, absolutely. Continuum of care is so important. And we can't assume that everybody has the same understanding or same educational understanding or same ability to be able to understand what we're saying. We have to create room and space for all different target populations, for all educational populations, for every scenario that might hinder someone from getting the help that they need. Yes.
Yes, yes, yes. There's such a big push these days for doulas. You know what I mean? To
Mhm.
be able to provide that continuum of care, and
Mhm.
following up with moms at home, to just following up with the family. You know what I mean? And seeing how support may be needed in us doing some levels of community resources. And I'll be saying that throughout the program as well. I'm advocating for doulas all the way, and every phase of it. And I say that because when we look at other different countries, you know what I mean? It's a norm, sometimes for about 3, 5 different, older women, friends, or whatever have you, just to be around and provide support for that mom post
Mhm.
baby, and even during the pregnancy as well. Because these type of things, what we have seen via research, right? It's not just word
Mhm.
of mouth. It helps to
Right.
alleviate the anxiety, the stress. You know what I mean? Different forms of pressure that can
Yeah.
build up in the woman, that can build up in the household. And
Mhm.
so we need to do a better job of that as a society, here locally and throughout this country as well. Naisha, as
Let
I
me
go
let me
ahead.
let me add this one thing to what you just said really quick.
Mhm.
I agree with that wholeheartedly because I remember not telling anybody. And that was my gap. You understand? So it was a
Yeah.
personal gap that I never communicated that I was going through that or needed that. So I can speak to it from experience. Had I had that, my situation may have been a little bit different. Now, grace be to God because he gave me grace in that space. But how many people may not even like everybody's situation is so different and they may not know the Lord in that way. So the question is w- every time somebody goes home, do they have somebody that they can call on? And working in healthcare, I will tell you that a lot of people do not have people that they can count on
Not at
when that
all.
process. So that alone is a really huge gap.
Yeah, yeah. Oh man, I want to come back and piggyback this. We're just getting started.
Wow.
Naisha, as I say, you have several events coming up still
Yes.
this year. I'm super stoked about my ticket that I have to
Yes.
July's events. Tell us a little bit about what you have going on and how folks can get in contact with you and all that fun stuff.
Absolutely. So, Arise Global Conference will be July the 26th and the 27th. It will be hosted right in Winter Park, at the Winter Park Event Center. It's going to be phenomenal. I will tell you that it's almost sold out. We have people coming from
Yes,
all around the globe, and
yes,
I'm super excited because we have some very interesting panels, such as something like this, where we're dealing with mental health. We have an all males panel with just men because we want to deal with fatherless and some of the issues, again, gaps. I really believe that my heart, what the Lord has given me, is faith in gaps, closing
come on
some of
now.
the gaps to some of the issues that we see. I believe that God has called us to be problem solvers, to be salt
Yes,
and to be light. And so my heart is any gaps that I see with God's people is to close those gaps. So fatherless, a mother's heart. We're going to be talking about stuff like this. Oh, we might have to get you up there, Tam. We're going to be talking about stuff like this because a lot of people just don't know.
they
And we
don't.
can't. assume that they know. So the Lord has given me this opportunity to have a platform where I can invite lots of leaders to have the conversation, and people actually want to hear. And that's why we're almost sold out. So definitely, 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 if you have not signed up for a Rise Global Conference, go ahead and do that. I did make it free. I'm taking all the costs myself because the conversations need to be had. And then we have a Women Who Pray Summit and brunch is going to be the morning of the conference on July the 26th. That's only about $25 for the food. But let me tell you something that happens when women get together and pray. Let me tell you, nothing like fellowship. There's
Yes.
nothing like having like-minded people around you to help you in a time of need. And let me tell you something, we need each other more now than we ever have before. And so I'm excited because of these two events that are going on, and I can't wait to see what God is going to do at these events. Thank you so
Yes, yes. Please, let me tell you, when I say powerful, that is an understatement. And I've been, throughout the years, I've been to several events, all phenomenal, all amazing women of God, and the leadership that you have and the atmosphere that you set. And I want to say that because at the last brunch that we had, I just blurted out of nowhere, I'm getting a building. Like, you get in the building? Yup, I'm getting the building. And I started praying on that and meditating on that, fasting on that. I got me some scripture and I stood on that. And everybody knows that I've been just saying, look, we got a building for
Yes.
$1 a month for 12 months. You know what I mean? So when you speak things, you know what I
Come
mean, and
on.
you're in that right atmosphere and you have the right mind and your heart posture, and that's
That's
what
right.
God wants for you, trust
That's
and believe it'll come forth. And so
wow.
that goes to a larger piece with regards to community. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? You also have
Yeah.
to make certain that you're dealing with perinatal, postpartum, the different moods that you may be going through. You know what I mean? Make sure you're around the right people.
Yeah.
Come on now.
Absolutely.
You cannot be around the negative Nancy's, you
That's
know what I
right.
mean? The stills. They talk about the chickens and the eagles. You want to make certain that you're around
That's
the right
right.
atmosphere, or
That's
else
right.
you are not going to come up out of that thing. And I don't want
Yeah.
to get too spiritual on us, you know what I mean? But we do know that depression, anxiety, these certain different
Yeah.
levels, you know what I mean, is nothing but a spirit. So let us work with you to make certain that we put you in a
Oh,
healthy mind state.
absolutely. I love that so much. And to get and to help connect you to resources that are out there. I would tell you the truth. I love all the people that God sends around me because they let me tell you, I have some very smart, intelligent people who have a heart for people and a heart for the
Mhm.
Lord, who wants to connect you to great resources. The goal is just get connected. You never know what God has in store for you. You never know who He wants you to meet. You never know how that one connection could change your entire life. So the goal is to just open yourself up and say, this year, I'm going to get connected. I'm going to make sure that I connect with some people who can help me. I may not have all the answers, but I know somebody who can do it. And so we all start connecting and getting in these rooms, we will find that the answers that we need is connected to God's people. And I'm super excited for what's going to happen
Mhm.
in this
Yes,
platform.
this is good stuff. Oh my gosh. I know you have to go. We have to go. Oh my gosh. This is just the start of this conversation. Once more, we are only in our second hour here of this 24-hour broadcast, raising awareness and funds for those with perinatal and postpartum mood disorders. Naisha, thank you so much for your time. I will talk to you in the
Love,
airwaves. Thank
love you.
you. Love you, girl.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, that was so good. That was so good, so informative, and you've got some feedback as well. Other people were chiming in. Uh, Jacqueline says, "Yes, it is so crazy how today having a baby is treated and handled like the woman and the family are just making a sandwich or pouring a water in a glass. Having a baby is a big deal." Physically, mentally, emotionally, financially, and spiritually. And I know we will be hearing from Mother Jacqueline later today, but that just wrapped it up. You don't just drop a baby and go back to business as
Unusual.
usual.
Yeah.
My sister talks about a TV commercial that she loved even before she gave birth, and the commercials, the slogan was, "A baby changes everything." And you've really got to think about that. And then we heard from Melissa Lambert in Florida. She said, so true, so true. She was really connecting with your special guest. And then Dr. Alexandria said, love it, love it. It can be enlightening to hear someone else speak what you've been experiencing, to speak that.
And then that's what that is. Oh,
yes,
me
yes.
too.
Makes perfectly good sense. Yes. And then author Brenda J. Williams said, good morning, blessings. So good morning to you, author Brenda. I hope you're participating in the author challenge this hour. I'll repeat it again. There's a challenge out during this hour. It ends at the top of the hour, so you got a little less than 30 minutes. But for every author that donates $10 or more, you can go on the website to donate, mmfavorite.org. $10 or more will receive a free book trailer from Angie B Productions. And that means your promotional book trailer will include your book cover, your headshot, your bio, and a portion narrated. Because I don't care what you say, you can make a great video and have a banging beat. But for somebody who's not looking at the screen, they're just dancing to the beat. You've got to have the narration added to it. Yeah. So we will be donating. That's a $75 value. And all we ask is that you give $10. Maternal Matters Favorite. Just a $10 donation would be appreciated. Thank you so much.
My gosh. Yes, yes. Once more, this is all going towards our life skills program, and we're actually going to be launching our first real live in-person session next month. We were able to partner with True Holiness Deliverance Tabernacle. In fact, we were just there at their community baby shower last week. And we were able to put some things together, and they have a group of moms that are biting at the chopstick to try to get some new ways of living and doing things,
Yes.
So I know that we have another speaker up, and so I don't want to take too much time, but we're going to be talking about a lot of things these next couple of hours. So get comfortable, sit tight.
We do. And before we take a quick break, author Brenda says she will donate. So thank you, Brenda. Thank you. If you're the first one, oh my goodness, I appreciate God for you. And if you are watching and you'd like to initiate a challenge with your fraternity, your sorority, or whosoever, just send a text to the number that you see at the bottom of the screen, and we'll get you squared away. Tam, I'm gonna put you backstage for just a little bit so you can take a quick break. We're going to remind everyone of what we're doing. This is 24 hours of favor. It is the second time we have gathered together to raise funds and awareness for Maternal Matters Favored. And, we're just very, very excited about the feedback and excited about the opportunity to share. And so we've got a couple of videos that we want to show you right now. And then we'll be back before the top of the hour to tell you how our donations are coming. Okay. Right now we got music from Brilliance out of Tampa, Florida on 24 Hours of Favor.
Yeah. Let's go and get straight to it. My God is the best. His name is Yahweh. I advise you to check. Yeah. My God is certified, glorified. That's what I'm gonna do. Yeah. Just giving your life. Yeah. And you know the truth. Yeah. My God is 100 proof. Yeah. He the truth. He 100 proof. Yeah. He the truth. 100 proof. Yeah. He the truth. Just giving your life. Yeah. And you know the truth, yeah, my God is 100 proof. The God of Abraham and Isaac, and Jacob ain't nobody like him. He created everything in 6 days, and on the 7th he decided to take a rest, and yes, he flooded and cleansed the earth. He dried it up quick, he's real as it get, and that's why we be putting him first. He promised Abraham and blessed him with more seed than all the stars up in the sky. Why you think we stay confessing him? Elohim, and yes, he's Adonai. And his promise he kept, his body's united. Yeah, we gon' step, our God is almighty. We blew it, but he coming through, and just watch when he do it. Let's go and get straight to it. My God is the best. His name is Yahweh. I advise you to check, yeah. My God is certified, glorified. That's what I'ma do, yeah, yeah. Just giving your life, yeah, yeah. And you know the truth, yeah. My God is 100 proof, yeah. He the truth, yeah. He 100 proof, yeah. He the truth. 100 proof, yeah. He the truth. Just giving your life, yeah. And you know the truth, yeah. My God is 100 proof. He's certifiable and undeniable. I know it cause he did it all for me. My mom's died and my pops died, but he wouldn't let darkness take hold of me. Just like when he parted the Red Sea, he showed me the way and I took that. Drunk the living water, now my flesh is slaughtered, and I'm telling you I will not look back. He gave his power to David, and the giant had to fall. He's the same God today, man, and he's waiting on your call. Big God, big things, never change. He the same, call his name, get you through it. He can prove it, nothing to it. My God is the truth, won't he do it? Let's go and get straight to it. My God is the best. His name is Yahweh. I advise you to check, yeah. My God is certified, glorified. That's what I'ma do. That's what I'ma do. Just giving your life, yeah, yeah. And you know the truth, yeah. My God is 100 proof, yeah. He the truth. He 100 proof, yeah. He the truth. 100 proof, yeah. He the truth, yeah. Just give me your life, yeah. And you know the truth, yeah. My God is 100 proof, yeah, 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 yeah. You know what we should do right here? Come on, yeah. Come on. We should praise, worship, give him glory, praise, worship, give him glory, praise, worship, give him glory, give him glory, 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 glory. I should praise, worship, give him glory, praise, worship, give him glory, praise, worship, give him glory, give him glory, 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 glory. Let's go get straight to it. My God is the best. His name is Yahweh. I advise you to check. My God is certified, glorified. That's what I'ma do. Just give me your life, and you know the truth. My God is 100 proof. He the truth. He 100 proof. He the truth. 100 proof. He the truth. Just give me your life, and you know the truth. My God is 100 proof.
tells you how much you're going to grieve when you become a mother. I learned who I was really young, but overnight, that girl was gone. And it wasn't just me. My husband became a new person too, and our relationship became a new relationship. I had to say goodbye to those parts of me and us, and rediscover myself, my partner, and our marriage, all while taking care of a newborn. And then came the mom guilt. I wanted to be with her all the time, but I also run a business. Honestly, my whole postpartum journey was such a blur. There was no structure, but at a certain point, I just had to surrender, give into the chaos. My advice to any new mom, you will never be who you once were, in all the best ways and in all the most painful.
I am in my happy place, and I've got Georgia on my mind. Save the date. It's time to shine at the 8th annual Bold, Beautiful, and Bald Beauty Bazaar and Weekend Retreat. Join us September 19th through the 22nd, 2024 in historic St. Mary's, Georgia. A fundraiser for the National Alopecia Areata Foundation, spreading awareness and acceptance. Follow us on Facebook, Bold, Beautiful, and Bald Beauty Bazaar. Our host hotel this year is the Shore Stay Plus by Best Western, St. Mary's, Cumberland. Weekend retreat activities include the Friday Fun Photo Shoot, picnic lunch back at the hotel, and the Royal Blue Beauty Bazaar Fashion Show takes place on Saturday. For more information, call 407-914-6519. That's 407-914-6519. I'm in my happy place. Come join me. Hey there, family. It's me, the Queen Bee Evangelist, Angie B. And we are, what is this? The second of 24 hours of favor. We are in the midst of an author challenge, a challenge for all authors. We're asking them to pay donate $10 or more to Maternal Matters Favored. And when you donate and send me proof of your receipt, you will receive a free promo video or author trailer to promote your book. And that's a $75 value. So I'm asking all the authors within the sound of my voice to make your donation. Now, if you are watching this broadcast on YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, or X, and it is not May 11th, 2024, you may still make your donation. Okay? You may still make your donation. Please visit mmfavored.org, and we will have something special for you. Now, Ms. Marie is ready to come on in, so we're going to bring you Tam McRoy, the founder of this organization, to tell you more about Miss Marie. Hey, Tam. Hey, Tam.
Hey, we are back. We're with another guest. This person holds a real dear space in my heart. And so go ahead and bring on Granny.
Hello, hello.
Marie, how are you today?
Hello, how are you?
Doing good, doing good. Let me go ahead and introduce you. This is Miss Marie Wilson. She is a mother of 9 children. She is retired from the Department of Juvenile Justice after serving 28 years. And she's presently a volunteer for the Take Stock in Children initiative that is there serving Seminole and Volusia County. And of course, she loves Jesus and she loves to bake. How are you today?
I am wonderful. How are you all? And happy Mother's
Doing
Day.
good. Oh my gosh, we're here. We're at our second event, the second annual event. I'm truly stoked to be able to have you on board and just hear a little bit about, some of your testimony and what you went through in encountering, pregnancies and the emotional aspects of it all that took place. And so when I asked you, I was like, Granny, you got a story. Do you mind sharing it with the public? What were your thoughts?
Well, I thought about it and everything, and I see it needs to be told because of the fact what I went through and what eventually became. Because at first I got married when I was 15. I mean, I had a baby when I was 15, and I got married when I was 17. I had no clue about love. And so what happened is that I got married to someone that was a senior to me. And so I just thought that, right now, I mean, some of the same things that are happening because I had no clue is about postpartum and
Yeah,
having 9 kids.
yeah.
Absolutely nothing. And what I went through, I could have very well committed suicide because I was at that point having babies back to back and everything. And so what I did was I had them. My one fond memory is when I was 22 and I lived in Argentina, Newfoundland because we were military. And my daughter, I got pregnant, and my daughter was not even a year old, and I had another baby.
Hmm.
And what happened is that when I went back for my 6 week checkup after I had a baby, January the 24th, 1964, well, let me just say, I'm much older than all of you. I just turned 81. And so, therefore, I had none of this existed when I was giving birth. And so, what happened is that I had a daughter in 1964. And in 1965, I had a baby before my daughter turned a year old.
And so this was your
And
second baby.
this was my second. And and it was not a choice of mine. I tried real hard. I mean, I had no one because, like, I was away from home and everything, and I had no one to turn to. And I think a lot of times young mothers now still don't have no one to turn to and everything because if it's not out there for you to hear about and everything, you will not know what to do. And so, what I didn't know what to do is because, like I said, I was like 22 years old and I already had 3 kids, and the fourth one was on the way. And so, and my husband was like, I guess, as men, sometimes, they are not having babies, so they really are. It's not that they don't care and everything, but I think people think that we were designed just to have babies.
Yeah, the mentality
And
of yesteryear.
yes, and so what I did was I had the 9 kids and everything, and I'm not going to lie and say that I didn't numerous of times um, thought about committing suicide because I say, hey, I can't take it anymore and everything. But what I did is that I prayed and I trusted in God and everything. And I thought about what would happen to my children that I had,
Mhm.
who would be able to take care of them and everything. So, to make a long story short, what I did was I didn't finish high school, but at the age of 35, I went back. I got my GED. I started to college. And of course, with getting, having all the kids and everything, it was kind of hard and everything. So I said, no, I can't do this and everything. So
Mhm.
what I did was got a job working for the state of Florida. And I stayed there for 28 years. And I made a wonderful life for myself and my children. They graduated from college, some of them and everything. They have good jobs and everything now. And I had a lot of things that happened to me during the during the years that I've been, being a mother of all these kids and everything. I've buried four, which was traumatic.
Rough. Yeah.
But I believed in trusting God because, and I was also a domestic violence victim because when I decided to break off with my marriage and everything, my ex-husband said it wasn't going to happen, and I did
Hmm.
it anyway, and he almost killed me. And what I did was I just kept going
Yeah.
and kept trusting in God. And I tell the young people now, it's like what I do now, I'm a mentor for Take Stock in Children. And I can talk to the ones that are pregnant and everything since I have so much experience,
Hmm.
but I want to talk to the ones that our future generation for tomorrow, our future leaders for tomorrow and everything, and let them know, encourage them to stay in school, get an education, and hey, you have children and everything, be of age and be able to support them and everything. And I talk to them about mental health because mental health is real,
Yeah. Yeah.
and it's even with being my age and everything, mental health still is real.
It's still real. This is just a fraction of Miss Marie's story. You know what I mean? And when we think about historically, yesteryear, as we call it, some of the ways in which women were looked at. And you said it, Granny, with regards to women. We were just looked at. We're supposed to have babies. You know what I mean? Be quiet and just keep moving and so forth. Having your children and knowing some of the things in which you were starting to feel and encounter, I can imagine you just kind of gave just poor words of wisdom into your girls, providing those levels of mental health and support to them.
Well, I've done everything I could for them and everything. And I explained my story to them and everything. What happened is me, getting pregnant, like say, going for my 6 weeks checkup and being pregnant and everything. And believe it or not, they have been so supportive and everything. And they said, Mama said, I can't believe that you went through all of that because they had no clue when they was growing up what I
Yes.
was going through. But now they relate to it and everything. And it's it is what it is.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they, and but I did talk to them and told them, listen, if it's something that you can't do, is you got help out there and everything. And I am the one that can relate to raising kids, and not all of them did, not all of them went to college and everything, but the ones that did go and everything. And right now, everybody is doing well, and
Yeah.
I'm proud.
I
I
love
said be
it.
81, almost 82, and everything, and I am, I'm still doing for children.
I love it. I love it. And that's what it's all about when we're talking about we're breaking generational cycles. You know what I mean? We're having those conversations where we can start to talk about these things so that we can put different trajectory in place for the next generations that's coming. And so you mentioned about some of the community work that you do, and I mean, you do a lot. She does a lot, everyone. And so where we're working right now to connect with our youth, you know what I mean, and try to get their minds in the right places. What are some of the outcomes that you're seeing from this major work that you're doing with the children?
Well, I've been mentoring for the past 9 years, and I have some of the young ladies. Uh, I would say young ladies because I've had the opportunity to mentor some young men too. But the young ladies have gone on to, some of them have gotten their BSN, and some of them are still in college. They're getting cybersecurity and different things. And what I do is tell them is that whatever you do your best and everything. And if you have a problem, and all problems needs to be fixed. And so if you have a problem, let me know so I can get help for you and everything. And so because we're limited to what we can say to our young people today and everything, especially in the educational system and everything. But I do my best to make sure that they're on the right track and they will be successful in life and become productive citizen.
I love it. And more things like this are needed, everyone in the community. You know, if you too have the time and the opportunity, make certain that you're giving back. You know what I mean? Make certain that you're reaching out to children, to our youth today, and instilling some values and principles in them, like Granny is, Miss Marie. You know, when we think about some of the community programs and services that are taking place, what changes do you think could possibly take can help shape what's already being implemented?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think there's too much that we can do because for the simple reason is that other than teach them and with the social media that they're exposed to and everything, I think that that plays a great important role in their life. And if we can teach them what to accept and what not to accept, and that's our biggest problem with them. I mean, because that was my problem is that I accepted stuff that I shouldn't accept it, but
Hmm.
they said we perish for lack of knowledge. So I didn't know. It didn't, if it existed, I didn't know about it. And so now we just make the children, well, make everybody aware it's what's out there that can help you to solve, your problems or help you get through it and everything. Because a lot of times the problem might not get solved, but at least you can get through it
Yeah,
and without lives being taken.
that part, and you know, and that's major because what we do see is so many senseless killings. You know, not enough programs that can meet children where they're at, and you know, and I know that you mentioned about the social media, and it's like how can we be more innovative with educational opportunities to give children some knowledge, right, so that they don't perish or you know they don't become so absorbed in the rigmarole, the noise that is out there, and so that they're able to actually make some healthy choice decisions. This is good. This is good.
Yes, I agree. Because I mean, and that's my main goal is that, like, I will do anything for any young mother. And in fact, just yesterday, I met a family, that young lady that I'm mentoring. I met their family, her mother, and everything. And she has a young baby and everything. And I offered my service. If you need me, call me, because this is what we need to do. And a lot of times, people don't have the access to people that, now everybody is so pretty much selfish. They don't want to do this and they don't want to do that. And I think the exception, because back in my day, you had extended families.
Yes.
My grandmother died at childbirth, and my great grandmother took in my mother and everything. But now you don't have the extended families like you used to. And some people, they don't know how to approach, because you got people now, if you say something, they say, who do you think you are? Or what. Because I'm from the old school, and and this is what's happening with a lot of the young people and everything, is that they they think they have no place to go or nowhere to turn. But all they have to do is listen, and someone out there will help you and everything. But what you all are doing and everything is wonderful, because you're getting it out there nationwide and everything. So they won't have can't say, "Well, I didn't know."
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, we go ahead, Angie. I see that Mother Jacqueline, she posted something. Oh, you're
Mother Marie, hey, hey, I'm Angie B, and I have truly been learning from your testimony. I remember my grandmother and Big Mama and them talking about how they had to put their foot down because the men just figured they could just go and just you just supposed to keep pumping out babies and they don't need to be there to help, or as long as they was bringing home a check, it was all right. And so I appreciate you for sharing that. I truly do. Um, but Mother Jacqueline, who is a guest and will be joining us later, she says, I'm excited for you, Marie. God has turned your trials into triumph. Hallelujah. His
Thank you.
grace brought you through. Continue to let your light so shine. Your legacy with your children and other children will last for years and years. Thank you. Thank
I
you.
love
Thank
Thank
that.
you.
you.
Thank you for
Thank you.
all of us.
And
Thank you so
that's so
much.
true.
Thank you
The
so
work
much.
that you're doing, and then of course your professional career is these type of things in which younger generations can hold on to and start
Yeah.
to implement in their own daily practices in their lives and so
Mhm.
forth. Um, it, how can people get in touch with you just to let you know, that, hey, can you give me some guidance, or just to maybe take part in some of the services that you're providing to the community?
Well, they can reach me by my phone number, or they can do Take Stock in Children. And basically, what I do is just I meet people, and I lead by example. And I see people, I treat everybody the same, regardless of what they got or who they are. It's like where our restaurant is and everything. I have all people from all walks of life to come in and everything, and it's amazing. You
Yes.
don't never know who needs something. It's nothing but a hug and everything. And so they can anybody that wants to get in contact with me, they can reach me. My phone number is 477708727. And I am willing to help anyone any way I can. Okay?
Good stuff, Granny. I'm truly humbled. I thank you. I ran into Granny getting some wings at a loved one's restaurant, Ronnie's, who's actually one of our advertisers here, and just fell in love with her, and so I'm totally humbled and appreciative of your presence today on this broadcast. And I'm loving that the continued opportunities that I have just to communicate with you, because my mom is gone, my grandma's gone. And so once more, like I said, you hold a special place in my heart. Thank you so much. Anything else you want to tell us or say?
I just want to say thank you all for having me and everything. And like I say, since I am kind of the optic end of the spectrum now because of the fact of my age and everything, but I still understand that, and people need help and everything. And if there's any young mothers or anything that I can do in order to enlighten them, because again, we perish for lack of knowledge, because if you don't know and you're not exposed to it and everything, same thing with the children. It's that we don't know what kind of home they come from and everything. And so that's why I treat everybody the same. Because if you're rich, you're rich. I'm gonna treat you just like I would treat a poor person. I'm not gonna make a difference and
That part.
everything. And that make a difference and show that you care. And I do genuinely care about people, and especially young mothers and everything that we give birth. And because giving birth is like breaking every bone in your body and everything. And
Yes.
so it's very painful.
Yes.
But again, I am here if anyone needs me.
Thank you, Granny. Once
You're
more,
welcome.
this is Miss Marie Wilson. You can catch her Roni's, which is her grandson Mario Hicks family restaurant that they have. Great food. I'm already doing another advertisement. He has an advertisement already. Great food. I go there specifically for the Parmesan wings, and then you can go and get some of Granny's cakes as well. Good stuff. Thank you again. Oh man.
That was so special. That was
Yes.
so
Yes.
revealing because so many of our grandmothers dealt with that.
Yes.
So
Yes.
many of them.
I mean, we talk about yesteryear like it was really that long ago. When we
Yeah,
start thinking about some of the rights as women that we have, it's just
right,
it's not really been
right,
that long. And so some of the disparities that we encountered, just with regards to us being just a humanistic approach to it was
right,
really pushed off. And
right.
one of the things that stemmed out of it is the depression, the anxiety, the
Yeah,
psychosis, the OCD, you know what I mean, the
that
bipolar.
remains consistent. that remains.
Exactly.
Yeah.
This
Yeah.
is all good stuff. That was just the second interview. We have a slew of other providers and speakers that are coming up. Once more,
I know. In fact, Courtney is here. She's waiting patiently. She got something to share. So I'm gonna bring you in, Courtney.
Hi,
Hey.
all.
Hey, girl. Hey.
Hi. Thank you for having me back. I'm happy to see you again, Tam.
Yes, yes. Oh my gosh. We are just chugging along, just finishing up that conversation with Miss Marie Wilson. What a phenomenal spirit. What are your thoughts, when once more we talk about how, maybe within the past 1 or 2 decades, this has started to get a little noise, but when we think about going back 50, 60, 70 years and then some.
Right. It's amazing. She's such an amazing woman and appropriate speaker for that reason. Like we were saying kind of at the beginning of our broadcast, this is baby science. I mean, we have not focused on women's health, postpartum health, perinatal mental health in terms of the neuroscience and the research. This was a field that didn't exist, 70 years ago. So we look back to our ancestors and all that they had to navigate. I mean, and there are other pieces, right? 50 years ago, I think women couldn't have credit cards. So much has changed in terms of us being seen as whole human beings and worthy of this research. I can't imagine what, going back to grandparents, great grandparents, really globally, what women went through and still do in many developing countries, right? So I think that we've come a long way, but still have a long way to go, but hearing those stories and putting it in that historical social context in terms of culture, in terms of time period, in terms of, parts of the country, I think that it's so, so important and powerful. And then like you talked about in the beginning of our broadcast, those transgenerational patterns of trauma and the things that we're trying to look at and really break those patterns. So what's sort of interesting, when we do family systems counseling, we can look at, yes, there's the biochemical hormonal piece of it. We may have predisposition, but we still don't know how much of it could be lived experience. And if we look back at our mothers or grandmothers, was there in our particular family of origin, family line, perhaps maybe a history of untreated postpartum issues? And then what happens? It gets passed along to the next generation because it impacts our attachment with our children.
Absolutely.
And yeah, as you know, and I think we both feel strongly about this, if it doesn't get dealt with, it impacts your relationship with your child long term. Now, you and I were lucky enough to, get that information, make those changes, get all of that insight, and it's surely impacted our relationship with our children. But those of us who maybe don't have that happen, you could have, be in your 70s, 80s and have an ambivalent mixed relationship with your child, which is going to impact the way that they parent and on and on. So I think breaking the cycles, breaking the patterns, learning about really where did I come from and what do I need to know about my family health history medically, but also in terms of mental health. I think that's really powerful stuff.
Yeah. For me, and it's and Angie and a few other friends that are authors are like, birth it already. I've been writing this book, just to kind of go in depth with regards to, some of the biopsychosocial aspects in which I encountered in my youth that spiraled into my perinatal and postpartum and the dark space that I went into, and you hit it on the head. And I started to get a little teary-eyed, you know what I mean? Because I'm still unpacking and still working through some different things and so forth. And, honesty. I can't say that enough. We have to be honest with ourselves. You know what I mean? If we're actually going to start to heal, and when I'm doing one-on-one counseling and so forth, and I deal with, substance use disorder in that co-occurring, space, you're not going to get where you need to be if you don't start to really peel back some of the layers of the onion. You know what I mean? And so it hurts, to start to talk and through some of those areas of trauma, or start to, revisit mentally, some of the contributing factors, because it becomes a link, and a lot of times when I'm speaking, and I tell individuals, If the mom is going through postpartum, mood and anxiety disorder, and she doesn't seek the needed treatment, she can take it out on her children, her spouse or whoever, you know what I mean? And, it's just that little ripple where the child goes to school and then they're cutting up in school. And then next thing you know, you got a crisis unit at the end of the block.
Absolutely.
It really just like that,
you're painting
and
the picture.
that part. And so when we are saying that we're serious about this space and PMAD being really an underserved population, but now it's starting to get some light to it where it can actually be counseled and treated in specific manner that's needed. It's a whole thing. It's totally a whole thing. And go ahead, Court.
I'm just in my head. I'm like, yes, yes, yes to everything you're saying, because I think, what you understand and articulate so beautifully is it impacts all of us. Like, this is not an issue that's really specific to, oh, I'm not a mom, or, I don't have a baby, or I'm not, in a postpartum phase. Every one of us came from a postpartum period, everyone on the earth, and everyone is connected to that, is a link in that chain of life.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that it is so powerful how our origins can impact the rest of our development, and how when we have those opportunities to, like you said, be honest with ourselves, it can be so hard to do. And, there's a lot that we don't want to unpack because it's painful or overwhelming or scary. But I think that it's really important to be brave and speak up.
Yeah,
and I think that it takes bravery, it takes courage, it also takes support. So I think that, like you're saying, when we get to those scary parts, you need someone who's qualified to understand exactly what's happening, and has the tools, can assess you for risk, can make sure that we have an understanding of, is there a risk of suicide? Is there a need for a higher level of medication? So your mental health counselor, your primary care provider, your OBGYN, your getting a referral to a psychiatric provider, all of those things are so, so critical. And we and community, right? Creating connections with other people who are navigating the same thing so that we're not isolated. So creating that web of support can help us for it to feel less terrifying, and just inundating to face our own maybe trauma histories, maybe things within our family history. Tam, and we go through this all the time. I have clients where sometimes we do layers of recovery from depression or whatever they're going through, and then we get back to childhood. We go back all the way back eventually when they feel secure enough. And sometimes the stories we hear are, my mom would just sleep or just shut me out of the bed. Like, she didn't really function. And like, you hear it in you hear the story, and in your mind as a provider, you think, well, mom had unresolved postpartum depression, and this impacted the child and their attachment and feelings of not being important, not being loved, not being connected. But it was a misunderstanding the whole time. It's not that love. There was something else going on with mom's brain chemistry. And when we can understand that, it helps people to resolve their ambivalent feelings of, connection or disconnection with their family of origin. It liberates them.
Yeah. It's light bulb. It's like, oh,
right.
And then they can start to heal because it's like, oh, it wasn't my fault. You know what I mean? It was just an inability there because of their mental state, their emotional state of being at that present time.
Yes. Right. Yeah. That is so good. That is so good. Courtney, if it's okay with you, I want to put you backstage for just a bit, and hopefully we can, I know she's doing family stuff, so I hope we don't lose her. I wanted to let you know that Pamela Taylor is waiting, and we want to bring her in. But before we do that, we gotta update the scoreboard. The Maternal Matters Favored pledges have increased. We have had 8 supporters so far. This is how this is pretty much how we're giving back, so that 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 we are here. We are truly here to spread information and to share. And we could not do that if it were not for our sponsors. So we just got one or two little sponsor videos we've got to play, and then we're going to come back with Tam and Miss Pamela and Courtney if she is still with us. We're going to do a little bit of that. So we'll be right back, everybody.
Hello, my name is Mario Hicks, owner of Ronnie's Restaurant located in the heart of historic Goldsboro Boulevard. Come to Ronnie's, try our famous chicken and waffles, our mouth-watering shrimp and grits, our garlic parmesan wings, sweet Thai chili wings, honey lemon pepper, the best ever. We have curbside, DoorDash, Uber Eats, or Grubhub. We even have Menufy. Call in now, 407-878-4357. We're ready to serve you.
Hello, my name is Eloy Scott from Houston, Texas, and I'm here to share my amazing testimony about this awesome product called Lviv Yellow. I grew up asthmatic and I had seasonal allergies. I was suffering all the time. When I began to drink this Lviv Yellow, it helped to alleviate that. I no longer suffer as much as I used to suffer. I no longer have an inhaler. I no longer take albuterol. I no longer have to pack a breathing machine every time I travel. This amazing product does my body good, and you definitely want to get yours today.
Hey there, everybody. It's me, the Queen Bee, Evangelist Angie B. I'm your segment producer today, and I'm excited to be able to give Tam just a 2-second break. And now her break is over. I'm bringing her back in. Bringing her back in, Tam. I saw you in the background holding up your bottle.
Yes, I too have my Lviv. As you saw, one of the advertisers there, they have a whole line of products. But I believe in this multivitamin itself. And so a few months ago, I started wheezing out the blue, and I was like, oh, what's going on? You know what I mean? Like, individuals, you guys know, I stopped smoking some years ago. So I was like, oh, it caught up with me,
Yeah.
and I was like, why am I just wheezing? And I went to the doctor, and I was like, okay, you have, a touch of bronchitis. Take this inhaler. And I was like, okay, you know what I mean, doing the inhaler once a month and once a day and so forth. And I was on a missions trip and ran into Joanne and her team, and she was, and just you talk, especially us as women, we talk about things, and I was just talking about some of the things in which I was encountering, and she was like, I got something for you. Hold on. And she went out to her car, you know what I mean? And we were over there in Trinidad, and the terrain, it was kind of up and down a hill. And she went out and she came back with this.
Wow.
And she was like, take 2 caps a day and, and let me know how you feel. And so I did. I started my regimen when I got home, and, just starting to get some relief of the wheezing, and brought up some mucus, not to be TMI, what I mean, but just getting all of that gunk out of our systems. And they have a whole product line of detoxes and other things, fibroids, and so forth. A lot of things in which us women, we encounter with the changes that take place in our body. And so anyone is looking for a product that is natural, that is healthy, it doesn't taste nasty at all, that you will like, just let me know. I will help shepherd you to getting your own product as well, just so that you can start to get some things in that is going to truly enhance your well-being, your life. It's all about enhancing well-being, mentally, spiritually,
Good.
emotionally, and physically.
Good. Okay, well, we're gonna bring Pamela in because she is ready and
Hello.
waiting to share her story. Hey, Pam.
Awesome. Hey,
Hey,
Pamela,
hey,
how
how's
are
everyone
you?
doing today?
Yes, yes. Thank you so much for joining. Let me go ahead and introduce Pamela here. We have Miss Pamela Taylor. She, as a new parent, she faced the challenges of postpartum difficulties head on herself, right? And it was a journey of self discovery and resilience that she had to push through and navigate with regards to it being an emotional roller coaster
Mhm.
that oftentimes accompanies the postpartum period. Through seeking support, practicing self care, and maintaining open communication with loved ones, she was able to just push through. And so she found the strength to overcome some of those obstacles and emerge stronger on the other side. She is a PMAD advocate, and that's not all that she is. Pamela, go ahead and talk to us about yourself.
Yes,
Welcome.
hi. Yes, so yes, I'm here and I dealt with postpartum depression. But be honest, I am part of the educational system, and also I do professional learning. And also it's almost what, like 6 years. That's awesome. Yay. And then also too, I have two daughters. One is 10, the one that I actually experienced the postpartum depression with, and then I also have a 6-year-old. And I've been married for what, 12 years now. So yes, so that
Awesome,
is me.
awesome. That is amazing. And so when I asked, do you mind telling your story on this event? What did you think? What made you agree to it?
Because so actually my aunt, she reached out to me about it, and I was like, well, this sounds pretty good. Because at one point I was trying to do like different things, with getting the information out to women of color, about postpartum depression, because I didn't feel like it was enough of us, like far as on the scene and being present at the table to be able to get this information out, because it had been so taboo, and a lot of times we've always been told, just pray about it, God will heal you. And instead of like really listening and say, okay, it's a problem here and you need some counseling. Some people may need medication, but it's like getting what you need in order to, be healthy. And also that is part of the reason that I am here on this great afternoon.
I love it. I love it. I know we met a little while, so maybe a year or so back. You were doing a podcast in this space, and some of the conversations that were taking place. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Well, actually, I had a blog,
The
and
blog.
now and I would right, and I would blog about my experiences, and with me doing that blog, it really helped me to heal, because it was like, just being able to get it out. Because sometimes, we just hold stuff in. And
Mhm.
some people like to talk about it, some can't talk, and then some like to write. I like to write. So with me writing about it, like I said, it brought out that healing. And then also it put me in a position where I was just, almost just being naked and saying, this is what it is. This is really what I'm experiencing. Because a lot of times we've hidden, behind that smile, that laugh, and now you like pretending
Yes.
like everything okay, and it's not. But it's just like trying to process and navigate through this new world and this experience. And now, which was, I would not lie to anyone, it was not easy. That first one,
No.
during that, those first couple months, it was not easy at all.
Yeah, I was going to say, with regards to your space and your story that brought you here, share with us a little bit about what you encountered.
Well, it was because I've heard about different stories with people, women having postpartum depression, that sometimes it's like it's the onset of it is later. I literally felt depressed after giving birth to my daughter. And it was just like, I had this space in me that all of a sudden after I give birth to her, it just felt like this void. And I was just like, it's just like I was immediately sucked into this black hole. And I'm like, okay, like, why am I feeling like this? I'm like, I'm happy. My baby is here. She's healthy. My husband is here. He's supporting me through this. I have family around me. But I'm just in this black hole. And I'm like, oh my God, what is going on with me? And then through that experience of it, for a while, it took me a while to like really enjoy being a mother because I was so depressed. And even within that depression, I became like, just having thoughts of suicide. Like, okay, if I just end my life, it'll be fine. Like, I won't have to go through this. And now, but okay, once again, being raised in the church, it's like, okay, if you kill yourself, you're going to hell.
You got some decisions to make
Like,
here.
hey, which one? Which one? So I was, just kept praying through it. Even I would remember I would go to sleep and I would cry myself to sleep and I would just pray like, God, please take my life away. Because if you take my life away, then I can go to heaven with you. I can have peace in my life. And that was like, I prayed that prayer so many nights, laying down, just, just going to sleep. And then even remember one time, with my daughter, like I said, just had her probably a couple weeks old. I just felt like, well, God, just take her life then. Because if you take her life, I can go back to just being normal. I can be happy again. And the thing is, I've seen, people make comments on social media when women have those psychotic episodes, and they so easy to judge, to say, oh, like you could have gave that child to your mom or whoever, it's another family member. But when you're in that space, you don't think with a rational mind. All you're thinking of is you want peace. It's like you want to have joy again. And I really just was at that point in my life, like, God, if you just take her, just please take her, I'll be okay with it. And then I'll even pray to pray, Lord God, just let us fast forward to 5 years. So if I can get to her at 5 years old, I could skip all of this. And when it was like one of my lowest points was at work. Because even with going back to work, it was like I forgot a lot of what I needed to do. And I thank God for having like good people around me, great coworkers that were like family members. And they were just like out of like, oh, Pam, did you make sure that you have this paperwork and that paperwork? Because I'm an ESC teacher, well, I was at the time. And also you always had the IEP meetings and all for the individual educational plans. And I would forget the paperwork, like certain pieces and components. And I was never like that. I was always on point. And now, but it was just, I couldn't remember at all. And then also too, one day I was working with a group of kids and I could not stop crying. Like I'm working with these kids and fighting to hold these tears inside. And I'm trying to smile through it. And I'm like, just go back to class and we'll have to make up this time another day. And I cried and I cried and I cried. I don't think I ever cried like that in my life. But it was just like it was just this cry that was just in me that was so strong. And I called one of my dear friends that had dealt with postpartum depression because I had talked to her about it before. And she was like, Pam, this is what it is. She gave a name to what I was feeling and experiencing because I had no clue. And I called her. I couldn't even say anything because I was crying so hard. And she just immediately began to pray. And because of that I'm telling you, it was just like I felt the presence and the peace of God come upon me during that time to stabilize me to the point that, okay, you got to go, you got to leave from work. And me realizing too, part of the issue with the postpartum depression was I was breastfeeding. And with breastfeeding, it was really because you already have a hormonal disbalance, when you are after you have your child, and everything have to be regulated once again.
Yes.
So with me being that imbalance going on, and then with nursing, it was just making it worse because it would be times I would pump. And after I pump, I'm just crying. I don't even know why I'm crying. I'm like, am I sad? Why am I sad? I don't have a reason to be sad. But once I stop nursing, that's when everything pretty much started leveling out again. Because I promise you, I was just in this black hole for so long. And
Wow.
like literally one day I woke up and I'm like, I feel like myself again. And I did the counseling as well throughout the time too, and it was very, very beneficial. And I encourage anyone, don't hesitate if you feel like you need therapy.
Please don't. Yes.
But I'm telling you, I woke up and I was like, oh my God, I feel like Pam. And I was just telling how like you, like, am I in the right body once again? And that's just how it
Wow.
was, right?
Just
Because
like that.
yeah,
Like a
it was.
paranormal experience, like something. Wow. Wow.
Yeah, yeah. And then I see someone put the breastfeeding is natural. It is. It's very natural to return to work, right? Yeah, because I even took off an extended period of time for my maternity leave because I wasn't ready to go back to work. And because I was
Mhm.
like thinking like, oh my God, I gotta leave my child. And
It's,
yeah, with that depression going on. So it was definitely a lot.
I was going to say, when we think about, the United States and the ways in which back then, and I just want to say maybe within the past 3 years, there's been more leniency with returning back to work, timelines for mothers
Hmm.
with maternity leave. And now they're even opening it up for dads and partners and support.
Yes.
We're behind the curve as a
We
country,
are.
right? And here, we just had that comment about returning back to work, and it's obvious, where you're talking, and you probably could have definitely used another month or so
Mhm.
off, right? What are your thoughts there with some of the things in legislation that we have in place?
Well, my thoughts definitely is that we need to work on trying to extend more time for the maternity leave with pay because that's the issue. Is like, okay, I have to get back to work because I
Mhm.
need this money because everything is running out. And also, and we do need to work on trying to fight that to make sure that we have that type of coverage because it's like what 3 months or so, and it's just not enough, and we need to just really fight for that.
Yeah, when we think about the postnatal visits to the doctor and all the different changes that start to take place in the body, just readjusting, But then when we think about the psychological component of it as well, that takes a little longer, And then you're working to get acclimated with a schedule and a routine with the baby and along with yourself. I mean,
Mhm.
these things they really don't happen just like that.
No, they don't. They don't, because you just everything is like you just figuring it out, because when you think you have a routine, then all of a sudden it changes. So, and it's
Mhm.
always changing with little ones, but you have to always navigate around them. They don't navigate around you.
No, not at all. Not at all. Um, you know,
Excuse me.
what are some of the other aspects in which you're combating for this? And you guys are going to hear me say repeatedly this silent crisis, because as you mentioned, there's so much more that needs to be done. You know what I mean? And mothers, one, are needing to start speaking up a little more. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Finding where they are able to find their balance and their happy space. You know what I mean? On a healthy aspect of it all, and
Mhm.
and then we have so many other different practices that need to be put into place. And so we're only one person, you know what I mean, in one community. And so when you think about this specific topic in your community, talk to us about some of the things that you're doing to enhance the visibility of this and so forth.
Well, one of the things that I do is I have this conversation. And I let people know this is what it is because they think like, oh, I'm pregnant, we're gonna have this baby, and it's just gonna be all lovely. It is gonna be lovely, but it's some other aspects of it that you have to be aware of. So usually, especially with my close friends, family members, and all that are pregnant, have babies, and all, I try to stay in contact with them. Like, hey, how are you doing? How are you feeling? And all. And if you feel in a certain way, you need to make sure that you are saying that I'm not okay because it is okay to say I'm not okay. We are humans, okay? We are not robots. That's not how we were created. We are created with feelings and emotions, and you need to be able to express that So it's just trying to create that bridge in order to give others a safe space to be able to communicate how they feel as well. And I also donate to Postpartum International monthly, and to help support them with spreading the word about postpartum depression.
Absolutely, I love it. Well, anyone knows I love Postpartum Support International. I've been a volunteer peer counselor for them for a couple of years, and do a lot of different things with them. And so I love the fact that you're doing that. That just lights up my world because they are such an amazing organization that not just work on a local level but globally. And with regards to this space that we're in, Pam, how can people get in touch with you?
Yeah, you can email me at Pam Taylor 2088 at gmail.com. And I am also on social media at Pam's Truth, and that's on Facebook, or you connect me with me as well on Facebook at Pamela Nobles Taylor on Facebook.
I love it. I love it. If you have a word of wisdom, a little nugget to drop to our viewers, please do. What would it be?
Do not feel embarrassed nor ashamed about how you feel, and because it is natural. It's nothing wrong with being, necessarily you're depressed, okay? And it's ways that you can get support and help to come out of the depression. And now, like I said before, whether it's through medication or counseling, it is okay because we no longer have to have that stigma of, oh, I'm crazy. And because I'm getting counseling, because I'm taking medication, and it's nothing wrong with that. Because if you need it, get it and use it.
Exactamundo. Exactamundo. Thank you so much for your time. If you have availability to come back later on during the evening or so forth, we would love to have you back and just, elaborate more on this discussion because the whole stigma is another thing, you know what I mean? And we need to break that
Yeah.
thought pattern that you got to be closed-lipped about it, and you don't, oh no, they're going to come take my children away, kind of a thing. They're going to take your children away if you don't get the help that you need.
Exactly.
Miss Pamela, I want to, before you go, I want to thank you for being a broadcast sponsor today. We are streaming live on Pamela's Truth, your page on Facebook. Thank you so much for that. Thank you. Thank you. Tam, I'm going to tell him myself I had curled up because, I like to get my rest in before I'm on for 24 hours. So I curled up on the TV under a blanket with a pillow, had the remote control in my hand, was watching an old Star Trek that I had seen 100 times. And the phone rings and I'm like dozing off. And the phone rings and this happy little voice says, "Hi, I'm Pamela Taylor." I'm like, that name sounds familiar. Oh yeah, you gonna be so we had a chance to meet, and I was struggling to get up off the couch to get to my computer to walk her through it, but she was such a delight. And they tell us, thank God we don't look like what we've been through. There was nothing
Right.
in talking to her last night that sounded like what she's talking about now. So I give God praise for the
Yes,
healing
yes.
and the
Praise God.
revelation. And it's just, so you guys look up Pamela's Truth on Facebook. You'll see us broadcasting live there, and I thank you for that. I thank you for helping us to get the word out, Sister Pamela.
Yeah, no
Thank you so
problem.
much.
Please just pop back in. We'll see you backstage, and we'll bring you up. This is a community discussion. And we want to make certain that individuals understand that there's no manual to parenthood, but there's a tribe for every parent, and that's our slogan, and we stand on that thing.
And Tashana Nobles Clark says, "Awesome job, Pamela. Awesome
That's my
job." So,
sister.
there you go. There you go. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. All right, Tam, I've got Juliana in the background. We need her to hang out just a couple more minutes because we've got some news and information to share with everyone. Let me see. I think this is the new tote board, the new one. Yeah. Shout out to author Brenda Williams. She participated in the author challenge last hour. So she's going to get a complimentary book trailer, a promotional video that she can share on social media. to let everyone know about her book. It's gonna the trailer is gonna include her book cover, bio, her headshot, and narration that allows people to hear the words that she has written. So thank you so much, Sister Brenda. Sherrod Mitchell donated, looks like about a week ago. That is so good. And we appreciate Vanita Knight. Thanks, Sister Vanita. She is so enthusiastic. And she has made her donation as well. So more donations will be coming in. Tam will be checking them out and informing us of them. But we want to try to address a question that came in, and I just did not get a chance to put it up on the screen, Tam. But the question said, why don't you partner with some of these larger organizations that do the same thing? And I think you answered that question. You said you volunteer with another. So can you tell us more about how Maternal Matters Favored works with and partners with other organizations throughout the country?
Absolutely. And so we are, me, right, by way of me, we are networked in. So when I was talking about Postpartum Support International, as I mentioned, I am a substance use peer counselor for them. I've been so for several years now, but I'm also a part of their perinatal mental health alliance division, which is specifically for the BIPOC and indigenous community. And so that alliance, they have pockets of regional chairs throughout the country. And so for the state of Florida, there's several of us, and I don't know if any of you have ever visited our website, but if you go there and you see on our resource page, we're all mapped out. And I'm the Central Florida regional chair. And so I'm networked in where I can help to provide some resources for anyone going through whatever that is, perinatal and postpartum, right? And then, so that's just that piece there. And then I actually have a presentation that I'll be going through later on, which I'll actually show that. But we work with churches, we work with the libraries. Yesterday I was at the Winter Park Library. Earlier this year, we did a 6-week workshop with them, and they invited us back. And so we'll be back in the fall. But being partnered in with them whenever they have health fairs, we are able to come through and just spread the word with regards to churches. And so, as I mentioned, in June, we're starting with True Holiness Deliverance Tabernacle with our Life Skills program. And then we also, coming up this week on May 16th, we'll be having a support group there at Roni's with that population of moms, just finding a place. You know how in our community, we get together, we talk over some food. Just make me a plate, you know what I mean? I'll be there and we'll talk, you know what I mean? And so that's the mindset.
Talk over some food. We sure do. Yep.
Listen, right? I'll bring my hot sauce, right? And so we'll be there at Roni's, who's hosting us and part of that community partnership, just to spread the word about some of the services in which we provide. And so that's Seminole County. When we look at partnerships in Orange County, we are networked in with First Baptist Church Orlando. And anyone knows that's that big, huge church there on John Young, right? They actually have several different missionary programs. And so we're out there once a month working with their Haitian ministry that they have. We have a translator, Florence, who actually will be on tomorrow. And we work with her and several other different ministries and different things that are taking shape there as well. So that's Orange County. And then we have a few other different partnerships there. Seminole, Volusia County, we are networked in with the Women of Worth Ministry. And so they are a ministry that I've been a part of several years now. And we just work to get our boots laced up and our sleeves rolled up. And we will come, we will talk, we will pray with you. And a lot of times, when we meet people, we have these different encounters and they start to unpack what some of the situations that they're going through. We then work to make certain that we all adopt what's needed so that we work in our specific specialties to help individuals. And here we are in Flagler County, right? Listen, I have a tattoo. It says grind and hustle for a reason. And so in Flagler County, in our new home in the building that we're at, we actually are connected with the Flagler County Free Clinic. And then there's a few
Wonderful.
other different organizations. I mean, we were blessed to receive a whole bunch of boxes of Narcan, when we're looking at this opioid crisis and that we're in, just to be able to help individuals, meeting them where they're at, despite what it looks like. We're not here to hold any levels of prejudices against anyone.
Right,
We just
right,
want to
right.
help. I
That is
may put
wonderful.
oil on you.
That is wonderful. That
Yes.
is wonderful, wonderful. Well, we're going to take a quick break and introduce the viewers to a couple of the sponsors, and then we'll come right back and hear from Juliana. Thank you so much, everybody. This is wonderful.
Hi, everyone. I hope this day's been good to you. My name is Jamie Rockymore Best. I am the founder of a mental health and wellness magazine called Helpful Living Magazine. And our goal, our mantra, our mission is to end the stigma one issue at a time. And so we do that by creating magazine issues every quarter. And our latest issue is fresh off the press this month. I'm so excited for you to dive in. You can visit us at helpfullivingmag.com to check it out. We have digital and physical copies available to you. We also have a subscription service that is digital and physical. So if it's something that you want to dive into and get, the latest and the greatest issues every quarter without having to worry about purchasing it, it'll be delivered to your desired email or address. And so in addition to the magazine, we also have a journal that I created called Me Time Journal. And that journal is designed with you in mind. We have journal prompts, we have free space, and I also created a positive word bank that you can dive into and implement those words into your journal entries. And last but not least, I have a podcast titled Going Through with Jamie. In this podcast platform, I talk about the good, the bad, and the ugly of all the things we navigate in life. And so you can visit Spotify, and also you can visit Apple Podcasts to find that podcast platform and check out our latest episodes. Again, I am so excited for you today. I hope that all the information that you dive into and that you receive, that you apply it and make it applicable to your everyday life. And then also, I always tell people, do not be everything to everyone else and nothing to yourself. All right. So be well, be good to yourselves today. Make sure that you visit helpfullivingmag.com to dive into those resources. And I look forward to connecting with you there. Have an amazing day. Bye.
Hey there, family. It's me again, the Queen Bee, Evangelist Angie B, and I'm loving today's conversation. I'm learning so much. I'm flipping the pages in my notebook and taking notes because so much of what I'm learning today, so much of what you're learning today needs to be shared with parents, moms, and dads. And so my evangelism troupe, the name of it is The Tour that Angie B presents. And we go out and we bring holy hip hop, Christian, and gospel rap concerts to get the kids excited about the lyrics and the scripture and the love of Christ. But we also bring two very important workshops, the moms in ministry and the dads on duty. And when we get together with these parents, we ask them, what did you learn from your mom? What did you learn from your dad? What do you wish you knew then that you know now? And so our mission this year and moving forward is every time we are invited to come in either live or virtual to present one of these parenting workshops. We want to bring information that we're learning today and tomorrow during the 24 hours of favor. Maternal Matters Favored is doing an outstanding job educating each of us, and we are grateful to be a part of it. I'm grateful to be a part of it. So before we bring Tam back in, I want to let you know about our broadcast sponsors, and we're excited about that. If you are on Facebook, just look for Favored 24 Hours of Favor. I'm sorry, we're on YouTube. If you're on YouTube, look for 24 Hours of Favor. You may also look for Volusia Business Women. These two YouTube pages are currently streaming us live, and we are grateful for that. On Facebook, you can search for Moms in Ministry. That's moms, the letter N like Nancy, Moms in Ministry. And you will see 24 Hours of Favor. You will also be able to search for Dads on Duty, where you will see 24 Hours of Favor. This year is our first year on Instagram. Search for Cora Howard. She is streaming our 24 Hours of Favor. And Courtney Barber is streaming us on her Instagram page. Our next guest is Juliana Nicole. She is streaming us on her Facebook page. And we just want to say thank you to everyone that is watching us live today on May 11th, 2024. It is just about the top of the hour, and our 24 hours are just breezing by. It's kind of exciting. I can't believe our hours are just going forward. And so we want to bring Tam in, see if she has any updates. Hey, Tam. Hey, Tam. See if you have any updates about the donations.
Oh my gosh. I was just here, messaging some friends and family and loved ones. Just, hey, we're on. And that'll speak for itself. No updates at this time, but we are still early in the show. And not to say that we actually started this broadcast at a little over 700. So that's phenomenal in itself. When I think back to last year,
I think our goal was 500 last year.
It was 1,000, but we were like, okay, we're going to do it. You know what I mean? Like just right out the box, we put it together in 3 weeks, and we broadcasted live, and we didn't know what we could get. We were like, look, we're just going to try it. You know what I mean? And we actually got in a little over 1,300. And so we're very excited because, as the business and the operations have grown, so has the need. And especially to the point that, for the most part, a lot of our services take place in the evenings and on the weekend when I'm able to actually carry them out, right? And so a lot of the administrative and other pieces behind the scenes, our board members have been, picking up those areas of slack, and then, volunteers and interns, they do come and go. And so we're at a point where we're actually in need of doing some onboarding and some hiring, not just for some of those administrative pieces, but also for some additional clinical pieces, right? And so one of my visions and goal, is that, when we want to be the change that we see in our communities, it starts with us. And so, the goal is to be able to hire staff to be able to carry out the services that are needed. What I do see, is that sometimes individuals, they may not have all the qualifications, but if you teach a person, they will pick that thing right on up. You know what I mean? They may not have a bachelor's degree or whatever have you, but you have to give them a starting point. Anyone who's worked with me, know that I'm adamant about, taking a project management essentials certification course. It's something free that you can do. You can get a Lean Six Sigma white belt for free. So I will, if you have the mind, I will teach you and I will show you, you know what I mean? And so forth and so on.
Okay, well, I'm going to bring Juliana in because I'm pretty sure.
I would start chatting and I would talk. It's
You're good. You're good. Hey, Juliana, to unmute your
Hey,
microphone and
Julia.
thank you for
Thank
being
you.
here. Thank you so much, dear.
Hi,
Appreciate
how are
you.
you?
Gosh.
Yeah, good to be
How are
here.
you?
I'm good. I'm really good.
This is why I love Angie, because she helps keep me on board. And so, yes,
That's
yes.
okay.
Oh my gosh. Thank you so much for joining us this year at our second annual charity event. And so, Juliana, I met you actually through a broadcast show that Angie was doing, right?
Yes, yes.
Gosh.
And that was a lot of fun. That was the first time I've ever done anything like that. And it was a lot of fun. So I'm really excited to be back here and do this again.
That part. And so, yeah, afterwards, I was like, hey, we connected, on that postpartum level there. And I was like, would you be willing? And so, what were your thoughts? Like, yeah, I guess.
So, I try to be really open to receiving things that come my way because I don't think things are by accident or coincidence. And, in the last couple of years, just in my own journey personally, like with just the divorce that I went through and just various experiences I've had, I've just been really intentional in the last couple of years about not staying quiet about certain things. And so talking about postpartum issues was never really something I had even considered until you had mentioned it. And I thought, oh, yeah, I actually went through that with all three of my kids. I could absolutely talk about that. And I was just really grateful. Like, thank you, Dad, because that was just, it's a wonderful opportunity. And it was really just, again, like something I've never considered, but I'm really grateful for this opportunity to talk about it.
Awesome. And I'm grateful that you accepted. Truly, truly humbled and appreciative. Tell us a little bit about what you encountered. What was your experience like?
So as I said, I had three kids. They were all girls, which some people will say, oh, it's different with boys and girls, the pregnancy or maybe the postpartum depression even. I've had people say that to me. That was not my experience. I had it in a different capacity with all three. When my oldest was born, I did breastfeed all of them, and I'm sure that also played a role in that as well, and it was for an extended period of time. With my oldest, I had the postpartum anxiety quite a lot, to the point where, I mean, anybody even holding her, right, was just like, oh my gosh, I don't know, something, I mean, my brain would just go crazy. I was also working at the time, and I had a really, really short maternity leave, which was a really difficult pill for me to swallow. It was like I was only given 6 weeks, and to say that I was resentful about it was an understatement. And so having to go back to work, so early on when I'm still trying to figure out breastfeeding and still trying to figure out parenting, there was just so much resentment and stress and anxiety I had around that during the times that I was home after work or on the weekends, I didn't want to have anything to do with anybody. I didn't want to go out and spend time with my husband at the time. I didn't want to see friends. If I could not bring my baby with me, I mean, in my brain, it was like the worst possible thing that I could have even imagined. Like, what do you mean I can't bring my child with me? But I'm already so far apart from her all the time. And that lasted, honestly, for a little over a year with my oldest. And when it ended with her, it was almost as if the sun came out. I don't even know how else to explain it. I was like, whoa, something shifted. And oh my gosh, I feel like I've been living in this really weird bubble that I had kind of created myself. And with my second and my third, it was more of a depression thing than with my first, but it was more anxiety with her. But with my second and my third, it came out differently. With my second, there was a lot of really difficult things going on in my marriage. There was a lot of abuse happening. And when she came along, it was just like straight up depression. There was so much just going on in my own life. I was just like, I don't know. I don't even want to get out of bed, but I have to. I have a 2-year-old. I have a baby. Ugh. And it was, again, though, I still like isolated myself from people because it felt like this weight. And with her, that never really left. I ended up getting pregnant again really quickly after that when I was still breastfeeding her. And when my third came along, that was an emergency C-section, and that was like totally different, because I remember just not wanting to be around my older two kids. I was like, I don't want to be around them. I want to be with my baby. I don't know why I don't want to be with them. But I had a lot of anxiety and depression of just like, it was just this irrational thought of like, I only want to be around this little one right now because she was in NICU and I felt like I couldn't leave her, you know? So it came out differently with all three of them. It was a different experience, but it was very isolating and lonely, all three of them, because I really didn't talk to anybody about it at all.
Wow. Your story, is something that resonates with a lot of us women out there. For anyone that's just joining, we're just starting our conversation here with Juliana Rawls, and she is a motherhood coach. She works to help moms go from overwhelmed and burnt out to living in peace and with their purpose, right? And that is so major. She's also a single mom of three, and she's a writer for Blessed Girl Mom, which is a blog, and you can find out more information about that. She has herself experienced some levels of postpartum anxiety and depression after each one of her pregnancies. So she's excited to be here to talk to us with regards to postpartum and how we need to do more in our communities and so forth. And so, Juliana, you hit on something that is as I mentioned, it resonates with regards to the depression and not wanting to be bothered with anyone, and so start to unpack some of that on how you started to bring yourself up out of the muck and the mud, right?
Yeah, so I'd love to say that I intentionally did it with the first two. I really didn't. With my first, like I said, it kind of just happened all of a sudden. I was like, oh, I'm okay. I've been doing this crazy anxiety thing for over a year. And with my second, again, I got pregnant very quickly. So I kind of stayed in this depressed state. But it was with my third that I actually, at that point, like I had a 1-year-old and I had a 4-year-old at home, and now I have a newborn. And with her, now because I had an emergency C-section, I was in the hospital longer. Mm-hmm. And one of the nurses, who was just really lovely, was like, honey, I think you're dealing with some depression, because I was just like in tears. I mean, I had one nurse that was really not very kind in the hospital that was telling me I couldn't see my baby if I didn't walk all the way from my room to the NICU, and I couldn't stand up. But I was like, I'm not going to see my baby. And they ended up sending me to, I guess it was a psychologist there at the hospital. And when I was talking it out with her, she put the name on it. This is very normal. This is postpartum depression. This is what happens. And, her and I chatted back and forth a bit. And it was such a healing experience for me. That postpartum depression with my youngest only lasted 2 or 3 weeks. And it was really after because of the C-section, I had to be on painkillers, which of course messed with your brain a lot. And so once I got off of those painkillers, which was about 2 or 3 weeks after the C-section, it was like the postpartum depression I was able to process it because I had a name for it. Because beforehand, with my other two, when I would try to talk about it, which was with my ex at the time, he was like, you're crazy. That's not, you're just overreacting. You're overthinking this. That's not, get over it, basically. And I really did think I was crazy. And so that psychologist, I can't remember what her name was, but she was just so sweet. She was so lovely. Was really just able to, once she labeled it and just affirmed, hey, you're not crazy. This is very normal. There's a lot of hormones going on, right? And so many women go through this. And just that validation, I was like, oh, okay. Okay. And it just made me feel so much, just alleviated a lot of guilt I had, right? Over even my first 2 babies, where I wasn't able to process that. So having that listening ear and support was crucial during that time.
Wow, wow. And that right there speaks volumes because as we're talking about, community or, being able to have someone to conversate and talk to about what's going on, someone to educate us that, hey, what you're going through is a thing, it's real, it's not all in your head. And let me help you work your way through it is major. When we think about some of the community programs that are taking place and so forth, and I'm asking this to everyone. What do you think can be established more to help moms in this space?
Well, I think, it so many practitioners. I was fortunate to have a midwife that was very knowledgeable in these areas, but again, it was like I felt a lot of shame for even admitting that I felt this way. And so I think somehow just making something like this, I don't know, mandatory, I'm not sure what it would actually look like, but something where it's like this is a standard conversation for practitioners to have with moms. I know they give you that little worksheet, right? They give you this little sheet to fill out in the hospital, but they don't continue to check in with you unless you're really vulnerable and honest with them and say, hey, I'm feeling this way, right? And not many women want to do that. Who wants to admit, hey, I don't feel like being around my kid. I don't want, there's something where I don't know why, but I don't even want to see their face right now. Who wants to admit that? Like there's so much guilt and shame we have over things like that. And so I think so often it falls under the radar because practitioners aren't being proactive and just saying like, hey, let me ask some like deeper questions so that I can uncover this.
The probing.
Right. And just making it more standard instead of like, oh, if somebody says these concerns, then maybe we'll give them this little sheet for them to fill out because they really just do that in the hospital. I don't recall ever getting that sheet except for, right then and there in the hospital. And I think I only got it with my third because I was actually like in tears in the hospital, just like crying, depressed. And that's when they were like, I think we should give this to you. But it wasn't a standard thing. It was just kind of like, let's wait until they show these symptoms. And not everybody's going to make that known.
No. You touch on something that's truly pertinent because I tell the story how, I went through this and my son, he turned 21 in December. And so back then these conversations, it wasn't, it was like, okay, I would go to the doctor and it was like, okay, baby heartbeat, let's get your vitals. Do you need some WIC? You know what I mean? And we'll see you in another few weeks, you know what I mean? But there was no conversation about, how are you mentally prepared for this? You know what I mean? What does your home environment look like? You know what I mean? What support do you have and so forth? And then, and so we're talking about in 2002, when I was being discharged and so forth, it was, I don't even think I don't think I got a paper. You know what I mean? And so, here we are now, fast forward, maybe a decade or so, and still we're hearing similar stories, where there's that need for the attending or, and I had a midwife as well, whoever that is, to ask those probing questions, because what we don't want is for individuals to be released and then they fall into sinking territory, and it becomes a really hard avenue for them to pull themselves out of. And then what we were talking about with one of the earlier speakers, with regards to doulas, you know what I mean? And what does it look like to have that continuum of care? And to the point where you were saying, like, if someone would follow up, these type of things are needed. And so you hit on a really great point.
Yeah, and I think this country is just not as on top of it. I was actually speaking on a podcast with a mom a couple weeks ago on breastfeeding, and she's from the UK, and she was saying how in the UK they have somebody come to your home. I think it's the first 6 months to check out the home environment and to make sure not just that baby's doing okay, but to make sure that you're doing okay. And truly, I was really floored when she told me that, because I've seen that on like a television show, and I thought they probably don't do that anymore. It seems like it just doesn't occur. Does that really happen in real life? And it sounds silly, but when she said this to me, I was like, gosh, that seems like that should be standard. That should be standard to have a professional come in, where it's like you don't have to load up the baby, right? And they're coming, like you said, just to see the home environment too, because like that plays a big role as well. It's not just like, let me get the vitals and let me weigh the baby and how's breastfeeding going or how are they eating. Like there's so much more about, that they could have eyes on that they could help with. I don't know if that would ever happen in this country, but I'm grateful it's happening somewhere. But it's just such a good idea.
There's a push, and we're starting to get there. And I can say this because of some, I'm on this different board, but there's now a push with regards to telehealth. So right now there's a Florida statute with regards to telehealth for a minority maternity care program, and it's pretty much being spearheaded by the Department of Health. But even still, as we're fighting with regards to additional in person type of care, where you were saying like, can they come out? You know what I mean? And so the funding, everyone's always looking at their bottom line. What does that look like? And so forth. And so I would be very interested to see how we progress in that space for postpartum care. To the point where where we don't have to pack up the moms, but for these providers to actually be paid their due diligence. And I say that too because in this group that I'm in, it was talking about how can providers be paid their due diligence and justices with regards to providing in-home care, where sometimes the reimbursement rate for insurance companies isn't at its maximum amount, and that's a whole nother rabbit hole I don't want to get into, at least not yet, right? But
we won't go there.
So there's the reimbursement rates are low, you know what I mean, and providers in that space are suffering sometimes too, and sometimes they're just like, I'll just eat it, because I know that this person needs care, or there's not but so much time that they're allotted, but there's obviously a need for a longer extended period of services to be provided to actually get that mom to a more healthier mental state and physical state as well.
I agree. And I mean, I've had some like WIC, at least in Florida, WIC was very supportive in many ways. I was very pleased with that, especially when it came to breastfeeding. WIC was amazingly supportive and really great at educating in that, specific space as well. But yeah, it's just lacking in that, like, how's the mom doing? How is mama's mental health doing? Like just having that check-in. I'm hopeful for the future.
That part, I love it. And I asked the previous speaker, if you were able to go back in time, knowing what you know now, what would you tell a mom?
I think I would give them a big hug, and I would tell them it's really okay, that it's normal to feel these feelings, and that it's not a reflection of you as a mother. We can be so hard on ourselves, and motherhood is a long journey, and we got many, many years to beat ourselves up and feel guilty, and we got many people that will come in and do that for us too. But in those beginning stages, it's really important to just remember that doesn't define you. It doesn't define how motherhood's going to go for you, and it doesn't mean that you're a bad mom. It just means that your hormones are going a little crazy right now, and to just show themselves some grace, and like it'll be okay. It's going to be okay. You're going to get through it.
Yeah. You heard that, guys. You know what I mean? If you're a mom right now, you're pregnant, you just recently had a baby, you're thinking about having a baby, show yourself some grace. This parenthood, this motherhood, it's its own little thing. And so there are no perfect ways to parent. At the end of the day, find a level of peace on what you've done, knowing that you've done your best. We don't want to say that you just rigmarole and not doing anything that's of truly substantial benefit to your child's well-being or even yourself. But when you are putting your best foot forward, and it starts to not work the way that you want it to, be at peace with that and just try again.
Yeah, we can only try our best and do, what we can with the knowledge we have. No, it's like, I can't remember, I think it's Harriet Tubman that said, like, do better until you know, do better until you know better or something, and then do better after that. It's like, we only know what we know in the moment. And you just keep growing and learning.
I love that. I love that. Before Angie, but to that point, when we look at grandparents and how they say, "Oh, these grandparents are just, so lackadaisical," and back in the day they were like this. It's one of those things, sometimes as parents, you're right here in it, and you're parenting, in 3D, and you learn different things and you put things in different perspective. You do things differently as a grandparent. All right, Ange. Juliana, how can folks get in touch with you?
Right. And that was the question that came up, Juliana. What is Blessed Girl Mama and Thriving Mom Mentor? That was just too much to type, so I figured I'd just come in and ask you.
You're fine, and I need to kind of just make this all one brand. I just haven't done it. Blessed Girl Mom is my blog. It's my website, so blessedgirlmom.com. That's where I have my blog. I have all my coaching information as well. I also have homeschool resources on there for moms also. And then my Facebook is Juliana Nicole, or people can email me as well at juliana@blessedgirlmom.com.
You were a wonderful mom in ministry. I do appreciate you when you were the guest on our broadcast. And I love to see these connections come through for such a time as this. I love to see these connections. Thank you, Juliana. We appreciate you. Pop back in later if you got time. It'd be great to see you again.
Yes, I'd love to.
Talk to you later. Oh my goodness. We have learned so much. And I know your next guest is here and she's waiting. Dr. R is here. However, we Dr. R, if you could just please be patient with us. We do have just a couple of things that we need to Juliana said thank you so much.
Thank you.
Got a couple of things we want to do. The donation QR code is up on the screen. We're asking everyone to make their donations in this hour. Please make your donation in this hour. Our last hour, we asked every author to make a $10 or more donation, and they would receive a free book trailer. That is a $75 value. This hour, in recognition of Nurses Week and Dr. R and some of the other medical professionals, we're asking if you're a nurse, if you're a doctor, if you're in the medical field, please, ma'am, please, sir, make a $20 or more donation and you'll receive a free audiobook from Angie B Productions. Our extensive audiobook library includes books about mothers, fathers. Most recently, we've got audiobooks about the pandemic, just a variety of topics, and we will email it to you free if you make your $20 or more donation. Feel free to use this QR code. We're reaching out to people in the medical profession, asking them to donate. Maternal Matters Favored has the perinatal and postpartum support group. You can join in on the conversation virtually Tuesdays from 7 to 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. There is a life skills program, a 5-week program, one class a week that lasts for about an hour and a half. During that class time, you learn about decision making, self-awareness, communication, goal setting, and financial literacy. We invite you to go to the website mmfavored.org to learn more. mmfavored.org. Special shout out to our sponsors. We could not do it without you. So here's your dedicated video.
Hello, my name is Eloy Scott from Houston, Texas, and I'm here to share my amazing testimony about this awesome product called Lviv Yellow. I grew up asthmatic and I had seasonal allergies. I was suffering all the time. When I began to drink this Lviv Yellow, it helped to alleviate that. I no longer suffer as much as I used to suffer. I no longer have an inhaler. I no longer take albuterol. I no longer have to pack a breathing machine every time I travel. This amazing product does my body good, and you definitely want to get yours today.
My name is Mario. I'm owner of OTC Towing, and I would love for us to provide service for you. We provide service for the Central Florida and surrounding areas for over 14 years. We do light, medium, and heavy-duty towing. We buy junk cars. We provide service for subdivisions, apartment complexes. We would like to connect with you. Give us a call at 321-696-3623.
I would just like to give a shout out to Tam and your organization for securing the sponsors and the financial support that you were able to secure. I know that's not an easy feat, and you had less than 6 months this time around to be able to do that. I'm learning so much about towing and about the Artist Life product, and I had never even thought about sugaring for hair removal, but now the Hairy Goddess has me thinking about that. Well, it's not like I got a whole lot of hair anyway. I'm alopecian. So, but I may get one good hair on my leg once a year. I think I may sugar it off. I think I may. And just the magazine commercial and that restaurant commercial. Ooh, the shrimp and grits. Oh my word. I'm just enjoying that. But I want you to know that if you're looking at this broadcast and you think, oh, my commercial needs to be airing, this is our annual event. And I don't want you to think you've missed out this year, okay? The event has follow-ups. For example, the sponsors and information is on the website all year long. So you can contact us on the website, mmfavored.org, and say, hey, can I promote my this or my that on your website? Okay. And they'll send you over an offer. You also need to know that Maternal Matters Favored is on Facebook and YouTube. And so arrangements can be made to showcase your business, your products, your services to viewers in that way. So don't look at it and think, oh, I missed out. You didn't miss out. We're make a way and make room for each and every one of you. Okay, I got some very special shout out. Shout out to Angeline, Angeline Swansburg. Thank you so much, honey, for logging on and watching. And thank you for tagging another mother. Please feel free to tag other mothers. This doesn't mean that you think the mother has postpartum depression or mood disorder. This ain't calling no, there's HIPAA laws. We ain't calling nobody out, right? But you never know that mother, we generally run in packs. Mothers, do things with other mothers. That mother could know a mother or be in a mother's group that needs help. So please, ma'am, please, sir, ain't it what they say in church? Please take this broadcast and tag someone that you know. Yes, we're raising money for maternalmattersfavorite.org, but we're specifically raising awareness. And we can't do that if everybody's just sitting here looking like, oh, that's a good point. That's a good point. Share it on your page, please. Tag somebody, please. And if I see that you've tagged somebody or that you'll share it, I'll blow you out some kisses. Well, we'll probably do a little bit more, but hey, so every now and then we need some kisses blown at us. Ain't that right, Tam? I'm bringing Tam back in. Come on, Tam. Come on.
We do. We need to give folks their flowers, and so that's really important. And when we're talking about raising awareness, this is what it's all about, because what we see and we do in our support groups, we talk about some of the challenges, that some of the moms are facing, but we also talk about some of the successes. And this is where we share, right? So what a person may have done in their space, may be an eye opener for someone else, and they're able to take that and implement it into their parenting lives and find some success as well. And so it becomes a gift that keeps on giving. And that's what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to be each other's keeper, and when we think about us being the hands and feet of Jesus Christ here on this earth, you know what I mean? We can't just hold on to the treasure, to the talent. You know what I mean?
Gotta be able to
share it. Shame on you if you're not sharing it. You know what I mean? If you got a good recipe,
you gotta share it.
The fat girl in me want to know what that recipe is, because I may be able to, bring some things to life in my kitchen as well.
Right. Okay, we're gonna bring in Dr. R because Doc, we've got questions that have come in, and I've been holding off for your expertise. So I know Tam has some questions and conversation with you, but please tell everybody your name and your area of practice. And then I'm going to ask you these questions first to see if you can answer them. Please, ma'am.
Oh, Angie B., you're just putting me on the spot, aren't you?
I'm trying.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hi, Tam. So happy to see you. Angie, you're doing a fantastic job. So my name is Rosina Malaska. I've been a nurse for 40 years. I was British trained in Oxford, England, moved back to Canada and worked in Vancouver, Canada for over 10 years. And then I moved to the United States almost, it's about 30 years ago. I want to say maybe this summer, when I married an American who was in the Air Force. So my journey as a nurse has taken me all over, pretty much, I guess you could say, the world, because not only am I a trauma critical care nurse for about 30 years, I was a professor for 10 years, I guess I still am technically, and a critical care educator for over 10 years. As a former military wife, I'm divorced. Basically, I've traveled all across the country and worked in many, many different areas. Right. My area of expertise is trauma critical care. Right now, I'm functioning as an educator for the trauma units at a hospital system in the Gulf Coast area here. I worked as a travel nurse for 4.5 years. I started just before the pandemic and I worked through the pandemic. What was absolutely phenomenal about that, I, like many of my colleagues, basically decided I came to this critical juncture where we didn't know anything about the pandemic. Do I stay in or do I get out?
Right.
And I thought, you know what? I prayed and I took a chance and I stayed in. I ended up in Houston, Texas during the height of the pandemic for about 6 months working for Texas Medical Center as a agency nurse, a contract nurse.
Wow.
And I can tell you how phenomenal that was and how much I learned. As scary as it was such as scary and difficult as it was an exciting time as well, learning so much. I also continued teaching at the time. I was teaching online, one doctoral class. So I actually started out as a diploma trained nurse, and I pursued the bachelor's of nursing, the master's of nursing, the doctoral degree in nursing, all in the United States. As my son used to say, Mom, are you ever going to quit going to school? Because I did all of this as a working mom, raising 3 children, moving every 3 to 4 years as a military wife. It was extremely, extremely difficult. You could say that I was the glue that kept my family together, right?
Wonderful.
What brought me into why I'm so passionate about this, as a professor and even in my past in Canada, I was a high-risk postpartum neonatal care nursery ICU step-down nurse half the time. And then I worked in medical surgical for a level 1 trauma center in Vancouver, Canada. Okay.
That's a mouthful. A step down, a turn around, a what? Oh, that was a mouthful.
So when it came to teaching, I taught critical care, med-surg 1 and 2, pediatrics, obstetrics, and fundamentals, right? In Northern Virginia and also in Cleveland, Ohio. So my background as an OB nurse really came into play. And I cannot tell you how much the services of new moms are needed, whether you're low socioeconomic status or not.
Right.
What drew me to Maternal Matters Favored, let's get back to that, is Tam.
Yeah.
I don't remember how you found me. I want to say it's LinkedIn.
Yeah.
What can you say about that?
Oh my gosh. I knew that, initially when I started this, the vision I had was super big, and at the same time, I needed to do some additional re-looking for more board members. And so that started my search on LinkedIn. I had some original board members and I needed some more. It was like, this is a heavy lift. And I just put in a search for perinatal and postpartum, and Dr. Velasca popped up, and it was like, I know you don't know me, but would you be interested, please? And that was over a year ago, and I just don't know how I would make it, how we would run operations without Dr. R's expertise, without insight. I mean, sometimes we're sitting there and we're writing, the one time we were writing a grant, and she's like, Tam, I just want to let you know, I don't know nothing about writing grants, but you can bounce this off of me. And I'm like, okay, so I think we should be saying, and it's that type of personality and mentality that helped to push our initiative forward.
So may I correct you? I want to say we met 2 years ago because I was last year on the broadcast. And
Yes,
so,
right.
And so when you remember me, Angie B, I was in my nursing scrubs. I was past pictures, and I was going to wear a blue dress today, and I thought, I better wear something different. So this is my attire today.
And I'm so glad that you're back, because we need your expertise. There are questions, and they've come through text, and I'm replying to people. Okay, we'll get to your question in a minute. And somebody said, did you forget about me? So I hope they're still watching. But the first question that we have for you is postpartum depression the same as major depressive disorder?
No, ma'am. So after you have your baby, and I've had 3, basically your hormones do a deep dive. Think about it. You're carrying your hormones and the baby's hormones. You deliver this beautiful baby, and all babies are beautiful. And then your body, I mean, it's just like a Mack truck has hit you. And your hormones take a deep dive, right? Along with those would be, it affects your mood, it affects your psyche, it affects everything. Okay. So you have what we call the postpartum blues. All right. Now, according to the literature, if it goes beyond 6 weeks, now you're looking at postpartum blues kind of inching its way towards postpartum depression.
Oh.
Yes, ma'am.
So there's a difference between the blues and the depression. There's a difference.
Right. Big difference. And I have to say, the depression will occur if it's like anybody. You start out at baseline, right? And if baseline, you're struggling with, you're struggling in the home, maybe there are issues in the home. There's definitely, for our low socioeconomic status community members, and I've seen this all across the country, right? Because like I said, I travel nurse for 4.5 years, and I finished March 9th this year. Okay. And I've come across many community members, in the hospital setting. So, if you've got underlying medical issues, mental health issues, financial issues, relationship issues, think about what happens to you now when your hormones take a deep dive, which is what Tam is trying to do, is so phenomenal, right? Because there's so many people out there who don't have a supporting person to basically lean on, right? Whether you are highly educated or not. Every human mother will go through the postpartum blues.
Ooh.
Now, many of us bounce back after a couple of weeks, right? And many of us don't. So your coping mechanisms, your support system, whether you have it or not, is going to come into play. And what Tam's organization, and I should say mine as well, because I'm a board member, I think, right?
Yes.
I apologize. It's just been, I just finished Nurses Week celebration. It was a lot. on the back end of because I'm an educator, putting on stuff for nurses and all of this stuff. So I apologize. But I was so excited when Tam reached out to me. And I think we ended up having like a 2-hour conversation that night. And she was late eating dinner, and so was I. But we just had to get it out there. And every so often, she reminds me, she says, Dr. R, remember why you joined. You are so important as part of this, because there came a time when I couldn't do more than just, what I was doing. And I thought, I feel like a failure. But she said, no, Dr. R, you're contributing so much. So last year, I remembered being on your show, Angie B, and you were so wonderful, and so was Tim. I got ready early because I was a night nurse for 4.5 years. And I got ready early, and I got on your show before I went to work. And I enjoyed it so much. The energy and the focus of what we're doing is so important.
It is.
So important.
It is. And I am grateful for you. Now, this next question you may have already answered, but I want to give you an opportunity in case there's anything more to add. The viewer wants to know, can you just take hormone replacements so you don't get the baby blues, so you don't fall into the depression?
So that I am not sure, because that would be a medical doctor question.
Okay.
But here's the thing. What we used to advise postpartum, and even, I've taken care of antepartum moms as well, is continue your supplementation.
Right.
Whatever supplements you were taking when you were carrying the baby, continue them. And anything else you can do to fortify yourself, especially if you're a nursing mom. And I'm a big advocate of nursing your baby.
Yes.
You spent 9 months or more doing all the right things, taking in the right things for your baby. Why would you not want to nurse that baby,
right,
to continue giving them that strength, that immunity, even if you nurse for a week or 3 months or 6 months, or if you're lucky enough, like my oldest, she went on for 13 months, and then one day she woke up and decided, nope, I don't want that thing anymore.
Don't anymore.
I'm
Yes.
done. Yeah. Some of us are not that lucky, and we can talk about this, Tam, as well, is because not everyone is lucky in the milk production. Not everyone is lucky in the strategies for how you hold the baby to get them to latch onto the nipple. And by the way, I was trained in by one of Vancouver's top lactation consultants as a mom baby nurse, and I've never forgotten that. So when I was teaching OB and my students, all of those came into play, and the nurses at the level 1 trauma center, let me tell you, they loved it when Dr. Z was on, because not only would I help them when the bus rolled in at the door, by taking care, like whether I am admitting babies into the nursery, doing their first baths, their first checks, I was also helping mom with breastfeeding techniques, and I would document it as well. So that's another support. Like if you really, really want to nurse your baby, but you don't know how, and you've got bleeding nipples, trust me, I've nursed mine with bleeding nipples. There are techniques, right? So I hope that answers your question. Continue the supplementation, continue eating and drinking the right things to take care of your body. Because if you're nursing or not, basically, because some people don't shame and blame moms that are not able to nurse. What we can do is we support them. Right.
And
Thank you.
To that point, I because I went through that. Stephen wouldn't latch, and I was like, oh, I'm less than. I went through this whole mental thing because one, I wanted to have them all natural, and so after about 15 hours of he and Han, they were like, yeah, let us give you an epidural. You know what I mean? And then bam, within an hour, I had this young man. But, I wanted to breastfeed. Sometimes, especially first-time moms, you have these grand ideas of how perfect everything is going to go. And then reality hits, and it's not always that, and so to your point, where I was like, oh my gosh, now this kid won't even latch. And now I have to pump, you know what I mean? And then it got to the point where, it was just so painful. I had to, go ahead and get the formula. And I was just like, oh, I am nothing as a mom. And these were some of my personal contributing factors to my postpartum depression and anxiety. It was like, he's not getting all his nutrients, you know what I mean? He's not going to grow fully like he's supposed to. It just spirals. And these are things in which a lot of individuals, if you're listening out there, you're not alone. You know what I mean? These thoughts do take place, but you don't have to stay stuck in it.
No, you don't.
Tam, I'm going to ask this final question, then I'm gonna let y'all continue. The next question that came in talks about the symptoms in men. What happens to a man? And that's the extent of the question. So I'm gonna let y'all talk about that, and then
that in itself is individual. Some men, they claim that they get nauseous, when their wives are nauseous. And I had that. I had hyperemesis gravida for 9 months of my second child. My first child, I was very, very limited in what I could eat.
Hyper who? How you spell that? What's that? What was?
So the name, okay, in layman's term, I vomited every day for 9 months of my second daughter's pregnancy.
Okay, I had that with my first one. I didn't know there was a name to it. We keep talking about putting a name to things, and I promise you, I was vomiting in labor. So yeah, I get it. Hyper
emesis gravida.
Okay, I'm gonna go Google it. Thank you.
So I vomited all 9 months. Every time I went for my checkup, the doctor would say, well, this first trimester, it's going to go away. Second trimester, it's going to go away. Third trimester, well, no, it didn't. I was in labor, and it was an emergency C-section. I had all 3 of my children by C-section. The first 2 were emergency. The third one, I just opted to have it because I had what you call CPD, pelvis. My pelvis was disproportionately too small for the child's head, right? So, I stopped vomiting after they delivered her. So dads now, getting back to the question, some dads go through that. I don't know how to explain it. It could be just like a mental thing where you are so empathetic that you're feeling the same things. I've never really looked into the research about it, so I'm not going to lie. But yes, I have heard of that. Or when the wife has cravings, they have the same cravings. Or when the wife is eating for two, they want to eat for two, the same sort of thing. So yes, behind, the evidence behind it, honestly, I'd have to Google it and look it up. So.
That's good, doctor. And I know that you have a slew of different things that you have in mind to talk to us about. And so I wanted to open up the floor. Everybody, this is one of my board members, Dr. Rosina Malaska. She's super amazing. Have been very instrumental to our program operations, brings a wealth of clinical background, and just has a heart just as big as Texas. And so I'm just once more just super stoked that you're here with us with this second annual. If you missed it last year, Dr. R was just saying how she was, in her scrubs, and she was still able to find time and provided a wealth of knowledge then. And this time around, we carved out your own segment. Take it away, doctor.
Yes. So there's so many things I could talk about. And just to say to you and NGB, if you guys need me to run over, I don't remember what the segments are. I'm happy to, because I've devoted this time, and this is why I didn't do a video, because I felt like I wanted to contribute. I felt like my presence and being able to answer questions on the spot would be more supportive than a video, So there's so many aspects to this. So what are we doing? Tam has been so passionate, and her passion, she talks about my heart. I think her heart is the size of maybe Texas put twice together, right? And she is so inspirational. And no matter how she's feeling or what's going on in her personal or professional life, she just shows this passion for this project, Maternal Matters Favored. And, she has spent so many hours putting it together. And finally, we're seeing what's happening, how it's developing. And to see her dream come true, So what we as a group are trying to do is to meet the needs of the members of communities that do not have the access to these services, right? It is so important as a new mom to provide that service. And, I can tell you in life, all we need is for one person to believe in you. And if you come to our organization, you go to Tam believes in you. One person to believe in you, and you can make it. Here is the thing. It is necessary for us as a group to provide these services, because not only are we making a huge difference to the mother, we're making a huge difference to the start of this child's life, right? Now, if we can support the mom feels secure, and we're giving her the teaching necessary, the basics of being a new mom, how to cope, how to manage your household, maybe simple things like, when the baby goes to sleep, you go to sleep because you're up all day. Don't worry about the housework. Don't worry about this. You're on limited income. Our organization helps you with the planning. Whatever you need, we are there. Now we've got more experts on board to provide this mental health. I need to remind our viewers that this is Mental Health Month, right? And we need to showcase mental health issues does not discriminate. It can happen to anyone, from the wealthiest people in the world to the person that has very limited income. Okay. What we need support. We need to know that there is someone out there. There's an organization like TAMS out there who's willing to give that support. Who do you call? You can't call Ghostbusters. You call Maternal Favors Matters Favored. mmfavor.org. Okay, that's who you call. Even if we're not providing that service, just ask. You never know. We may be able to meet that need of yours, right? Just call.
Yeah.
Just call us.
Community resources. You never know who we
Yes.
know to help you where you're at.
Yes. Think of us as your wing person. We talk about wingman in nursing. We talk, the terminology wingman came about in the armed forces. Who's your wingman? I think about who my wingman is at work. If I run into problems or I'm not feeling great or somebody is giving me a hard time, and we all have those people in our lives, who do you turn to for that support so that you can move on with the rest of your day? Well, you think about this. Who can you turn to so you can be the best mother to that child, that little human being that God blessed you with, right? You turn to us. And we are so indebted to Angie B and all our sponsors who are helping us in this. If you can donate $5, $10, a cup of coffee at Starbucks costs more than $5. Think about how far your $5 would go with our organization. And I challenge anyone. I have nurses, friends, not just across the United States, but across Canada and across the world, because I used to speak at conferences around the world. I even put on my own conference during the pandemic. So I'm donating $20 today. I make other donations as well. And I challenge all my healthcare professionals, all the hundreds of students I have taught the last 10 years. I taught the associate degree, 4 subjects. I taught the bachelor's degree, 5 subjects. And I taught 1 class for the doctoral program for 11 months. The other 2 programs I taught for 10 years. My nursing students, you are all fully fledged nurses who've gone on to be bachelor's, master's prepared nurse practitioners, nurse practitioners in the mental health. I know many of you are in Florida. Match me. Show your love for us. $20, guys. Match it or do better.
Okay? That was an international challenge. We need Canadian dollars. We need
United Kingdom, Turkey. I was a visiting professor in Erzurum, Turkey, and they treated me like royalty. And I'm telling you, it was wonderful. My professors in Turkey, reach on out. I have publications out there, guys. I write as well. I have YouTube videos out there. So my readers, join us. I challenge you. Challenge. I am happy to continue on right now and later today.
Oh, Thank you,
Dr. R.
Thank you
so
my
gosh, you heard it first. International challenge. It's going down right here on our second annual 24 Hours of Favor broadcast. That is my Dr. R. One of my board members. And yes, please, Doctor, if you can hang out. We have some additional time. I know that we have some guests that are here. We're going to kind of get into some of the data behind, perinatal and postpartum. And so, Ange, thank you.
Right. Yeah. Okay, we're going to put you backstage for just a little bit, Dr. R. Hopefully, we won't lose you. We love what you're saying, but that's the pledge. The pledge. Yeah. Get ready to pledge. Oh my goodness.
We're talking life skills here. We want to make certain that we're providing folks with the right resources and tools to meet them where they're at. I was talking with a friend, and it's like in the Bible is like the land of milk and honey. Well, depending on where you at in your walk, you can't take on no honey. You need to get some milk. You know what I mean? And so once more, with the programs that we build and we develop here, it's to really meet a person where they're at. And so, we want to work you from investments, right? What does that look like? Well, maybe first we need to talk to you about just getting an Acorns account. And so every dollar that you spend, it rolls up, and then that way that money works and does what it needs to do until you get to a point where you're able to play the market, right? But at the end of the day, we're talking about kingdom assignments and legacy building. And so don't think that it doesn't include you, because we all have been given an assignment. We all got to cross the bear.
Okay. Well, we got the co-founders of Postpartum Peace of Mind that are waiting to join us, and I definitely want to bring them in. But one of the questions that came in, I want you to please address it. People want to know more about the Life Skills program. What exactly do you learn during the 5-week program?
Awesome. And so as you pulled up there, we're going to be making some better choices and decisions. In life, there's choices, decisions, and consequences. And so what does it mean to make a healthy decision? Do you get a Louis purse, or do you go ahead and maybe pay your car note?
Oh,
You know what
wow.
I mean?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Self-awareness. And so, it's okay to be in tune with yourself and know what situations can bring out the best and worst of you, and so forth and so on. Communication. How do you communicate that? And so one of the things that I do in one of our workshops is I statements, and you don't have to follow I statements to the T, but you want to be able to communicate how you're feeling, what you're thinking, and it be in a healthy manner where it doesn't escalate into a big powwow. Goal setting. And so, there's that cliche of SMART goals, right? And what does that really mean? Well, let's try to map out what it is that you want to achieve in your life and put a plan into place. And then once more, as I just mentioned, with regards to financial literacy, we have to be more smart with our money and make better choice decisions. And so that's just a high level. Of course, there's curriculum and it goes in depth, and you do have homework. We're talking about self-work, so this is not just for me, it's for you as well. And these things are tools in which you can pass down to someone else. Tell a neighbor, tell a friend, because once more, we're not keeping these talents to ourselves.
All right. We're gonna find out more about that restaurant in Sanford that just makes me hungry every time I see the commercial. And we'll be back with our next round of special guests.
Hello, my name is Mario Hicks, owner of Ronnie's Restaurant, located in the heart of historic Goldsboro Boulevard. Come to Ronnie's, try our famous chicken and waffles, our mouth-watering shrimp and grits, our garlic parmesan wings, sweet Thai chili wings, honey lemon pepper, the best ever. We have curbside, DoorDash, Uber Eats, or Grubhub. We even have Menufy. Call in now, 407-878-4357. We're ready to serve you.
Is mommy okay? On social media, people viewed me as a supermom, but the postpartum depression I had with my son and the lack of support left me feeling like a prisoner in my own room. I was in a toxic, abusive relationship, and now I had a newborn attached to my boob. I was exhausted all the time, and the only way out was my phone. But then the internet turned on me too, of course. Postpartum caused me to gain more weight, and there was already so much stigma for women my size and for mothers in general. I was fighting a war on both ends. Was my body bigger? Yes. Was my body also trying to protect me? Also yes. I had surrendered to the idea that my body was there to nourish my baby, but it was harder for me to accept that nourishment for myself. What about me? What I needed at that moment was support, community, and encouragement. Everybody says that it takes a village to raise a baby, but nobody realizes that a mother needs a village too.
Is mommy okay?
Mommy is okay sometimes, but not all the time.
Everything becomes about the baby. I mean, this isn't a real baby. There's no one there to help you through the ups and downs of postpartum.
I try to be as independent as possible, but I feel like as a mom, if I ask for help, I'm failing. If I can't do everything on my own, I must be doing something wrong.
And then came the hormones.
The hormones!
I'm sorry, Jonathan.
I learned who I was really young, but overnight, that girl was gone. And it wasn't just me. My husband became a new person too, and our relationship became a new relationship.
You know what else was new?
the debilitating anxiety, the exhaustion. I thought I needed to be the backbone of the entire family, but I found myself unable to be there for them in the way that I wanted. And I kept thinking, is this normal?
None of this is normal. Why was I being talked down to? Why did I feel like just a number? Why did this whole system feel so broken? I felt ashamed that I didn't know more about my own body. Pregnancy and the path to motherhood is so much harder than anyone prepared me for. And honestly, why don't we talk about it more?
Why don't we talk about this?
The anxiety!
The mom guilt.
The loneliness.
The lesson I've learned is that life is so incredibly short, so I say yes to everything now, even help.
Turns out this level of anxiety isn't where I have to live. I deserve a baseline that feels good. Mothers need more support. I mean, we can't do it alone.
Society needs to take postpartum and what moms go through more seriously. You have to be nurtured to be a nurturer.
Everybody says that it takes a village to raise a baby, but nobody realizes that a mother needs a village too.
When was the last time you asked?
Is
mommy okay? Not okay!
I wasn't okay. I didn't know what okay was. All I know is my mama told me, you better sleep when the baby sleeps. Okay, well, how was I supposed to start the laundry or do the dishes or go to work? I wasn't okay. I wasn't okay. And I shudder to think that my daughters or my nieces or anybody else after me will not be okay. So this is your warning. I'm going to be the hands-on person that just kind of comes in, be like, here, give me the baby. Go take a bath. Give me the baby. Go get something to eat. Give me the baby. Brush your teeth and put on some deodorant. Give it. Because I think, and in my experience, healing, and I continue to heal from major depressive disorder and generalized anxiety disorder, aside from pregnancy and being a mother, I know that sometimes I just need somebody to come in and say, okay, I'm going to do this. You go do something else. And if that's all I can do, that's what I will do for children and their parents. Okay, Tam, I've taken up enough time. Come on back in. I know you have two fabulous guests that I met last year.
Yes.
Oh, and they're coming in right now, ladies. Oh, it's so good to see you guys again.
Hi. Awesome.
Hello.
Oh my gosh, we have the sensational postpartum peace of mind in the building. Just let me go ahead and do the introduction here. Let me see here. Alrighty, so we have Latasha Reese and Rachel Brown. Latasha Reese and Rachel Brown are co-founders of Postpartum Peace of Mind, which is a phenomenal 501c3 nonprofit that centers the experiences, health, education, and safety of perinatal women of color, right? And so that's the main focus. They are accomplished individuals, and they accomplish their work by providing free postpartum period supplies and connecting mamas to evidence-based services to support their postpartum recovery. To date, 1,000 women have been served in 34 states in 2 countries. Right? Oh my gosh, that's phenomenal. And I think we can add on to that. Last week, we were at a community baby shower by, it was hosted by True Holiness Deliverance Tabernacle, and you ladies shipped 3 boxes. Like these were huge. I pulled up and I was like calling my son. I'm like, hey, can you help me get these boxes in the house? And they were a hit. They were a blessing to the moms. And so just thank you, ladies, once more for what you do. Go ahead and talk to us.
Sure. First, Tam, Rachel, I think I spend the most time with both of you collectively than you two spend with one another. So Tam, I see at least once a month, and I just want to acknowledge how incredibly proud I am of you, Tam, because your passion was clear from the beginning, like since I reached out to you on LinkedIn. But, even beyond that, in the last year, you've accomplished so much, and you've gotten so many people to buy in and really believe in this work. And God has truly blessed you. Like, I wish you could have seen my face when you posted about the office space that you now have and are preparing for your grand opening. and that someone was willing to donate. That's buy-in. That's believing in the work that you do. I was ecstatic.
Yeah.
Because I know how much work you've done in your community. You transition communities, and you put yourself in there and out there so fast. And we are very, very proud of you, Tam. And we are honored to be here.
Yes, 100%. And to piggyback off of what Tasha said, I'm more of a silent person on LinkedIn, well, very silent on LinkedIn, but I can see all of the work that you have done. So congratulations on your accomplishments. And I know so many lives have been touched just by what you have been able to do. So you deserve a lot of kudos for all of the things that you have done.
Let me stop it. I got my little pack of tissue here, but yeah, we're just out here trying to change lives, right? And this is what we're doing. For those who don't know, this duo here was on last year as well for our inaugural broadcast. And, when I started putting together the list for this year, because of the information you ladies bring, I was like, would you be willing to come back on and just brighten up our lives with some of the data, and for those of us who are data freaks, you know what I mean? Sometimes you really don't believe that something is so until you see it. You see it in black and white. The data doesn't lie. And so I'm just very stoked with regards to what you are presenting. When we look back from where we were last year, and now here we are with things that are taking shape. With that, I'm going to stop talking.
Yes, so I don't, there's so many places that we can start, but the biggest thing is that we have had the opportunity, even since, ever since our first anniversary, which was last month, our goal was to reach 1,000 moms in 12 months. So I was a little late posting because we had so much going on with, Black Maternal Health Week, and all the beautiful things and events that occurred during that time, and that fell very close to our anniversary. But and it looks like we're going to surpass our goal of 2,000 moms this year, because we're already pushing 15. So that's an additional 500 moms just in the last month and a half. Because it's like, once the word got out, the word got out, and we've had the opportunity, like you said, to collect data with these moms, to have conversations with these moms. We allow opportunities in our survey for moms to, be vulnerable and say, is there anything else that you need us to know to, better support you? And Tam, I can't tell you the language that we've gotten back from some of these moms, right? It makes this, Maternal Mental Health Week, it makes organizations like yours, like ours, like Postpartum Support International, so important, because we've gotten messages from moms saying, I feel like I'm letting my kids down. I feel like I'm letting my family down. I don't know what to do. I feel trapped. And that for us is immediate. Okay, we need to connect you to a mental health support like now, right? And do that warm handoff. But, that's really our goal as an organization. One is, bare basics. Moms have to have access to postpartum resources, hygiene resources to support their recovery. And I'm pretty sure I said it last year, but I was not prepared for what postpartum would look like physically. And I'm a physiologist, which is crazy. Like, that is literally my background, is clinical physiology, but I was not prepared for, the changes in hormones. I know about the changes in hormones, but knowing and experiencing are two completely different things. Yeah. And, I was not prepared for that. I wasn't prepared for how many pads and all these things. Like, I would be in the bathroom trying to do same day shipping for Amazon, because, you just go through things so quickly, right? And that's all impacted by breastfeeding, and there's stress. There's so many factors that contribute to a woman's physical recovery postpartum. And we really wanted to give moms at least the bare basics, right? Let's make sure you have access to pads, wipes to help you feel clean, soap, self-care items, a candle, something to make you feel clean and clean during your postpartum period. And ideally, up to 12 months postpartum, moms can request period packs from us up until they reach that 12 months for baby's first birthday. So, that's a big part of our work. And then the other things, do we transition in the slides? Or me and Rachel can talk. We've done it before.
Yeah, you can leave it up and we'll just go.
Right, we could just conversate about all the good things. But along with that, we also have our community builder model, which is what Rachel is. Rachel is our designated community builder. So her long title is Director of Community and Client Relations, which we never use. We just say she is our designated community builder. So yeah, please tell us about the amazing work you do as community builder. Hey, that's us.
There we go. Oh, we can skip past that. But as a community person and wanting to build community, we are really focused on those five key areas that we have just realized from our own research. So that's going to be doula care. That's going to be mental health support, lactation support, nutrition, and the last one is physical activity. So pelvic floor therapy, things like that. So all of these things are key issues that we've identified. I am so sorry. I know that she's trying to catch up to where I'm at. We've kind of gone past the problem area.
This is live TV, everyone. For
Yeah.
real.
So we are able to make sure that, or we saw that those 5 areas were needs. And what we did in the background was anytime that we had a mom that requested a pack, we, of course, with her consent, took data. We asked different questions, different survey questions to identify those areas and see what exactly it was that they would have wanted. So when it came to lactation support, and this is a huge area for Tasha where she's really leaning into right now, but lactation support, more than half of moms wanted to initiate these things, but they didn't have any of the resources. They didn't know how to connect everything. They didn't know what it was that they could do because they were able to, some, not all, were able to initiate breastfeeding in the hospital. It's easier to do that in the hospital, but when you are at home in the midnight hours and you're by yourself, it's not that easy. So we are able to see that there are so many moms that weren't able to have access to that or have a resource for help and support in that area. And the same thing goes with mental health support. An overwhelming amount of moms need and desire and want mental health support because it looks different for us, right? It doesn't look like it may look on our counterparts. And it's not to say that it doesn't look similar. There are moments where there's mood changes and crying and those depressive episodes, but at the same time, Black women tend to hold their depression and their mental health issues, physiologically. So it may look like a gut issue where there's stress in their stomach. It may look like back aches and different somatic areas where they are truly in pain, but that's also a symptom of that postpartum depression. And they're not really able to easily identify that because it doesn't look like our counterparts. So we want to make sure, and that's part of our model, is bringing those things to light. All of these different cultural areas, and even if you want to get into it culturally, just food. Something that Tasha's often said and recognized, when she was going through initial postpartum period, was she still wanted to eat food, and you don't want to eat like a bird. You don't want to, I'm just saying, if you want to enjoy salads and those are things that you enjoy and you love, do that. But not every mom is going to do that. Some people like things that are like things culturally comforting to them.
Absolutely.
Tasha she's been around a lot of Jamaicans for a latter part of her life thus far.
Yes.
So she wanted the rice and peas, she wanted the jerk chicken, brown stew chicken, all of those things. There are moms that, if they're from the islands, they want island food. If they're from the South, they want those Southern comfort foods. Nobody is saying don't have it. You just have to recognize what is good for you in the proportions and moderation, all of those things. So all of these things play a role, and we can't speak enough about doula care because we love doulas. They're so important. Tasha is a certified doula as well. She's a postpartum doula. And, coming into this work, I can say from my own experience that I didn't know what a doula was. I would get them mixed up with a midwife. I thought a midwife and a doula were the same thing. And that's still common. A lot of women do not know that there's a difference. The doula is that they're your advocate. They're your champion when you are in the delivery room, especially if you don't have a partner that's there or that can't be there. They can be there for you. And they are going to be the ones that will help you along during those moments, those tough times, and giving you encouragement, giving you advice in terms of, caring for yourself and caring for baby. So doulas are essential. And there's actually literature now that's out there that supports that. It supports that there's improved maternal health outcomes for women that have doulas. So we want to make sure that everything that we do, and as you had mentioned it, Tam, at the beginning, is evidence-based. We are not here to do any harm to moms. We want to make sure that we are providing them with all of the resources, all of the things that as Tasha mentioned, that she realized that she wished she had right after giving birth, and B, things that are going to improve their maternal health outcomes. And there's a lot more that we will continue to go into, and I don't want to take everything away, but all of those 5 areas have been, and I don't think I touched on pelvic floor therapy, which is huge. Sorry, I didn't touch on it, but pelvic floor therapy is something it's definitely more in the most recent years. It's getting a lot more light shed on it because of the assistance. And again, Tasha does a lot of that physiological, she has a lot of that background, and she explains, and we luckily so graciously have 2 pelvic floor therapists on our board for postpartum peace of mind. But they explain to you the importance of your pelvic floor and the health, and making sure that you're able to do exercises, because when you're sneezing and peeing, people say that's normal after giving birth, but it's not normal. There are ways that you can mitigate that and to combat that type of experience that you're having. So we want to make sure that all of those things, so the doulas, physical activity nutrition, pelvic floor therapy, lactation support, mental health support, all of these areas combined will help to improve the maternal health outcomes for moms. And we've started in a small area where we thought it was going to be, okay, we'll service Palm Beach County, as to where you said we have gone across the country. We've gone into other countries.
3 countries as of today.
Yes, 3 countries as of today. So we are really wanting to make sure that this message gets broadcasted, so we can help serve as many moms as possible that don't know these things. They don't know what's helpful. And I'll just say one last thing when it comes to the community building. And Tasha, I'll let you hop in here. But last month in April, for Black Maternal Health Week, we had the opportunity to go to speak at a conference in Charlotte. And we did an exercise at the end of our presentation where we spoke to doulas and other healthcare practitioners that are in the field. So this was a conference geared towards health-minded professionals. And we had them going around the room trying to find these different areas and easily identify, a lactation support person, a pelvic floor therapist, a mental health support, or a mental health therapist. We had them going around. It was very interactive, trying to piece these different things as part of the community builder that we've come up with. And they had a very hard time of doing that. Wow. Imagine a mom that just gave birth, who may or may not have familial support, trying to piece all of these things together herself, that doesn't have all of the knowledge and the tools of what she needs. Just imagine her trying to go through and do that. That was an exercise. And at the end of it, all of those practitioners really thought, like, wow, that is true. It is hard. Just to try and do it in a short amount of time. And exactly, it's defeating too. The mom will feel helpless and just, I can't do this. So we want to help, as our organization, we want to help bridge the gap and find ways for a mom to where she doesn't have to take everything on her shoulders. and feel like she's in it by herself. But we're a community.
Period. I love this because this is something in which, we've been harping on, you know what I mean? That you don't have to do this alone. If you raise your hand, raise, your matters up the flagpole, you can get some assistance with regards to some of the things in which you're trying to navigate through, because to Rachel's point, it becomes a lot. And if you don't know, you know what I mean? If you don't know what you need, then you don't know where to go to seek it, and so forth. And one of the things that you mentioned a little bit earlier is like, okay, well, Tosh, you went through these certain different phases postpartum, and was like, oh, going forward, you know what I mean? I know that this is what you need, a pinch of that, and this, and that. And this is what it's all about. You know what I mean? We are to be each other's keepers. And so for anyone out there and you're listening, please, once more, you know that you don't have to go at this alone. You know what I mean? There's individuals in pockets all throughout the state, all throughout the country, and multiple countries that are willing and able to help. And it starts with, and this is just a shameless plug, Postpartum Support International. Right?
Not shameless.
Listen, we have to, me and Tosh, and Rachel, we work underneath their umbrella in different facets of it all, and we'll actually be having someone coming on from PSI a little later on. But if you don't know, you know what I mean, and you don't think that you can find someone locally, start there. And you will be able to get trickled down into someone that's a little more closer. And we say that because Maternal Matters Favored, we're on the directory, right? You guys are on the directory, right? And there's actually coordinators that will actually help you depending on what it is that you need. And so we're working to cast a large net to make certain that we're able to provide services, life enhancing services to individuals. We're doing the work, guys. Tosh, I didn't know if you wanted to jump in on something.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just enjoying listening to you talk, and there's never a shameless plug about Postpartum Support International. Tam serves as a regional chair for her region, and again, does amazing work. And our goal within that work is connecting healthcare providers, because the reality is, Rachel says it a lot, it's very difficult to pour from an empty cup, and that's just not for moms. It's also for the people who serve moms. And, in our groups that meet monthly, there's always we're always doing something. Like everybody that's in our cohort for the regional chairs is always doing something to support moms. And we've, I'm very proud of the work that we're doing through the Alliance for the state of Florida, because one, we have managed to meet regularly, and everyone's schedules are nuts, but we have managed to meet on a very regular basis and support one another in the work that we are doing. And that's really our, mission for Postpartum Peace of Mind is, building those communities and supporting those that have largely been marginalized. We that's why we said in our mission that we center the experiences of women of color, because we're tired of being marginalized. I am tired of being marginalized. I'm tired of, my health and my wellness and my safety being pushed to, the outskirts to support others. And I think that everyone can find a place in health and wellness. But for our organization, our goal is to center these moms. We'll never turn a mom away. If you reach out to us for resources, we do not turn moms away. However, our research, we focus on moms. Our cohort group, which we started in January with 10 amazing moms from across the country. Tam, we're going to have you come in as a speaker at one point to speak to our cohort moms, because when I say these women are no joke, they are incredible with powerful stories, and their willingness to be vulnerable with us from the very beginning has been monumental. Like, we were genuinely concerned during the first meeting, are we going to need to have more prompts? Are we going to need to have more leading things, questions to get conversations flowing? And it was not the case. Every meeting almost has gone over time. We try to stick to an hour because we know moms' times are precious, but the things that they bring up, they have, brought up concerns and experiences that we haven't even thought about. One thing that we're working towards with an amazing organization out of Lagos, Nigeria, is to address prescription medication during pregnancy and postpartum, because we have a mom very transparent about her mental health diagnosis, the medications that she had to take, and her fear when finding out that she was pregnant about whether she'd keep taking her medicine. And she has a very serious mental health disorder. So it wasn't something that is like, oh, I can just stop taking my medication. Just taking the medication itself and stopping turkey had consequences for her body. Better yet, her mind, right? So she was terrified. But that's not something that's regularly talked about. For, you know, to do the PMHC, you have to know these things as part of the exam. But a lot of people don't have those conversations. It's, oh, well, once you get pregnant, the only thing you're taking is those prenatal vitamins and that's it. But what about moms that need more specific care, right? Why does mom have to abandon her well-being with her baby? Right? Well, there has to be a way around. There has to be a way to do both. And that's something that we really want to, you know, hone in on going into this fall is, you know, having those conversations about prescription medication, managing chronic diseases when pregnant and postpartum. You know, there has to be a middle ground. And we want to provide moms with as much education, with as much support as possible. Like Rachel said, evidence-based support. We are true data lovers over here. We take it very seriously. You know, so our goal is to make sure that moms have the tools that they need, one, in language that's accessible, and two, in a way that the literature says it helps. And ideally, change the rhetoric in the literature because it is not always representative of Black, brown, and
part. You know, when we think about DEI, you know, the A part, accessibility. And so, you know, making certain that, you know, the language speaks the way it needs to and that it could get to folks as needed.
Absolutely.
Good stuff right here. I was going to go into something, but Angie's my scorekeeper here. Where we at, Ange? What we got going on? Oh, you're muted.
What about right now?
Yay.
Perfect.
Sorry about that.
Yes. Yep, we can hear you. And now we can't. Now we can.
Okay, sounds good. Sounds good. It's 2:30 and we need to take just a quick break. But ladies, there were a couple of questions that came in I want to present to you. And if you can remain until after the break. The first question is, what does WIC do? So when I responded to that, they're like, well, doesn't WIC provide all this information? So I guess it doesn't. And then the next question was, what services do you offer for dads? Because my woman is going through it. So we got to play just a couple of quick commercials and then we'll be right back. We'll be right back, everybody.
Shine, yeah, woo! Banana boat, shine, hey. Let's get it, yeah. Let's shine. We gon' shine, you gon' shine, we gon' shine, we gon' shine. Hey, I gon' shine, you gon' shine, we gon' shine, we gon' shine. And there ain't nothing to it. Futures in sight, when it takes flight. Shining is my life, yeah, that's right. Shining is my life, yeah, that's right. It's a dark world, plenty dark days. People losing hope and losing their way. Stressing out from the struggle daily. Too many walking dead, too many digging grave. I heard that love was the answer, and I believe that true. And that the hate is the cancer that destroys the truth. See, I got that light, and you can shine too. Go ahead and go, baby, that's what you're supposed to do. Don't let the cares of this world dim your light, boo. Shake it off, we gon' shine through. Don't let the cares of this life dim your light, boo. Shake it off, we gon' shine through. Hey, hey, let's shine, don't shine. Salt of the earth, walking with Christ. Yeah, that's a perk. Came to empower, came to influence. Rebuke the vision, run as a unit. Let me teach you how to shine, become a student. Watch your lifestyle rise, got people clueless. Even though you're human, try feeding your newness. Take advantage of the life, opportunist. Better know that you're called, you got purpose. No matter what the world says, try to hurt you. You more than what they see on the surface. Go ahead and tap into your greatness, though you worked it. Don't let the cares of this world dim your light. Shake it off, go ahead and shine, shine. Don't let the cares of this world dim your life. Shake it off, hey. You gon' shine, we gon' shine, we gon' shine, boo. You gon' shine, hey, we gon' shine. Come on, ain't nothing to it but to do it, baby. Nothing to it but to do it, baby. Hey, you gon' shine, you gon' shine. Let go, let go. Let's get it. Yeah. Let's get it. Ha. Look. Let's get it. And there ain't nothing to it, yeah. Shine. Get it. Hey.
Is mommy okay? For me, postpartum manifested as anxiety, and it lasted 2 whole years. In a word, it was hell. Hell mixed with the most beautiful newborn memories, but still hell. I was like a clenched fist that couldn't relax. My shoulders were up, my toes were curled inside my shoes. I was back at work within 3 months, and I thought my brain and body would just go back to normal. They'd just magically readjust. I have played some really tough women, but on some days the anxiety was debilitating. I felt like I wasn't good at my job. Why can't I remember any of these lines? Am I funny anymore? Don't answer. I knew I needed help, but what happens if I ask for help and I don't get it? What if help means I have to take even more time away from my daughter to see a therapist? And what if no one can help me? What if? But I finally did get help. Turns out this level of anxiety isn't where I have to live. I deserve a baseline that feels good.
I am in my happy place, and I've got Georgia on my mind. Save the date. It's time to shine at the 8th annual Bold, Beautiful, and Bald Beauty Bazaar and Weekend Retreat. Join us September 19th through the 22nd, 2024 in historic St. Mary's, Georgia. A fundraiser for the National Alopecia Areata Foundation, spreading awareness and acceptance. Follow us on Facebook, Bold, Beautiful, and Bald Beauty Bazaar. Our host hotel this year is the Shore Stay Plus by Best Western, St. Mary's, Cumberland. Weekend retreat activities include the Friday Fun Photo Shoot, picnic lunch back at the hotel, and the Royal Blue Beauty Bazaar Fashion Show takes place on Saturday. For more information, call 407-914-6519. That's 407-914-6519. I'm in my happy place. Come join me. Hey everybody, it is me, the Queen Bee, Angie B. I am here, and we have a couple of really tough questions that have come in. So I'm bringing back our host and the founder of this organization, Tam McRoy, and I'm bringing in her 2 guests so that we can possibly see if we can answer some of these questions. Now, the first question is, what does WIC do? And I guess that relates to, does WIC offer some of the services that you ladies collectively offer? Now, I had my children in the early 90s, so I don't have a real recent experience with WIC, but I do know that they were providing nutritional resources like food and things. So, how is the postpartum peace of mind organization kind of filling that gap that WIC leaves behind?
Yes. So WIC is a federally funded program, women and children. And yes, so they do provide or they give access to nutritional support, which, back in the day, my mom was very transparent. She had to use WIC because she was working and raising myself and my sister. And she had very little help, between interpersonal issues with my family members and, my biological father. It was a lot going on. So she did use WIC, and she said that was a big thing, was having access to groceries, because that's always the biggest thing, especially for a mom when you're dealing with, limited resources, is how am I going to feed my kids? So yes, they do provide that. They provide lactation support they have a peer support program that's very well established for lactation support. If you are enrolled in WIC, I do believe they have access on it's like a case management basis, but I think they kind of base their services off the mom's individual needs. For us, one thing that we learned, and we did have conversations with moms who have had to use WIC in the past and moms who chose not to use WIC in the past, is that there's so much cultural stigma around using government-based help.
Oh, yeah.
So we had that was something I heard from my mother, was that it took her almost a full year to be willing to accept help through WIC,
my God.
because she, between her coworkers and, like I said, interpersonal issues with family members, there's this image of what, media has painted for women who use government-based help. And you have women who don't want to be I'm not that, that's not me, I don't need that. And that's really not, in our opinion, what the purpose of WIC is.
Right.
Exactly.
Right.
So for us, we don't have an application process. Mom's socioeconomic status means nothing. We don't care how much money you make. If you reach out to us and say you can get your help. So we don't have those specific criteria in order to be a part of the programming. That's one gap that we are working to fill, along with providing in-house lactation support, which is something our clients have really asked for, is connecting to food pantries around the country, because that's something else that we've had to buy groceries for moms because they didn't have food. Like recently, we had a mom who, again, didn't want to, amazing mom, who didn't want to say that she needed help until she literally had no other options. And she didn't go to WIC.
Jesus.
She went to someone she knew. She went to someone she trusted and was like, this is where I am.
Right.
And I need help. And that person was willing to reach out to us. And with that individual, we were able to coordinate to get the mom the things that she needed that day.
Wow.
You bring up a good point, because I've been there, you know what I mean? I've been on stamps before, you know what I mean? Had that gold card, and so forth. But, how can we as a community find more discreet ways, or, how can we as a community start to lift that level of stigma that a person is placed with because they're at a moment in life where they actually need assistance, and I think it kind of goes to a kind of like a mean girl or bullying,
It absolutely is. Yes, where you're not anyone in this group. I mean, a general you have people who are bullying, criticizing, and now you have social media and all these things. You have all these jokes and memes about moms who, or families that may need to use government-based help or supplementation. Why would you want to reach out, right? With the fear of what comes, the consequences. I think you mentioned that when you were on the break, we were listening to you. But you said, all these decisions, there's a consequence, right? So moms are weighing the balance. Like, is me being able to feed myself and my family worth the consequences of who I'm going to receive assistance from? And that's not a decision anybody should have to make.
This could get really deep, because when we think about culturally, some of the disparities that take place mentally, sometimes you'll have individuals, and this is something, kind of going towards our life skills program with making good financial decisions, so you'll have individuals that are trying to dress up like they're here, but they aren't. And then they are, at some point okay with asking for financial assistance,
Right.
or whatever that looks like, for a food pantry and so forth. And then sometimes folks truly aren't. And so they're looking all polished, but they're hungry on the inside. And so is their household.
Now, we do have a viewer that sent in these single parent tips, and they want to know if there's anything else that you believe could be added to these tips. It says, single parent tip, you're never ready to be a parent. There is never going to be a great financial time, etc., to be a parent. You need to apply for WIC, which is Women, Infants, and Children. Apply while you are pregnant. Always think of the future. Apply for child support. You did not conceive this child by yourself. Support is for the child. I know that our next question was, what services do you provide for the father? And I want to address that, but I'm just trying to get all of these comments in because people are struggling here. One person said, I don't have any family around me to come babysit or to come snatch the child. What do you recommend? The rest of this statement says, support is for the child and not for you. And this was someone who is a part of our Moms in Ministry on Facebook. And they went on to say, I didn't put all the comments up there, that some of these younger mothers, I don't know how young, but some of these younger mothers say, I'm not going to put him on child support. He will be all right. And he got to get, I don't want that connection. I don't want him dangling that over my head. What are your thoughts, ladies, on this statement that's scrolling at the bottom of the screen about WIC and about applying for child support?
Right.
Well, 100% agree. Making sure that you and primarily, I know that's a mother's instinct, is that the child is taken care of. So do those things. Make sure that you're not thinking about, oh well, I don't want to ruffle any feathers. And no, you want to make sure that baby is fed and taken care of, because when that's handled, then you can take care of yourself. You can make sure you're able, and as Tasha had mentioned earlier, you can pour into your dependents. So if you have more than one child, you need to make sure that you are doing those things. Don't worry about what other people are saying outside of any outside forces. Do what is going to be in the best interest of your child or your children, because at the end of the day, they depend on you. They depend on you to take care of them. And if they're taken care of, again, you are going to be in a much better place. And I think that is so big. And as you had just mentioned, Miss Angie Reed, that is something that I've seen a lot in, the millennial generation and Gen Z, everything, where they're like, well, I'm gonna do it on my own. And unfortunately, I think it's the single mom life is glorified, not to a certain extent. It's, oh, do it by yourself, but you don't have to. That's the thing. You don't have to do it alone.
And
you can have, you shouldn't. And it's not fair to you to have to do it alone. And one thing that we as an organization stress is that even if you come to us, we are now your community. You have no family, we will be your community. We are going to we'll build a family for you to help and support you. So, and that has happened where we've had moms that have no one. And Tasha has gone up to visit this mom, and she was there for the birth. She was there when the baby came home. That is what we do, because we understand it's scary. It's scary when you don't have anybody around, but don't worry, we got you. We're going to make sure that we build that family. And the same thing for dads. Dads are so important. They're an integral part of support. And especially if there is a father that's present and they want to, help mom, be there. Listen to what it is that she's saying. You don't necessarily have to be the fixer, but The one thing that you can do is actively listen to what it is she's going through, and
Yes.
we're a resource that we can help her, and then we can also give mental health support for him. So one thing that we are huge on is families. We want to make sure that families, if they are already together, we want to help
Mhm.
keep you guys together. So we
Yeah.
will provide and give you connections for mental health support for mom and dad to help them, because it's a transitionary period. It's a tough time. It's a difficult time, and it's something that they got to get used to together. You grow together, and that's something that's important as well. So dads, you are also important to us, and we're going to start doing webinars that are centered towards dads as well.
Mhm.
But we want you guys to know that that is big. Any support, whether it's a father or if it's another family member, if they are going to be the support that's there for mom, we will be there to help you as you support mom and make sure that you're
Mhm.
feeling okay and you're able to do that, take on that role as well.
This is
Okay.
good.
This next question, and I hope I'm not running over time, but like I said, the questions are coming in. This next, how do you deal with how do you help a parent deal with the loss of a child?
Yes. Grief has been a conversation that we've had very regularly as we kind of expand our services and we learn more about the moms that we serve. And my husband and I, we lost our first baby.
Oh,
And I think this is a story that I told in the cohort.
yeah.
And at the time, it was very new to my family. It was an experience that no one else had had, prior to me. I'm sure other women had it in my family prior
Yeah.
to me, but it wasn't a conversation that was had. So I remember sending that text to my mom because I didn't want to call her. And, I sent a message to Rachel and let her know, because not that many people knew that we were pregnant, but we were coming close to the second trimester. So it was
Yeah.
about that time. And
Yeah.
then to find out, that your baby had no heartbeat, or to lose your baby at any time, is it the first experience I had was failure. Like, what went wrong in my body that caused, my baby not to make it to full term. And, I in the conversation about dads, I have an amazing husband and who is an amazing father. He is not a babysitter. We want to get rid of that. Dad is there to babysit, or he hangs out with them. No, those are his kids. They look like him, they act like him, and those are his children. And I don't know that and it was very early in our marriage when this happened. So, I don't know how I would have kind of gotten through that without him. And that's imagining again that experience from a mom who's going through this alone, or who's going with this with family members that are fragmented, or who just don't know what to say. I have seen some silly stuff said to moms who, oh well, at least it happened early.
What? Yeah.
Oh, I know
Yeah.
it's hard, but at least you won't be up at night feeding
What? Oh,
silly stuff when
people don't
people
know what to
just
say.
don't know what to say. And I try not to
Yeah.
get too annoyed when I hear these stories, because the fact people are a resource for these conversations. People don't want to talk
Right.
about breastfeeding, better yet,
Right.
losing a baby.
Right. Right.
So, one thing that PSI does offer is grief support. And one of our regional chairs actually is she leads the group support. Anita
Yes.
leads group support
Mhm.
down here for grief and loss. We have connected to mental health professionals who specialize in grief and loss. And we have connected to moms, especially moms that are, pregnant again after loss. That was another strange experience,
Mhm.
because
Yeah.
it's like, okay, you're happy on one hand, but on the
Yeah.
other hand, you're still kind of like, okay, I'm still grieving the loss of this baby. The
Right.
anxiety
Right.
was
I can
insane.
imagine.
Like,
I was just going to say that, like, am I going to make it this time, or is this going to happen again? Kind of a thing.
every little thing. I promise you, if I scratched my nose, I thought that something was wrong. Like, everything, the level of anxiety was so high. And Rachel and I are very involved in our church. Our faith is a huge part of our identity as
Mhm.
people, and in the work that we do. And if it was not for God, when I say it was hard. Like, at 18 weeks, I started having contractions with my 3-year-old, and I was praying to God, God, please don't let me lose this baby. I don't think I can do this again. I can't experience this again. And it
Mhm.
turned out
Mhm.
that it was something simple. Again, clinical physiologist in my, one of my sides of my brain could have been like, okay, well, here are the possible reasons why this is happening. Let's make an appointment with our OB. They're very, accessible. They want you to come in, which I did those things. But on the other hand, it's like, oh my God, I'm going to lose another baby. But again, I had my husband, I had my support system. I could reach out to Rachel. By this time, my mom had a better understanding of where I was and where we were together. So I could have that conversation with her. And then I still made the appointment with my OB. But, it's hard. And we put everything through the lens of moms who are going through this by themselves, moms who are going through, families that are going through this, mom and dads that are going through this, segmented from the rest of their family. Like, how do you rationalize these things? Right. So our goal is to provide them with the education and provide them with comfort, because sometimes that's really all we could do. We've been in situations where, right, like we can refer you to a mental health professional, but we still got to connect with that person. Like, we will connect with them. We make the appointment. We connect mom to the mental health professional. We make sure that everybody gets along first before we let mom go, because there's no point if mom doesn't connect with the mental health professional and then she's back by herself.
Good.
We do all that legwork, but sometimes we literally just had to sit there and listen and just say, "My God, I'm so sorry." Like, just be there, because what else do you do in a moment? And they need you in that moment.
They have to vent. They have to have someone to talk.
So we just exist there with them in the heaviness, and it's hard.
This is major.
I know in college 100 years ago, when I was in the dorms, I got a little part-time job. I got a little part-time job at the local grocery store, thinking I could be a cashier. Now, I hate math, but how hard could it be? Just slide it through the scanner, put it in the bag, And during our training session, it was brought to our attention that we don't take returns, except if it's a baby item. It could be an open package of diapers. Don't ask no questions, just return it. It could be some formula. Don't ask no questions. Thank you for bringing this back to the store. We hope to see you again. Just, and in my little clueless college brain, I'm like, well, will you take back a pack of turkey or a pack of, I'm wondering what was the difference. And the instructor was very patient with me, because I was the college student, and said, well, there are some people who lost their children, and it's hard enough dealing with that, but then they've got to return everything. And that is not something we want any of our employees to have to question or deal with. Now, I don't know if grocery stores are doing that now, but I can only imagine. You've got the gender reveal party, which we didn't have back then. And then we've got the baby shower. Sometimes you got a proposal party in there. You got all these gifts coming in.
Yep.
And then you're planning a funeral.
Yeah.
So we do have a comment that came in.
No, thank you.
Yep. It's Sister Andrews.
Oh, that's one of our board members.
Love board members.
Yes,
and
thank you.
And you ladies are providing a valuable service to the community. Okay, so the last question that I have, because there are a couple more that came in, but I don't think we need to address those. Well, okay, I'll put them out there. I shouldn't screen the questions. What do you do when your milk won't come in? Okay, so we can figure out when we can address that one. We already talked about the services that you do for fathers. Now, this one says, there's been a lot in the media about DNA testing as soon as the baby's born. What is your opinion on that? And how can that be helpful?
Okay, yeah. That's heavy. It
is.
is.
Not Jerry Springer no more. So I mean, God bless him, but he gone. So
we gotta get in there and get out.
We provide that DNA testing when the baby is first born? And if we do, is it going to be helpful? Should it be something that's nationally mandated?
And, I don't know if it should be something that's nationally mandated, but I think that, depending on whatever situation may be taking place with that specific mother and father, or multiple possible fathers, right? That there will be a set need or cause, and so that could be something that's done voluntarily. It depends on the situation at hand. It depends on the maturity level of the individual involved. And then it could be maybe something that there's some legal proceedings taking place, and it may require that as part of it. And so this thing can really spiral. At the end of the day, you always want to be able to handle these type of sticky situations in the best place as much as possible, thinking about the child. What we do see is that sometimes that the parents get caught up in this back and forth, and there's a child in the middle that's hurting, depending on whatever age they are. At some point, if a resolution isn't brought into place, that child is the one that gets it the worst.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree completely. That's a tough spot to be in, and just an additional stressor for a mom who literally, just brought forth life from their body, and now you have to, have a DNA test done. But like you talked about earlier, when it came to child support and things like that, the goal is to make sure that baby is taken care of long term, and it does take two to tango. So everyone should be responsible for that baby's physical, mental, and financial well-being.
Yes. This has been an amazing hour. We have two phenomenal women that have come back on, provide us a wealth of information. My PSI, PMHA alumni here, right? We represent the state of Florida for Postpartum Support International's, their Perinatal Mental Health Alliance division. And so that is for the BIPOC, Indigenous, we're talking about Black and Brown community. We are spread throughout the state of Florida, and we are your resource. And so once more, just thank you, ladies. We're getting ready to roll into Birdie coming on board. And if anyone knows Birdie from Postpartum Support International, she is a major powerhouse. And so I'm looking forward to this next conversation that we have coming up. Ladies, anything in closing? If you had a nugget to drop to a mother, what would it be?
Rachel, go ahead.
I always say this, but make sure that you're taking care of yourself. It's very easy to lose yourself when you have dependents. So take care of yourself. Look after yourself. Whether it's going for a walk, if you have baby and you have a stroller, go for a walk.
Yes.
If you just want to watch a show that a movie, listen to some music, sit down, meditate, or don't meditate, think about nothing. Do something for yourself so you can have peace of mind. It will help you in the long run because you're still a person. And don't forget those things that you like to do, your hobbies. If you like to paint, draw, whatever it was that you like to do, exercise, do those things, gradually get back into that because you are still a person. You're not just mom, but you are still you.
Right. Yeah. Absolutely. Thank you, ladies.
Yeah.
We appreciate you all. We really do. And I know Miss Birdie is waiting in the background, but let's give Tam maybe like a 3-4 minute break. We got a couple videos we want to show you, and we'll be back with more. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
all my haters.
Let's go. I'ma do this till the end.
Raw servant.
I'ma do this till the end.
DJ Anomaly.
I'ma rap until the end.
GA.
You ain't got to be
my
the
boy
fastest, strongest, longest. You make it to the end.
I'ma make it to the end, my friend. I'ma keep it on blast, I'ma keep it on 10. I'ma go all out till I roll out. Lace on my shoes, it's time to move on the Lord's route. Y'all, narrows the way and truth is displayed. Honesty, discipline with a fresh pair of shades. You sip haterade, man, I can't stand y'all. I ain't the tallest in the league, but I stand tall. Y'all, toss me the ball, watch me do my thing. I stay in the gym, hustling to beat your whole team. Man, you thought I would quit with one hit. Man, you got it twisted, my life on the lines, I don't flinch. Bring the alarm, cause here I come. More lethal and deadly than 100 Vietnams. I'm on a warpath, you bout to smell grass. Call me the Energizer Bunny, cause I outlast.
Come in, trick, ain't nobody stopping me. The ultimate running back, ain't nobody blocking me. I'm on my J&H, cause I gotta be the one who always win on 10 represents. I'ma do this till the end. I'ma do this till the end. I'ma rap until the end. You ain't got to be the fastest, strongest, longest. You make it to the end.
My story, go ahead, ignore me. I'm used to it, so boring. Really, you can't do nothing else for me. See, way back in '89, we were so ahead of our time. One of the first to do this Jesus music. Y'all ain't paid us no mind, now we here. And ain't nobody here going harder. GA, we here to stay. Trading places, we go barter. Pass me the ball, I'm Carter. I'ma create me a whole new lane. Cause I gotta give it to 'em. Ain't nobody gonna do it like we do it. Thought I told 'em that the Christian, we ain't got no games. I'm in the end zone. Anybody with sense with a minute to get the picture ain't gon' get gone. It's ridiculous, I'm in to become a victim. I'm out like I getting jiggy in the middle of a hot song. Up in the brothers are willing to go and die for 'em. Willing to let them back on, be back on us. We bringing Jesus to the hood, let it be understood. You more effective when you're working with the right poem. The end, I'm going harder than I ever gone before. Never deny the Holy Spirit, I take it an overdose. Oh no, we gon' let them know T had it. That we gon' bring the pain. And I just can't get happy until his kingdom came.
Yeah. Ain't nobody stopping me. The ultimate running back, ain't nobody blocking me. I'm on my J&H, cause I gotta be the one who always win on 10 represents. I'ma do this till the end. I'ma do this till the end. I'ma rap until the end. You ain't got to be the fastest, strongest, longest. You make it to the end. I might be running out of patience. I hear a voice that's telling me it's worth the waiting. Slow down, no rush, changes on the way. Changing my campaign like Obama said. But nothing like his support is as he is in it. I need my patience strong like it was in the beginning. Cease the use of sinning to express my pain. Keep my attitude winning even in the rain. Keep on shining on my haters even through my pain. Keep Christ in my swag when they counting lanes. Strutting on a holy hill, 10 toes down. Success is so close, I'm feeling my time now. I'm still waiting on my H2 on 28. Unafraid of success or attracted hate. I'ma rep Jesus and I'ma do it well. It'll still work together for my good if I trick. Ain't nobody stopping me. The ultimate running back, ain't nobody blocking me. I'm on my J&H, cause I gotta be the one who always win on 10 represents. I'ma do this till the end. I'ma do this till the end. I'ma rap until the end. You ain't got to be the fastest, strongest, longest. You make it to the end.
Hey, we are back. We are back. Thank you all for staying tuned in as once more we are moving forward with our second annual charity event, our fundraiser, spreading awareness about maternal and maternal mental health matters, right? And so what that looks like is perinatal and postpartum mood disorders and its forms of psychosis, depression, OCD, bipolarism, anxiety levels that may spike when a person is pregnant and or afterwards. And what we have seen in recent studies is that men and even those that adopt children, they too can experience some of these mood disorders. And it's emotional, it's mental. And what we do know is that it's been happening forever, for eons, and a lot of these conversations just haven't been taking place. And so we're setting that the tone to let individuals know that you can talk about it. You know what I mean? This is something that happens, and you don't have to go through it alone. And this is what we're about here at Maternal Matters Favored. Our program today is specifically focused in on making certain that we once more we connect with individuals. We're hearing stories and information from those that are around the country. We have some folks that are tuning in from around the world. And right now we have no other than Miss Birdie Mayer, who is tuning in with us. Let me go ahead and give you your introduction. And so Birdie is an RN with a master's degree in psychology and counseling. She was the founder of Perinatal Mood Disorders Program at the Indiana University of Health there in Indianapolis. She is a certified individual there in perinatal mental health, and she is an internationally known expert and speaker. She is the past president and past chair of education and training for Postpartum Support International, and currently serves as the director of certification and training. PSI is the world's largest nonprofit organization that is dedicated to helping those suffering from perinatal mood and anxiety disorders. Birdie, thank you so much for being here. I am so humbled and appreciative. Oh my gosh, talk to us. When I reached out and I was like, do you mind being on our broadcast? What were your thoughts?
You know what? I get asked a lot, and I, of course, had to snoop around and see, what you did and what it was, because I want to make sure I'm not going on something weird, right? But I knew and I saw that, it's great. But I'm like, sure, why not? I just never pass up a chance, honestly, to talk about perinatal mood disorders, to get the word out. Like you just said, all the different ways it can look. And don't forget irritability and moodiness and rage, because that's one that people are like, well, I wasn't depressed and I wasn't anxious, but I sure was mean as a snake.
Yes.
Screaming at people. But no, I was excited to come. I'm glad that you had me come.
Yes, I last year in August I took my my components of care, and I later on did my specialty and so forth. And you were one of the instructors, and I was like, I dig her. and so when I knew that I had this upcoming event, and last year we actually had Andrea on, and so it was like, who else? And I was like, I wonder if, and so once more, just truly humbled and stoked, tell us about what actually brought you into the space of PMAD.
Okay. What did, it's interesting as you, read my intro. I started out as a nurse working in cardiovascular critical care. And then somewhere along the line, I became an OB nurse, not by choice, long story, but I fell in love with it. I became a lactation consultant and a childbirth educator, and I did a lot of setting up different programs. I set up lots of programs. I love setting up programs. I love to take something and grow it from the ground up and then hand it over to someone else, because I don't enjoy management. But I was setting up all these different things, and some of the things I did love doing myself and love staying, but most of the time, I don't want to keep up with it. Well, one day somebody came to me at the hospital, and like you said, Indiana University here in Indianapolis, Indiana, and somebody came to me at the hospital and said, hey, do we have anything for postpartum depression? And I'm like, no, but I'm the OB nurse with a master's in counseling. Let me look into it. I did not have postpartum depression, which is interesting because I had lots of risk factors. So now later, menopause kicked my behind. I just want to tell you that. But I did not get postpartum depression. I didn't get depression until my girls were toddlers. And then I experienced depression for the first time. But let's just say that I started a support group and a helpline, didn't know what I was doing in 1997. And then I grew and grew and grew that program. I went to Walnut Creek, California, took the 2-day training from Peck Inman and Shoshana Bennett, who were teaching it for PSI at that time. And the rest is history. I met Jane Honigman, the founder. She said, we need you to be a volunteer in Indiana to help find resources. So I started helping people right here, women coming to me and their families right here in Indiana. And then we had a task force and we grew that in Indiana. This is way before chapters. And then I grew and grew and grew my program. We started doing screening of all women before they left the hospital. I saw inpatients, outpatients. I started volunteering with PSI as a volunteer coordinator. Then I helped get online support groups started. Then, like you said, I was president. I was the first chair of education and training and became an actual trainer in 2006 when I started looking at curriculum. So I never turned this program over to anyone. I couldn't go with it. I learned everything I know to this day from all the women I have met and their families. I owe it all to them. And I'm so sorry for the first few years when I didn't know what I was doing, but I made it through and those women still appreciate me. But I've learned everything. I never wanted to let go of this. It's now my life's calling. It is my ministry. It is, I retired from the hospital in 2018, but now I work full time for PSI and I cannot quit doing this work. And I don't know, people say all the time, when are you going to retire? And I'm like, I guess I'll know when it's time, but it's not time yet. There's still so much work to do. That's how I got into this. And so now you know that I'm the lead trainer. I'm the director of education and training, still redo curriculum. And I started the certification program in 2018. And I still head that up also. So I do, before I forget this, I want to tell we just did our second training in Phoenix, Arizona, BIPOC only audience, BIPOC only trainers. And just the last 3 days, literally ended yesterday, we did our first Black only training with Black only trainers. And I saw they sent me the pictures. They said it was powerful. It was unbelievable. So that's just the first 3 of many. So I wanted to make
nice.
So PSI is doing some amazing stuff, and I am honored to work in this field. I couldn't be more passionate about something, except maybe my grandchildren, right?
Yes, that's the right passion to have, you know. And so with regards to some of the international work that PSI does and your sphere of influence, what are some of the things that you're seeing across the way there that individuals are truly in need of when we think about, you know, some of the services that we provide at PSI?
Yeah, you're talking internationally. Internationally, well, first of all, let's just look nationally. We still have a long way to go with the stigma that comes with it, and not wanting to see a counselor, not wanting to take medications, not even wanting to seek treatment. We're getting better in the United States, but I will tell you, in other countries, just like in our own country, there's certain cultures that it's just not okay, right? And you know, it's hard. But when I go to other countries to teach, they'll say, like, we just can't talk about it at all. I have been invited twice to Shanghai in China because they just had no training at all and no acknowledgement. And so we see in many Asian countries, no acknowledgement. We're strong. We don't get this. And then, oh gosh, the deaths that have occurred in such as Thailand, and asking, I did a webinar for them over, they're 12 hours different, but I did a teaching and somebody translated me for them.
Yes.
I've been to Southern France. Wherever I go, whoever I talk to, it's still a problem. It's still stigma. But the difference, here's the huge difference that's sad. In our country, if someone kills their baby, infanticide, because of psychosis, and that's only 1 to 2 women in 1,000 get psychosis.
Yes.
So it's more than, but it's not rare. It still happens. That's more than the 1 in 5 to 7 who get depression or anxiety. But it's still only 5% of that 1 to 2 in 1,000 who actually have babies die by infanticide or die by suicide. But those who do kill their babies when they're in a state of psychosis, in our country, in the US, we put them in jail. They're a criminal, they're a murderer. In Europe, you know where they go? To a mental hospital, because they know that this is a mental disorder. You would never have done that if you were in your right mind, because they're in a state of psychosis and they're doing what they think is protective. So, that's big, but we have so much to do in so many countries. Some countries are just now getting education going. Who just asked me? Somebody just asked me I think it was Saudi Arabia asked, how can we get the word out? How can you help me start? I've talked to people in Japan. How can we get support groups going? I've helped people in Portugal get support groups going, because, that's where the real healing, they can say, okay, I'm glad I took medication. They can say, I'm glad I saw a therapist, but every single person will say, I couldn't have made it without my support group.
Yeah, support groups are major.
Oh, that's where they find out the motto of PSI, which is you are not alone. This is 1 in 5 to 7 women, 1 in 10 men. You're not to blame. You didn't do something. Sorry, you have a lot of risk factors. And with the proper treatment, you will be well. And so in support group, we get that across, and they find out for the first time in support group, oh, I'm not the only one that feels.
Not the only one. And, and I love support groups just because of that. You know what I mean? Because you get to feed off someone else's experience that they're verbalizing, and you realize, oh my gosh, you too. And that's where that community collaboration starts to take place, and the true healing that you spoke about can start to occur.
Yes.
Yeah. And so we have a lot of different legislative initiatives taking place. I'm in Florida. I'm part of the Florida Maternity Mental Health Collaborative, and it's a work group around clinical practice, policies, research, and everything else in between. And in our meeting this week, we were just talking about Florida statute being spearheaded by the Department of Health with regards to telehealth for minority mental and maternity care. It's a whole program in which they're providing and just working to make certain that they're actually getting that across. And so what we do know sometimes, regrettably, that, not everyone lives in the urban area, and so the accessibility to services can be really limited. And when we think about, maternal deserts in rural areas and those kinds of things, what are some of the legislative thoughts that you have with regards to making more programs widely available in those pockets?
Yeah, it's really hard, isn't it, in the rural areas? But I always say when I teach, and you've taken the training, when we give the resources, we have to understand that there are, like I said, online support groups. There are we have other programs such as Chat with an Expert that are virtual. We have the hotline that PSI answers. We have the helpline. So those rural areas need to know, because at least someone can talk to them, normalize it for them, and then tell them about support groups, we have a closed Facebook page that's moderated by PSI, and many people are on Facebook and on Instagram. Like this week, we're really hitting it up with being Maternal Mental Health Awareness Month. We're really hitting it up with talking to celebrities, giving their stories. If you haven't seen it, please get on us on Instagram and Facebook just right now, because we've got some really great stories from celebrities coming out. But what are we, that's all that I can say is we can keep getting the education. Legislation wise, the hardest is, can we get these poor new mamas some maternity leave and not have to paid maternity leave, so that they're not going back to work at 4 days, at 2 weeks. They need time off. You've got to rest your body, your mind, and be able to take a breath before you, especially our single parents, those who feel like they can't take time off because they don't have paid time off. So that's big, but also making sure that all people, no matter where they have their babies, no matter who they're with, is aware about screening, but not only just asking, but what do you know what to do with someone when you find it, and getting out those resources. The hotline through HERSES, that was big through legislation from the government. Gave a huge amount of money to maternal mental health, and they wants to run this hotline. And of course, PSI applied for it, and we won. And we have over 40 hotline counselors who answer that 365, 24/7.
In various languages as well.
Yes, it is in English and Spanish. If somebody calls in another language, they will find someone to talk to them. So, that's one of the biggest things that happened legislative wise. But we've got some omnibus. We've got, all these things going on that we hope will continue to advance getting rid of this stigma and advance education and talking these, the frontline providers, the OBs, the family practice, even psychiatrists who think they know postpartum depression and they don't.
Yeah. One of the biggest things, and you hit on a lot of major topics. My brain was like, pew, pew, pew. But one of the biggest things, that I wish, for me, and I went through it, here we go, about 22 years ago, is that there would have been more probing, you know what I mean? And so I know that there's now conversations and areas of training that's starting to take place where, we're providing tools to providers on how to start to adequately start to screen, and do those areas of probing, just to ask those right questions, because, you can ask one question one way, but ask it in a different verbiage, and you're going to bring forth two different answers. And it's then you can start to do some nitty-gritty type of work to help provide what's needed for that person with regards to that answer.
Right. But first comes the education, because if an OB care provider doesn't know the difference between OCD intrusive thoughts, those what if thoughts, and that and psychosis, they're going to immediately think that new mom has psychosis. But if you ask it, like you said, if you ask the question like this, you normalize it. You say, you know what? Sometimes new moms have scary or unusual thoughts. Are you having any? Like, if you just learn to ask it like that, then they think, oh, so maybe what I'm having isn't that odd. Maybe I can tell this person. But they're not going to tell until they trust.
That too, and that's another thing, for anyone out there listening, make certain that you are seeing a provider that you're comfortable with. You know what I mean? This person, you want to be able to divulge to them a little bit of everything that you have going on, because at the end of the day, you're doing yourself a disservice, and even possibly your baby, if you're not being honest, and so we know that sometimes if you don't feel comfortable with that provider, then you're not going to start to let down those guards and then start to get the treatment that's needed and so forth. And so don't be afraid to shop around as much as you can until you find that right fit for you.
That's right. That's really great advice, Miss Tam, because you shouldn't stay with a therapist that you're not comfortable with, or that you think you aren't clicking with, and try to find, if you get a hold of like your organization there, or get a hold of our volunteer coordinators in Indiana, find out who prescribes meds and who can be trusted and who's been educated. I'd love to have a training in Florida. We're hoping to have one in Florida next year. I've been asked by Tampa area. Where are you?
I'm in Palm Coast on the east side, so I'm on the opposite end. But you know what? It's nothing but gas. I'm on my way.
That's right. That's right.
But yeah, and so and speaking of training and the education and so forth, what we do know is that we have to do a better job at getting these providers, to your point, more educated on the different symptoms. And so what are some of the symptoms, especially back when you were in the clinical side of operations, that you saw that were really prevalent? It was like, okay, yeah, we know this person needs this, that, and that we need to work to get them the resources like now.
Well, we have to start. I always say we should start in junior high, right? Middle school, educating, because it's so common. When you say 1 in 5 to 7 women, that's common. That's more common. It's more common than getting preeclampsia, or it's more common than getting gestational hypertension or gestational diabetes. Yet we screen every single person during pregnancy for those things, but we just shy away from screening about a mental health disorder, as if this head's not attached to this body. But we aren't telling the truth. We aren't saying how common it is. We aren't saying you got this not because you're weak, not because you're a bad mom or a bad dad or a bad parent. It's because you had a lot of risk factors. So what I taught at my hospital, you got taught it in childbirth ed. You're sitting there with your first pregnancy all smiley, and you don't know about how much your life's about to change, right? No idea. Think back on that first pregnancy, and you just sat there in your little childbirth ed class and you decorated the nursery and you're like, I'm all ready to play house. And then that baby gets here and you're like, whoa. So if I taught the childbirth educators at my hospital, teach about it in childbirth ed, say, here's what it looks like. It can be depression, OCD, intrusive thoughts, PTSD. It can be psychosis, bipolar. And then what are the risk factors? So like, who gets this? Everybody thinks that postpartum depression is the baby blues. The baby blues is because of hormone changes in that first, like right after delivery. And baby blues peak at 3 to 5 days because of hormone changes, but they don't last more than 2 weeks. So if people are saying to you, they got the baby blues at 6 months, no, it's not. Something else is going on. So first teaching point is you're teaching in childbirth ed, and you're teaching people at every single person who crosses the path of a pregnant or postpartum woman, you should be teaching baby blues only last 2 weeks. After that, something else is going on. Here's why you got it. Because you have a personal or family history of some of those things, depression, anxiety, whatever. You got bad PMS. You were a moody teenager. You're moody with birth control methods. You have multiples. You have your mother maybe died, your relationship with your mother, previous losses, previous miscarriages, previous termination for medical reasons, any of those. And diabetes, thyroid. And it goes on and on and on, Tam, how many risk factors that you say, I want someone to hear me teach, and I want them to walk away and say, wow, I've got a lot of those risk factors. I should watch for this. But I also want to tell them what it looks like. And so not only what are the risk factors, but what's it really look like? Because when you say postpartum depression to most people, what do they say? That means crying all the time. That means I want to kill my baby. Nope, let me tell you, it could be depression, overeating, oversleeping. It could be anxiety, can't fall asleep, can't stay asleep, worry, no appetite. It could be intrusive thoughts like we just said, what if? It could be cleaning, checking, counting, ordering. You had a traumatic birth. You could have already had bipolar disorder or get diagnosed with it the first time. If we say all that every time we cross and you can do it, you can learn to do it in less than 5 minutes. It's not that hard. So that they say, oh, or their partner later says, do you remember when Bertie taught our childbirth ed class and she said, blah, blah, blah. I'm wondering. And so, you have to say all those things. Baby blues only last 2 weeks. And then here's what it could look like. And did you know how common it is? There is treatment available. You don't have to feel rotten.
No, and I think that's the biggest thing, for out of everything that you said, an individual to be like, oh, no, me,
Not me.
yeah, but you're not alone. You know what I mean? And so just take that to bat, take that to the bank. You're not alone. You don't have to stay stuck in a silo experiencing these things. And sometimes if you stay in that silo too long, it's going to be harder to put the corrective measures into place and
It
so
just
forth.
gets worse, right?
Exactly, exactly. And if we can't say it enough today, we want you all out there viewing just to know, organizations like Postpartum Support International, major, big umbrella of other additional services that trickle down, and you don't have to go through it alone. You don't have to think that, oh my gosh, I don't want to eat. I don't want to feed this baby. You know what I mean? I don't want to
I'm
change.
not in love with this baby like you all said I would be.
Yeah. You don't have to think that, you're alienated and, shame on you for having those thoughts, because these things are happening more so than what is spoken about, to your point, Bertie, where you mentioned about all these different health screenings that we give when we're pregnant, but the mental health, not so much, you know what I mean? And if something's off kilter, shame on you, you should be in a better shape. You're about to be a mom and you should be super happy. And we want to break these stigmas. We want to make certain that individuals are listening, no matter where you are, whatever your walk of life, you know what I mean? Because what we do know, when we look at risk factors, if you're going through an abusive relationship or had some abuse in the past, financially, you may be, having high levels of anxiety because you're not too certain on how you're going to make it and so forth and so on. You don't have
previous sexual abuse. I want to throw that in. 1 in 3 women have been sexually abused. That's a huge risk factor.
That's these things make you more prevalent to experiencing these mood disorders. But once more, there's ways in which you can actually get treatment and start to remedy it. Bertie, speak to some of the treatment options that individuals can take.
Sure. Treatment options. Let's go over them. Could be medication. Try therapy first. Please quit being ashamed about going for therapy. I was thinking when you were talking, a common thing that I have women say to me in my office is, oh, Bertie, I'm so ashamed to be here. I've got a healthy baby. I have a wonderful partner and I have a beautiful home. Why am I in your office? Why did this happen to me? I shouldn't be depressed. I shouldn't be anxious. What's wrong with my brain? But how are we going to get you better? Everybody can get better if they find the proper help. So could be you might need medication. Get rid of it. You don't have to tell anybody you're on it, but get rid of the shame and stigma. Sometimes we need medication. And you may need a therapist. Get rid of the shame about a therapist. Good therapist trained in this area is going to help you get through it. And then support groups. Those are the 3 biggies for starting out getting treatment. Get online with PSI. We have a support group, many, every day of the week. And then right there, like in Florida, where you are, there are support groups in person. There's also online ones in every one of your states, and even out of the country have support groups, either live or virtually. Other than those 3 big things like eating well, getting enough sleep, which is hard with the baby. You don't know how to do that when you have your first, especially. But if you're worrying so much that you can't fall asleep or stay asleep, then we can't go without sleep. Are you sleeping too much? You got to stop that. That's depression. Also, going for a walk, not exercise. Please just go for a walk. We have found studies have found yoga. Get on YouTube and find some yoga exercises. It's shown that it helps. Things that usually used to bring you joy, bring those back into your life. Music, whatever, going out to dinner, things that you used to enjoy. But those are the big things. Your faith factor. Some people find their faith factor that they're, spirituality overall, but maybe your faith factor is something that you find. Sometimes finding someone maybe in your faith community that's educated is harder. And people tend to say things like, you just need to pray a little harder. You need to have more faith. It's like, we got to educate our faith communities too, not to say those little platitudes, because we don't need to make people feel ashamed that their faith isn't strong enough. You can still get depression. And so faith factor is really big for a lot of people. So all of that together is, and oh my gosh, community, someone you can talk to, right? And asking for help. If anybody's heard me teach, know that I say we have seasons in our life, seasons of giving, where we give and give and give, and we're the strong one and we help everybody. But when you have a brand new baby, you're in the season of receiving. Please ask for help. Please let others help you. You're not supposed to be doing this alone. If someone says, I'd love to help you out, believe them and tell them, good, would you go to the store for me? Good, would you do a load of laundry for me? Would you rock the baby while I take a nap? Please don't think that is weakness. That is okay. That's the bravest thing you can do, is ask for help. So that's one of the really big ones, and doing something just for you. We tend to not take care of ourselves.
Yeah. These are all major major things that you hit on, and everyone, I hope you're out there listening. We're talking about, this isn't just a fundraiser, you know what I mean?
Right.
We're providing awareness, because this conversation is way overdue. When we think about yesteryear, and we were talking about that earlier, we had a speaker on, Birdie, and she, in her 80s, and talked about, we sucked it up, kept it going. You kind of felt something was off, and even so forth, and to where I say that, my son, we're talking about 22 years ago, and there were no conversations, there were no probing questions, you know what I mean? And even afterwards, where I felt that my psyche was off, it still wasn't something that, I was able to actually get the services in which I so desperately needed. There was an organization that, Children's Home Society, but when we talk about making certain that you're able to connect with someone so you can start to let down your guards, I promise you, I'm talking about what I know, right? And so I just sat there in the parenting class, and I was like, okay, you know what I mean? They were talking about breastfeeding, my son wouldn't latch, so I, felt like, you know what I mean? And so, we know that there's not a one size fit all type of weaning, treatment option. And that's why, as Birdie just explained, there's so many different things, but you have to continually work at it. So don't lose hope. You know what I mean? Favored, we're here. PSI, they're there. There are others. So there's so many other resources around. Birdie, if you had a jewel, a nugget that you wanted to provide to someone, what would you tell them?
I'm just going to repeat myself, and that is, my jewel is always, you are not alone. This is so common. 1 in 5 to 7 women, 1 in 10 men. You're not to blame. You didn't do something wrong. You're not a bad mom. You're not a bad dad. You're not bad parents. Sorry, you got a lot of risk factors. Yeah. But with the reach out for help, with the proper treatment, you will get well again. This will not last forever. You will look back and say, wow, but the longer you wait to get treatment, the longer you're going to feel rotten. So don't do it. Reach out for help.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Birdie, how can folks get in touch with you?
You can find me. You could Google me and find me, but my because I teach so often, but you can find me at B, as in Birdie, my first initial, and last name Meyer, and it's spelled MEYER, at postpartum.net. And then you can reach out to me, and I'll get you in touch with whoever you need, give you resources. But you have many people listening. You have your own resources in your state and in your town and your country. But reach out, look on postpartum.net. Check out our website. On postpartum.net, go up to get help, and it's going to show you all the different ways to get help. And it's going to have great advice, education, all of it. You're going to see all of our stuff. But I am the MEYER at postpartum.net. And I'm so happy you had me come.
Thank you. I'm so stoked that you are here as well in attendance. And for anyone, if you didn't catch all of that, you know what I mean, please remember that I am, and I represent Maternal Matters Favored. I am the Central Florida Regional Chair for Postpartum Support's Perinatal Mental Health Alliance Division. And so I can make certain that I get you connected as need be, not just for the state of Florida, if I need to move it up another level on a national spectrum there. We're here once more. It's not widely spoken about, but there are individuals that are really here that are adamant in serving individuals that are in this underrepresented population. It's not that you're going to get coupled in with someone else that's going through something completely different, than what you're specifically going through. And so where my specialty is substance use disorder, if you have a birthing trauma, we make certain that we get you with someone that's going to meet you where you're at specifically. Once more, Birdie, thank you so much for your time this Saturday afternoon. I totally appreciate you.
Thank you for having me.
Awesome. Good stuff. Good stuff. We are steadily rolling. OMG. Gosh, we started at 10, so we are a couple hours in. I just want to thank individuals like Birdie. I want to thank Postpartum Support International. They kind of gave me an opportunity to cut my teeth when I started volunteering for them a couple years back. And so once more, there are organizations, there's opportunities for you to actually get the services that you need. And if your symptoms are not something that we mentioned, but you feel like still something is off, please reach out. You know what I mean? This is what we're here for. And we're willing and able to work however which way needed to make certain that you don't have to kind of go at this alone. Because what we do see sometimes as far as risk symptoms is that sometimes people don't have the support. I think we were talking about that with Tasha and Rachel, you know what I mean? If you don't have family support, if you don't have community support, sometimes we find situations where a person may have moved to another state, you know what I mean, with someone, and that didn't work out, and now you're going through all these different emotions because you got a child. It happens, it's life, but once more, you don't have to do this thing alone by yourself. I thank you all for just tuning in. For those that have been with us since 10 a.m., for those of you that are just tuning in, we are here. My name is Tamara. Everyone calls me Tam. I represent Maternal Matters Favored. We are a 501c3 where we provide counseling, we provide a support group, we have workshops that we do, and we also have a life skills program. And we actually are launching that first session in June 1st to be exact, with True Holiness Deliverance Tabernacle. And they're a church there in Sanford, Florida, for those that are tuning in, that's not local to the Seminole County area. That are doing a lot of good things. We recently attended their community baby shower, and just to see the outpour of help that came in from so many other different organizations, it shows that we're trending in the right place. And so if you haven't already, it's organizations, it's churches like that we're providing support to. So this is where we come in, where we're saying we need some money. Please, right? And thank you. If you can, make certain that you go to any of our sites, our website, our Facebook site, our Instagram site. Information is there for you to be able to do your part in helping to change lives. A donation could go a long way. And when you have many, we know that much it happens, right? And so we just thank you once more for your time. We thank you for tuning in with us. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to reach out to the information. The number is scrolling on the bottom where you can go ahead and ask your questions. And I just thank you all. So we have some additional things coming up. I do want to go ahead and take the time to kind of just talk to you about a few different things that I've been hitting on while we've been talking. And so I'm going to go ahead and share my screen and present on some things just to kind of bring things a little more closer to home, okay? All right. Okay, so what you guys see here is some of our stats. So in 2023, we were able to provide workshops to 82 individuals. And what does that look like? It looks like a lot of work. And so, we have opportunities of 3 weeks to 6 week workshops in which we provide information to a group of individuals and primarily moms. We do have a co-ed workshop that we do out there at First Baptist Orlando with their Haitian ministry, and we actually have a translator who helps us with that. Shout out to Florence, where we translate all of our curriculum, even our PowerPoint, into Creole. Because once more, as we do know, this does not discriminate. No matter where you're at, no matter what language you have, you can still experience this. In our support groups for the 2023 year, we were able to reach 138 people. And I want to thank Courtney, one of our board members. Me and her, we ping pong back and forth just to make certain that we were able to provide these services to individuals. And so I thank her because, you know, we were at one point running them every week on a Tuesday evening. And then, you know, now we do it once a month. And so that's been something that's really been major where, as Bertie was saying, support groups, they go a long way, where individuals have a safe space to talk about some of the things that they're enduring and pressing through and be able to see that they're not the only ones that are doing so. With regards to one-on-one counseling sessions, and so I was able to have 16 of those throughout the year. And you know, I keep a very tight schedule. You know, time management is not a catchphrase, you know, and so I you know, with regards to my work schedule, because I do have a 9 to 5, you know, and then also we want our parents to not miss out on work themselves, you know, and so that's something that we provide after hours just to make certain that we're able to connect with folks and they're able to get some of the life-changing advice and tools and resources to help themselves press through. As I've been talking about, you know, PSI, they do have a Perinatal Mental Health Alliance, and this is specifically for Black and Brown, the BIPOC community and so forth. And so once more, for the state of Florida, it does exist. We have a slew of different providers here up in the Panhandle, Tallahassee type of area. You know, we have 2 providers there in the Jacksonville area. You know, we have another provider on the West Coast in the Central region. And then when we get further down the state of Florida, we have 2 providers, one of which Tasha, who was on a little earlier, and where we work to provide services. We make certain that we get folks networked in with those that they need to, you know, because once more, my specialty may not be the specialty that you need, or you may need someone that's actually closer, or whatever that service looks like. We are your go-to people. And so more ways in which how you can contact someone is actually located on our resource page on our website. So if you go to mmfavor.org/resources, just scroll down. Everyone's email addresses are there, and you can begin to start to get the tools that you need once more to help you navigate perinatal and postpartum levels of mood disorders. So as I mentioned, I am a part of the Florida Maternal Mental Health Collaborative, and it is it's an amazing group of individuals that are at some very big governing levels in regards to different policies and so forth. And we get together and we talk things, right? And we help push different initiatives forward. And so it's the Florida Department of Health, it's the Agency for Healthcare Administration. There's a few others, you know, we have some doctors on and so forth and so on, in which, you know, we once more, we work together on these different areas of operations. And so if anyone is interested in finding out additionally what we're doing and maybe possibly, you know, if you're a provider or a clinician, you want to be a part of it, please reach out and I can help get you plugged in. One of the things that we were talking about in our last meeting is, you know, that in 2019, you know, this is old news, but many people don't even understand and know that Medicaid, there's a housing assistance waiver. And so if you are on Medicaid and you are part of these specific little pockets of insurance carriers, Aetna, Molina, Simply Healthcare, and Sunshine, you are eligible to receive some funds that can help you, right? And so what we do know is that each year they are willing to provide a housing assistance waiver for up to 4,000 people. And these are with these specific pilot regions. And so, here, my services in which we provide is from Orange, Seminole, Volusia, all the way to Flagler County. And so I wanted to showcase this during this broadcast, because here we have Seminole, Orange, Osceola, and Brevard County that was a part of this initiative. And there's still some funding going on. And so sometimes, when we think about, mood disorders and levels of feeling hopelessness and depressed, when we're looking at our money and it's not making sense, you know what I mean? Please know that there's other opportunities out there where we can help to get you networked in. When we think about Central Florida specifically, there's a Homeless Services Network. I used to work there many moons ago, and so there's ways in which we can make certain that we're helping you to move forward in your life in certain different capacities, right? And so to be eligible, here's the criteria listed here. Medicaid health plan enrollee. You got to be 21 years of age or older. There has to be a diagnosis with a serious mental illness, substance use disorder, or it could be a co-occurring disorder. And so that's both mental health and, substance use disorder that you may be going through. And then, of course, if you're homeless or at risk of being homeless due to these type of disabilities, then this is a program in which you can actually get involved and enrolled in and see what you can do to start to build some sustainability for yourself, for your family, and so forth and so on. I've been saying this throughout the broadcast, and I just want to bring it up again. Florida statute 383.2163, it really talks about telehealth for the minority population. And as I mentioned, sometimes folks can't get out to go and get counseling. What we did see during the pandemic was that, we weren't able to get out. And so with that being said, in the healthcare industry, since coming out of the pandemic, there's been a push to actually have that become a regular norm, where it's actually an option that a person has. Sometimes depending on a person's comfortability level, they may not want to be out in public and so forth and so on. So this statute is being once more spearheaded by the Department of Health with regards to telehealth, and it's a minority maternity care program, so that services can be provided to those that are in this space here. And so if you want more information about that, please reach out to me. I can let you know about it. With providers and being able to bill for it through different healthcare coverages, what we did learn during the pandemic is that you have to have that modifier, GT modifier, right? And so forth. And so there's a lot of different ways in which we can make certain that we're all doing our part to help a person that is in this space in need of services. And once more, for a person in need of services, you're not alone. Their legislation is, policymakers, they are working to mitigate some of these risks so that we can make certain we're meeting folks where they're at. I cannot express this enough. Anyone who's had one-on-one counseling with me, or just spoken with me, you know what I mean? That a self-care plan is major, and when we look at a self-care plan, there's different components to it. And so what does your spiritual self-care look like, right? What does the people support look like for you? And it doesn't have to be family, you know what I mean? Sometimes it's not the blood is thicker than the water, you know what I mean? It's sometimes completely opposite. What is your mental and emotional self-care? What does that look like? How are you talking to yourself? What are you believing in and trusting for, right? Are you doing some journaling, you know what I mean? Doing some note taking and so forth and so on. What is your lifestyle like? And so we all have dreams, goals, and aspirations, and we may be at a certain level right now, but it's not where we're going to stay. You know what I mean? And so making certain with regards to how you can put a plan into place to get you to where you want to be, your lifestyle plays a part in it as well. You know what I mean? So don't be afraid to set some goals, you know what I mean? And trust and believe in them and put in the work to actually get there. And then, of course, the physical self care part. So, we've talked about sleep numerous times today, exercise, water intake. That is major, and we're not just talking about the flavored water, right? You need to be drinking some good old fashioned H2O as well. Are you taking supplements, vitamins? And sometimes, you're balling on a budget, and so you can't necessarily get all of the type of supplements that you need. But please make time and set a budget to get, some multivitamins, right? Because sometimes what we eat doesn't have all the nutrients that our body so desperately needs in order to balance out our emotional and mental health. So these are things as well. And breathing, right? And so we are on the go, especially in these present days and times. There's just go, 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 go. And you have to take time to pause, to breathe. And so there are a slew of breathing exercises that a person can do. And you can Google it. You can actually Google it and be able to, take that time to breathe before you move to the next task or next whatever that looks like that you have to do. Sometimes me myself, I find that I'm in several events, a meeting, and so forth and so on, all in one day. And so, what does it look like? Just to pause and pull over and breathe. That's something that I'm preaching to the choir. You guys get it, right? And so if you haven't, just take a picture of this that I have up here. If you've ever gone through one of our services, or if I've seen you, if I've been at an event, I'm very big on giving out mental health kits. And, aside from, the bath bomb and the little nice lotion and all that kind of fun stuff, in there is also a mental health safety plan, because we have to be able to be prepared in case anything takes place in our lives. And so I'm going to go ahead and pause for those that may be trying to jot it down or taking a picture of it.
Amen. Amen. That's wonderful. 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 Thank you, Tam. We appreciate it. I just wanted you to know that Mother Jacqueline is here and she is ready to come in and share her experiences. I'm pretty sure we'll get back to your presentation in just a little bit. So, hello, my dear.
Hello. Hi. I'm so excited.
Oh my gosh, I'm so super stoked that you're here. For anyone who doesn't know Miss Jacqueline, she is super amazing. She actually provided a video last year that we played several times because it was just heart-wrenching. But let me go ahead and give you your introduction. And so Miss Jacqueline Roser, she was born as a twin. Her brother name is Raymond. And so she always knew that her words had power. She was her brother's voice for years. When she herself had twins at the age of 29, communication was key to making sure her twins and other two children that she had were able to say what they meant and mean what they say, often telling them to listen to their hearts and just say it. And I love that you say that. And so she is the founder of Say It Publishing and Marketing, and is now now a foundation for books and greeting cards and poetry and other aspects of business. Hi.
Hi.
Oh, how are you today?
I'm so excited. I'm trying to tell you, this tech situation, and I would not get off the computer. I said, I'm going to find this situation because I know I did it yesterday. So I'm excited to be here. Thank you for inviting me to let me share my story.
Absolutely. And, for me, it's very important that we hear transparent, full gut stories from everyone. You know what I mean? And when last year, when you just sent over that video, and I was like, whoa, you know what I mean? Knowing that we were having this, our annual event coming up, I wanted to make it my business to connect with you and see if we were in person. And so I'm so glad that you're here. Miss Jacqueline, tell us what brought you into this space? Why did you say, yep, Tam, I'm there. I can do this.
Okay, I wrote out a little bit of something because I haven't been a speaker for so long. And at 70, I was like, come on, girl, you got something to say. And so
Tell me your age again.
Can I just share my little bit of situation? I wrote it out. So anyone that's listening to this and see me looking down occasionally, it's all good. It's my words. I wrote them. I mean it. They're coming from my heart. My name is Jacqueline Eugenia Rozier. I live in Arizona, even though I'm from New Jersey. Lived in New Jersey for 45 years almost. Then moved to Arizona. And I'm telling you, I am loving my palm trees and my mountains. Okay. I have 4 amazing adult children who are now 45, 44, and the twins I told you about are 42. I am honored and excited to be here to share my victory story, I call it. Years ago, I read a piece of poem by Khalil Gibran, and it's titled On Children, about children. I want to share it with you. And a woman who held a babe against her bosom said, "Speak to us of children." And he said, "Your children are not your children. They are sons and daughters of life's longing for itself. They come through you, but they don't belong to you. You may give them your love, but not your thoughts, for they have their own thoughts. You may house their bodies, but not their souls. For their souls dwell in the house of tomorrow, which you cannot visit, not even in your dreams. You may strive to be like them, but seek not to make them like you. For life goes not backwards, nor tarries with yesterday. You are the bows which your children are sent forth as arrows. The archer sees the mark upon the path of infinity, and he bends you with his might, that his arrows may go swift and far. Let your bending in the archer's hand, which is God, the maker, be for gladness. For even as he loves the arrow that flies, our children, our babies, so he loves also the bow that is stable, the mother. I share this poem because once I read it, I was delivered from the torment and frustration about what I did and did not know and understand about how to be a mother. Let me share a little history. My mother, rest her beautiful soul, was date raped and had my twin and I at 17. She said she was in a deep state of depression and decided to rebel against the relatives who were raising her. Both her parents had died. Her mother when she was about 3 or 4, and her father when she was about 12. And she was being raised by her maternal grandmother when she was suddenly sent from Florida to New Jersey with one of her mother's oldest brothers. And being a Southern girl, this was extremely traumatizing. At 16, she had already met the love of her life. She was getting married after she got out of high school. This left her, the fact that she had to leave her future husband, it pushed her into deep depression. And about a year later, she shared that my father begged her to go on a date. And he said, "Someone so pretty shouldn't be so sad." Unfortunately, this was the 1950s. Date rape was a hard pill to swallow. She became pregnant and was forced to marry this stranger. She turned 18 4 days before she had premature twins, me and my brother. By the time she was 20, she had 4 children and was married to a stranger. She became the perfect person for mental and emotional decline. She shared that when she carried all of us, she was a mental and emotional mess. In spite of it all, though, she got her GED, got 4 college degrees, and one of the degrees was in psychology because she was trying to fix herself. She was trying to get out of this trauma, this depression. What is going on? I'm not sure how physical DNA. I know that physical DNA goes from person to person. Well, how about emotional and mental DNA? I know for a fact I spent years feeling estranged and disconnected from both my parents.
Mm-hmm.
Now, don't get me wrong. My mother was a loving, phenomenal, educated, kind, and wise woman. However, she was so fragmented and detached from her authentic self. I was in my 40s and I realized I had to teach my mother how to hug me. It's not that she rejected the hug, she just know how to initiate it.
Yeah.
Okay, let me back up a little bit. Married in about to give birth in 1978, no one had conversations with me about mental and emotional preparation for having a baby. Yes, I had the typical baby shower with all the materialistic needs in abundance. However, whenever I would talk about how nervous and unprepared I was, I got the usual, oh, girl, we got you. We're going to be there for you. We're going to show you how to change the baby's diapers and how to feed the baby and burp the baby and all those things. I was asking, what am I to do? Am I ready? I was so terrified. This human being was growing inside of me. It was freaking me out. Oh my gosh. I mean, I was 25, but still having a baby. I mean, when you realize that this living soul is growing inside of you, I just didn't know what to say. Apparently, I was such an emotional and mental mess. I was in labor almost 20 hours giving birth to my first son and didn't dilate 1 centimeter. The doctor kept saying, we don't know why you can't have this baby. Everything's physically okay. We keep checking and checking. I found out was so traumatized, I was blocking the birthing of my child.
Mm.
I got an emergency C-section, and all of my children were born by C-section. I questioned everything I did with my 4 children. They were like these special gifts of wonder. You know, they lay this baby in your hand, in your arms, and you're like, what? I mean, besides nursing that baby and giving that baby a bottle, you're looking into the eyes, the soul of this human being who has to depend on you. As a matter of fact, I am a really good cook. And so I knew how to feed them. I knew how to buy them clothes and dress them up pretty. I sang all kind of fun songs with them. And I helped my mother homeschool my children for 4 years. I put them in all types of programs. You know, they learned how to play the piano and went to ballet class and all the things. All this, and it frightened me because I knew something was missing, something was lacking, something was wrong. I realized that there was no bonding. I kept trying to figure out why. Why do I feel like this? Why am I raising? I felt like I was raising somebody else's child, children. I was babysitting. I was just so not bonded. I only knew this because as a student, I'm a student who likes to learn and read things. So I was always reading on how to better myself, how to find the answers, how to do whatever I had to do. And when they would go visit their grandparents and other relatives, I wouldn't even miss them. I would almost forget I had children. It was so crazy. I felt horrible. I'm watching other mothers play with their children and long and cry. Oh, child, I call my child every hour when she's going because I missed them. I didn't have none of that. I didn't know what was going on with me. I suffered silently for years. I was a leader in church, active in the community, and was a successful entrepreneur. What in the world is wrong with me? I loved being with my children when they were home. Before I became a successful businesswoman, I stayed at home for 10 years just to raise them. Well, in the last 20 years, I have given a lot of thought about myself as a mother and about my mother. And now I know that this is a generational issue. Somehow I was carrying the emotional baggage and trauma my mother went through, and possibly her mother as well. All of my children, 2 males and 2 females, are in their 40s, and there are no grandchildren. I don't know what that's about. I'm not going to say anything. My sons are talking about it, but it would be so exciting to be able to hug these little babies. Now that I am healing, I've been through therapy. I understand some things to be able to pour that kind of healing into my grandbabies. I have had lots of counselings directly and indirectly. And I know that today that I'm in therapy at 70, I'm in therapy today because I know knowing and loving myself is one of the ways that I will be able to support my children as they become parents. How do you become a better mother? Become a better you. In conclusion, or should I say continuation, participating in conversations and programs with silent sufferers who may or may not experience suicide or deep depression, guilt, or sadness is a blessing. Thank you again. So many need support for emotional and mental stability, strength, and understanding, no matter the age. I'm 70 and I'm still working through it. Why did I not miss my children when they were not around? My children, adult children, are some of the best human beings on the planet. Of course, I'm gonna say that. Almost everyone who meets them want to claim them, adopt them as their own. You know, God always makes a way of escape. And my life is ordered, and I am already an overcomer. I know that. Well, about 30 years ago, I created a program called The Love Journey. The program is a journey back to my mother's womb, where I am introduced to my authentic, real, genuine self. Because remember, a better mother is a better you. A stronger mother is a stronger you. I am finally creating a book for others to do the love journey as well. God just told me one day that I need you to know who you are, what you are, and why you are. He said, I created you special and unique. You have purpose, especially as a mother. Since being on this love journey, I have bonded with my adult children in a very amazing way. I understand, like in any relationship, knowing and loving anyone starts with me first. They always talk about put the oxygen mask on yourself first. I learned that. In order for me to be the mother I want to be, I had to be the woman I needed to be. I am excited that the Love Journey will be published this year, and mothers everywhere will be able to discover and rediscover who they are, what they are, and why they are. So I'm asking you to keep your eyes and ears alert for the public announcement, the Love Journey. Going to school, learning how to be you, learning the beautiful gem of who you are. If you were not raised in a home that gave you that, if you were raised in abuse, which I was, if you were raised in disfragment and separation and pain and confusion and fear, you can actually experience going on this journey that God dropped into my spirit years ago and discovering all the amazing things about yourself. It's never too late. I take this journey every year. I'm 70 and I've been on this journey for 30 years and it's exciting. I love it. For a discount, I want you to contact me. They'll give you the information, my email address and all the things. And I also make custom greeting cards. And the reason why I do that, because they encourage and inspire. They say, welcome, baby. They encourage a mother. They say, congratulations. It's really important. Can you imagine getting a piece of mail or card in the mail from someone who just wants to celebrate you as a mother, encourage you, lift you up, all those things? I have actually been making Mother's Day cards. I'm excited. And this just simply says there's a million reasons to celebrate you. Can you imagine a new mother getting that in the mail? Being able to just encourage and support her and to say you are wonderful. Yay! You are mama. We got you. We love you. You are special. I'm just telling you. I have another card up. Hold on. It says, I will ride out the storm with you. And we can wait for the rainbow together. Because brighter days are on the horizon. Can you imagine getting that card in the mail?
Oh
I
my
mean,
gosh.
so excited.
And we have
And they
some of
get a
your
card.
cards as
The
well.
most special thing about this card, what you say?
I was saying, and we
The
have
most
some of your
important
cards as
person, the
well.
most special person about you holding this card is you. So there you go. Okay, I can go on and on, as you can tell. I love it. Thank you. I have one more thing I want to do, please. Just one more thing. I wrote a poem years ago called Mother. Nurturer is her position. Kisses and hugs are her signature. Words of comfort are her healing balm. And her sacrifice of her life, she is mother. She speaks to the heart. She cheers with certainty. You can do it. She names you for your destiny. She teaches and trains you for life. She is mother. Like the color red, she is ambitious, courageous, energetic, and sometimes dramatic. She is the birthing master and the anointed womb, the giver of life. She carries generations in her womb, tucking you in, kissing your face, whispering your prayer. The human security blanket. She is mother. Thank you.
That's very good.
Thank
Oh my
you.
gosh, Miss Jacqueline. When you were telling your story, even though you wrote it down, and I give you props for that, right? Because sometimes when we're talking, we're like, oh, I should have said that. I meant to say this. I was, but what hit home for me, with regards to my postpartum, I couldn't hug my son. You know what I mean? And even like in his, early adolescence. And I had to one day when I started recognizing like this was a regular thing that I'm doing, I had to start to unpack that, you know what I mean? And it was like, I remember I didn't grow up in a household that was, emotionally, showing love, you know what I mean? My mom didn't give hugs. My pops, I got some Barbies, you know what I mean? I got some jewelry. I had some money when I went to school, you know what I mean? But I didn't grow up with that. And so as I, in my motherhood, working through, my own levels, I remember once I had to tell my son, when you reach out and hug, and it was like, I'm so sorry, you know what I mean, that I have difficulty in this because I didn't grow up with it and I had to be transparent. And so throughout the years, you know what I mean, I've gotten so much better, now I sometimes just come up on them. I'm like, oh, kind of a thing. And I remember it was like a process.
Oh, wow.
Where, sometimes, I was able to do it for 10 seconds and then I was able to do it for 30, you know what I mean? And, there's been times just hugging and crying, you know what I mean? Especially when we were, one night having a real in-depth conversation about all the Black males being killed and him being a driver, and just all the things that we had to talk about there. But that right there, just to hear you say that, I kind of like had to hold back tears because it's a thing, you know what I mean? And so I thank you for your transparency here, just sharing a story, that was your mom, but talking from a space of a child and how they were impacted from their mom going through the postpartum and the perinatal anxiety, depression, OCD and bipolarism, everything else, right? What are your thoughts there with ways in which, and I know you kind of touched on it, like some of the ways that you're breaking generational curses, but what would you say to other parents, that may be experiencing it, where you're a child and you were on the receiving end? What would you say to them parents?
I would say, first of all, take a deep breath. Because a lot of times when we're traumatized and we're uptight and we're concerned, we actually don't breathe well. And just learning how to just breathe, relax, it relaxes you, it gives oxygen to your body and your mind and things like that. And as a new mother, it was so strange because when I had the twins, I had all this help come in the house and they kept me away from my other babies. And for about 2 years, I didn't even forgot the babies was in the building. And by the time I got back to my oldest son and daughter, they were like looking at me like, where have you been? Why did you go away? What's going on? Excuse me. And so I would say, first of all, this is what I do. I'm a woman of God. I'm a spiritual woman. I be praying. I talk to God about everything, seriously about everything. And I would just talk to God. You gave me these babies. Excuse me. You
Take
gave
your
me
time.
these babies.
Order.
Give me a second. I'm so excited. And when I get excited, I talk fast. I run out of breath. But I would talk to God. Talk to God. Talk to the Creator. If you cannot talk to God, there's somebody I know you know love you. A good friend, a mother, an auntie, sometimes a female cousin. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. This is live television,
I'm
everyone.
quiet for a second. You talk a little bit. You go ahead.
No worries, no worries. Take your time. Take your time.
We gonna yeah, I know. Everybody got their water. We're gonna let Sister Jacqueline take just a little break. I want to give you some feedback, Sister Jacqueline, about your reading. One person said that is so powerful. It truly is relatable. Another person said, I felt every line in your story. And did you say your mother was raped on a date? Oh my God. Then we've got Tanya who said, are you going through a divorce? That's been exhausting. This is her second divorce, which is also exhausting. She also said she's wanting to encourage and support women. Then Veronica Neely Morris, I think we all run in the same circles with our collaboration. She said, great job, ladies. Great job.
Yeah.
And
She was actually a speaker last year as well.
Yep. Great job. So I'm wanting you to know that you are reaching people. I had a couple of phone calls earlier, and people are, I don't want to say people are triggered, maybe that is, but people are touched. Another woman said, I thought it was only me. My child was 3 and I still had the blues. Now we understand that after the age of 6 months, that's technically not the blues anymore.
No.
Not the blues. So we've got just so many. I'm trying to keep up with them, and I appreciate each of you for your phone calls and your text messages. If you called and you went to voicemail, we will do our best to try to call you back. I just, it's completely life-giving. So the tote board right now is at $8.85. Praise the Lord. $8.85 with 10 supporters. We've had 2 challenges so far. One challenge was for each author to give $10. We're asking each author to give $10, and they will receive a free book trailer produced by Angie B Productions. Then we had the nurse challenge, since this is Nurses Week, and we were asking for nurses that are watching to give $20 or more. And it looks like Dr. Daniel said, well, here, let me just give you $50. So
yes. And he's actually a sponsor of ours as well. And so thank you, Dr. Hop, for giving on top of your giving.
Yes.
It's totally appreciated.
We do appreciate that. So we've got our overseer, Sydney, that has returned. We'll be bringing him in just a moment. And Mother Jacqueline, I don't want you to leave. I'm going to put you backstage for a little bit, if that's okay. And if you can join us again, maybe during Overseer Sydney's time with us, that would be great. If
I
not,
wanted to answer that last question with regards to being a child on that receiving end
oh
of a
yeah.
parent with postpartum. What would you tell that parent? And so I
Mm.
take your time. Let's definitely circle back to that because that's major, and I can actually help folks in their thought approaches to actually going to get some treatment because sometimes you just think that you're really impacting yourself, but once more, it's a ripple effect.
Okay. Well, it is 4:30 Eastern Standard Time. It is May 11th, and we'll be back in just a minute, everybody.
Sitting here all alone, no one to pick up the phone, and it's just me. The problem that I have to face is staring me in the face, and it's just me. No longer will I try to hide the demons that I've locked inside, for they're wearing me down, way down. I'm falling. I need you to catch me, 'cause I'm falling and I can't get up. I'm falling and I can't get up. I'm falling and I can't get up. Falling and I can't get up. I'm staring in outer space. I'm lost without a trace, and there's nowhere to run or hide. No longer will I fear. I'm finally facing my fears, 'cause I'm all straight out and cried out. I'm falling. I'm falling. I'm falling. Why don't you catch me? 'Cause I'm falling and I can't get up. 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 I'm falling. Can't get up. Knock and it shall be open. Seek and you shall find. Call his name, Jesus. Sing it now. Knock and it shall be open. Seek and you shall find. Jesus, Jesus. Jesus. Knock and it shall be
Hey there, family. It's me, the Queen Bee, Evangelist Angie B. And we are allowing the founder of our organization, we are allowing Tam to take a well needed break. She's been on the air consistently since 10 o'clock this morning. I get a chance to get off the air and answer the phone and reply to text messages. And so we want to be able to give Tam just a little break. But this portion of the show puts me in the mindset of the old Jerry Lewis telethon. Mother Jacqueline, you might remember the Jerry Lewis telethon. You know, I'm gonna bring you on. Remember Jerry Lewis would come out and his tuxedo be looking all good and spit shine shoes and his hair be all greaseback, have a little cigarette, and the Rat Pack would come out and they'd sing and dance and they'd look at the tote board. How much have we raised for muscular dystrophy? And then by halfway through the show, his bow tie would get kind of crooked and your hair sticking out his head.
Yes.
And, you know, but I mean, that was the Labor Day weekend. It was like the only weekend my mother would let us stay up as late as we could so we could, you know, try to watch the whole show. But by somewhere by the middle of the night, you could tell that somebody went in the back and shook him and said, "Wake up, man, wake up, wake up. We got to show you what the tote board is like." And he was like, "Oh, Lord, can he hear anybody?" So this is our tote board now. We're allowing Tam to take a break because we don't want her coming back looking disheveled.
Amen.
But
Yes.
our goal is $2,500. Our goal is $2,500, and we are not there yet. So I'm going to read you a story that is on our donation website. One of our donation websites is givebutter.com, like the butter that you eat, givebutter.com. And then you could just backslash and search for Favor 2024. And so this is the story. And after this story, we're going to have Overseer Sydney come in. But story says this is an opportunity to save the lives of mothers, fathers, and non-birthing parents who are trying to press their way through perinatal and postpartum mood disorders. If you donate only $45, Maternal Matters Favor can provide their 4-week life skills program services to this underrepresented population. We are aiming to raise $2,500 within a 24-hour period. I'm claiming it. I believe that it is so. Join us for our 24-hour pledge-a-thon, where we'll have conversations around perinatal and postpartum health. You'll be able to speak your truth about some of your successes and challenges in parenting, and we'll provide words of encouragement to another person who's in their journey. Studies show that life skills teachings help in managing emotions, health, finances, and everyday relationships. This has a direct impact on how a person feels about themselves mentally, emotionally, and spiritually. Let's be the change we want to see in our community. And then the horrible statistics come in. I call them horrible because they are, but it says more than 10% of fathers experience depression and anxiety during the perinatal period. More than 10%. And then they say at least 60% of women with perinatal depression have experienced a mental health condition in the past. So that kind of talks to us about not pre-existing, but, you know, the stuff that may have been going on in you or in your family. But that's 60% of women with this perinatal depression. Then we've got individuals of Latino heritage exhibit a higher prevalence of perinatal mental health disorders and are less likely to be identified or receive adequate and culturally competent mental health care. That line that says culturally competent. I would really like to address that. How do we know if we're providing culturally competent mental health care? I see you, Overseer Sydney. You're coming up next. And then it says approximately 1 in 10 women will experience postpartum depression after giving birth. They talked about those statistics, 1 in 10 women. And finally, it is estimated that nearly 50% of mothers with postpartum depression are not diagnosed by a health care professional. If they're not diagnosed, then we praying for them.
Yes.
Overseer Sydney, I want to bring you on so you can meet Sister Jacqueline right quick. And then we
Yes.
Sister
Hey,
Jacqueline,
my brother.
Overseer.
I heard you earlier. You had me running around my house, sir. I just want you to know. I was glad to hear the brother say something. I'm telling you, it's just so true. You know, I was thinking while you were reading, my sister Queen Bee. You know, it takes the whole the village is gone. I know that part of what we are struggling with is because the village has been fragmented and scattered. It takes a whole village. So when a mother, I just believe everybody that gives birth to a human being is recovering, bringing gotta get their balance back, and all the things. You're carrying 2 people. You're feeding and resting and caring for 2 human beings. And I believe that other mothers and fathers and all the community would come together, and they will pour into you with words of wisdom and support. They would make sure you were eating, getting good rest, loving on you, clapping, saying, "Oh, girl, that baby is wonderful," and that really gives your spirit a uplift. Thank you.
You need it. You need it. Thank you, Sister Jacqueline. Thank you. Thank you. We'll see you back in a little bit. Overseer Sydney, thank you for bringing some testosterone and a male perspective. We keep seeing these statistics. What was that last one? 10% of more than 10% of the fathers experience depression and anxiety. More than. And I don't know if that's what you want to share, but tell us what's on your heart today about this topic.
Well, greetings again. I thank you guys so very much for allowing me in this woman's space, because oftentimes men are left out because we don't really understand what women actually go through or care to know what you guys go through, because we will put on the face of it's hard being a man, and a woman don't understand what it takes to be a man. And so where in those aspects it's a true statement, because a woman can't be a man and understand the true trials and different facets of being a man. It is, and what weight comes with being a man, just like we can't understand what being a woman is. And then to carry life, we plant the seed, but the woman carries the life, brings that life. She cultivates that life on the inside of her. She's sitting up at night when the baby's kicking her everywhere. She got a rib and all of those different types of things. And to be able to be here to share just a small taste, you know, of how the men see it, it's truly a privilege and an honor. And I don't take it lightly. I don't speak for all men, but I think I do speak for quite a few of them inside of Christendom and outside of that, as it pertains to this topic.
Amen. 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 Well, I'm going to bring in the founder again, because I know she wants to talk to you about some things. So, Overseer Sydney, this is Tam McRoy, the founder of Maternal Matters Favored. And I appreciate you. I really do.
I do as well. Thank you so much for deciding to really just join in on the conversation, and too for coming back. I'm like this morning, I don't think we scared him away, but yes, I love the fact that you're a man and you're able to bring a male's perspective, to this conversation. And so, what is your in-depth story? You know what I mean? That you kind of touched on it this morning. That you have your boys and your wife was going through some things, and when did you know, like, I got to make certain I'm doing my part, like, and what was that you actually started to do?
Well, it was, I got married early. At the time when I got married, my wife was 19, I was 20, And so we went from high school sweethearts to, to husband and wife to parents in a very small window. Got married in October. My son was born in January. Do the math. And so it was one of those things. It was like, okay, this is something new for us. And, during the pregnancy state, it was all right. You're adapting, learning to live together, learning all these different things. My wedding day consisted of wedding chapel. She went to work. I moved us into our first place. That was my wedding day. And so then our son was born. And so when she had my son, everything seemed to be okay. We brought him home. And then you saw there was a change. And my wife had long hair. And so it was sticking up on top of her head. And she wore this mama's gown, that gown. And, she was breastfeeding and all of those types of things. And I noticed that she wasn't herself. And I noticed she functioned just enough to take care of the baby. Nothing lacked when it came to the baby. And at first it was, hey, I'm over here. What about me? Did you cook? What you want to do? Because she was home. She was on maternity leave. I was still going to work and coming home. And I realized the breakdown. And it was one of those things. I'm exhausted. I'm tired. I know you're not asking me to cook. I listen, your son is greedy. He gets up twice in the middle of the night. This ain't working. Hey, leave me alone. To where the baby went from sleeping in his crib till I'm not getting out of the bed to breastfeed in the middle of the night. The pump wasn't working. It was hurting. And so guess where he started sleeping? In our bed.
Yeah.
And so she functioned just enough. And the breakdown in between us was at first it was subtle. Then it was right there in your face. And it was like, for a minute, as we all men do, hey, it's those zones have gone. There was no intimacy during the 9 months. There was no intimacy after the 9 months, after the baby was born. Hey, we men still desire our spouses or our woman.
That's honest.
And so it's one of those things. It's like, hey, baby, hey, how you feeling? Hair still sticking up on top of your head and all that kind of stuff. And it was like, no, So as she began to come out of it, that's when I really got a real dose of what postpartum was. And so as she began to come out of postpartum, we went on our anniversary. It was anniversary time. The baby will be 1 soon. And, he's getting over that. She's coming out. Let's go on a vacation. We need a break. Well, we go on vacation. We come back with a souvenir that we can't throw away. So just as she was coming out, she was pregnant again. So a year and a half later, as we were rebounding from it, she got pregnant again. And so the reality of it, now I got 2 children in a year and a half. And it's like, look, I didn't sign up for this. Now this, and then each pregnancy is different. And we men, we don't carry a baby. We don't know what that feels like on the inside, something kicking and pulling and tugging. And I encourage men when I do men's counseling or marriage counseling, relationship counseling, I tell them all the time, I say, during that process, really watch the transformation of your woman. Because if you've never seen that baby move on the inside of her, see that baby kick her in places you didn't know you could be kicked, and watch how she takes it like a champ, and being sick in the morning, it gives you a new perspective and respect for the woman.
That's real. Oh my gosh. You've said a lot, and I appreciate your transparency here. You know what I mean? Because I'm pretty sure there's way more men who too can echo these type of things. And I want to give you your kudos where you started to recognize the changes, you know what I mean? And you put some corrective measures into place on how you were able to kind of help and assist your wife as she was pressing through. And so what were some of those techniques? So say you're talking to your men in your counseling group, like, look, your wife is pregnant. She's about to have this baby. Let me tell you something to be prepared so you can make sure that you're doing your part.
Oh, absolutely. So we go straight into what we as men tap into first. We tap into the intimate first. Hey, I had to realize, though I desire my wife intimately, it's one of those things, hey, you have to give her time to get herself together. You have to give time to allow all of those different changes. There's going to be times where, guess what? You want to be intimate time, but the baby is here. They hate the word share. She's mine. No, she's not. You have to share. My mother, I have 5 sisters, 2 mothers, 4 grandmothers. And it was one of those things my mothers and grandmothers would tell me, a woman don't want a sorry man. So I can cook, clean, wash clothes, sew in your weave, paint your toenails, all at the same time. So it's one of those things. So I had to pick up the slack. If I didn't know how to cook, I learned, even though I could. If I couldn't wash clothes, I learned. Mother taught me a lot. But I taught them and I told them, these are the things that you can do to lighten the load. You have to give to take. So if you want intimate time, make sure everything else is done. Oh, I got to do this for the baby. The bottles are made. Oh, well, what we're going to eat, I've already cooked dinner. Something that you eat, not just for me. See, we learned something when I worked in collections. It's called the WIFM. What's in it for me? Well, great. What's in it for me is I'll get what I really want. If I make everything else she needs, great. I'm going to put the baby to bed. I'm going to run you a bath. I'm going to fix your food. I'm going to light the candles. I'm going to fix the bed. I've washed the clothes. Come on, baby. Come on to daddy. All the excuses are removed. And I taught, especially the younger men with girlfriends, and let's bring it into 2024. They got girlfriends and baby mamas that are still desiring the same thing, and they look at it different. I'm 43. So when I'm talking to 22-year-olds, 18-year-olds, 16-year-olds who are cohabitating and doing all these different things, I have to be real about it. Listen, this is what you're going to experience. It's a lot when I talk to the different age groups that are in relationship counseling that desire to be in a long-term relationship or marriage. And I tell them, I said, these are the things that you're going to have to learn how to do if you don't. You're going to have to turn the PlayStation off. Grown men, young men. You got to turn the PlayStation off. Take the trash out. You got to clean up. You don't know how to cook. You don't want to burn the food because she'll be mad. Guess what? Hey, be the best orderer you've ever seen in life. Show her how to DoorDash. Quick. Do the things. Then ask her how her day was.
Yeah.
When you come through the door, she don't want to hear about what you went through. She's had your son or daughter all day. Soon as you come in, wash your hands, take a shower, get the baby. First order of business, get the baby. If the baby not asleep, especially if you thinking about something else, get the baby. Baby, what you need me to do? What you need me to do? Where you want me to go? Take the load off. So that was number 1. Number 2, intimate conversation. Keep your hands to yourself. Just talk to her. Don't try to talk to her to rub on her. Just talk to her.
That part, yeah.
Love her. Love on her. Give her when the weekend comes and you off, it ain't the time to go play ball. It ain't the time to go to the game. Hey, baby, go get your nails done. Your hair sticking up on top of your head. You look good, but hey, go do something about that. You can, and it's those things. Those are the 2 major.
He says it with a little more couth than what he just said. Yes.
Those things are important, and I've learned, and having sisters that have all had children and mothers, and we're a fertile family. So it's my mother, it's 5 of us, and I have a total of 5 sisters, 2 brothers. Between all of them, it is 23 grands. So, and 3 great grands. So it's a lot. We're big. And so you learn these things. And if you don't come from a big family, latch on. Like we were talking earlier, it takes a village. If you don't know, talk to your family members that got children. See how they do it. See what you're signing up for in case you have that on your mind,
Yeah, yeah. You know what? To anyone listening out there, this is real life stuff. You know what I mean? And Overseer Sydney is coming from a place of maturity. You know what I mean? When we choose to do things, you know what I mean. You have to, put yourself into a mindset where you're going to be able to work through the outcomes, choices, decisions, and consequences. And so, some of the outcomes of having intimate relationships is a child. And what we do know is that there was only one Mary, right? So it takes two to go ahead and do what's needed to take care of this child. And when you're in a relationship, or even if you're not, but you're a parent now, you know what I mean. You gotta. This is a tag team. We're a partnership for the next 18, sometimes these present days of time, 21, 26 years, to what I mean, commit to having each other's back while we're co-parenting. And so when women go through the different changes in their bodies and psychologically as well, with their emotional being and so forth and so on, and you have a man that's saying, hey, I get it, I got you, you know what I mean, the outcomes of that woman's recovery are way more faster, as opposed to having a partner and they'd be like, what's wrong with you? You know what I mean? You ain't gonna, you know what I mean? Like, come on now, you know what I mean? Let's look at things from a humanistic perspective. And so I once more, I want to thank you for your words and your transparency. If you were to drop a nugget to fathers, what would that be?
If I had to drop a nugget to the fathers, what would it be? Love her and take care of the children.
Yeah.
Simple. And because she needs that love, and most men equate love with two things: provision and sex. I'm a man. I'm going to tell you where it was.
Yeah.
And so we have to understand that they're not synonymous. Your provision doesn't always equate to that you love her. You provide because it's what you're supposed to do, what some men were trained and taught to do. And the sex is something that we like, period. So we know we have to provide to get the sex. Well, how does that equate to that I love you? It doesn't.
Yeah, come on now, that is real.
Because we, as the man, benefit from both of those. She enjoys it because it pleases you. But what about her needs? And I know some men was like, oh, you're selling out. No, I'm not. I had to learn that. Because that happy wife, happy life, it goes with all of that. How do I love her? Easy. By showing that I take an interest in the things that she likes, the things she likes to do. Fantasia said it in a song. Sometimes in a man's life, he has to do the things that his girl likes. There's nothing wrong with it. Because that's how the cleanup woman or the cleanup man comes in. Because you forget the very small things. And then you neglect the children because you're selfish. I read one of the comments. She doesn't forget about us as men. She doesn't. But the very things that she knew you fell in love with, she's trying to get back to that body because she don't want you to look at somebody else. Because her figure 8 is now a 2-liter. But we forget as men that she just carried our baby. Hats off to the women that carried twins and triplets. Sometimes they do the body in. And some of our sisters do not snap back. Their bodies are forever gone. So love her in the skin that she's in because she made a sacrifice too.
Yeah, yeah. You're hitting on some great points because, society, what I mean, says that women are supposed to look like this. You know what I mean? Men want, women to look a certain kind of way.
Yeah.
And she's just on the gone. She just went through life changes. Her body just went through some changes. And, as much as she may work to, get back to where she was before, you know what I mean, or whatever have you, individuals need to realize that there's a new norm that takes
Yes.
place. You know what I mean? And so whether that's physically, you know what I mean, or even mentally, emotionally, there's a new norm. And so it once more, you know, when we think biblically how, you know, our heart posture, you know, we're supposed to look at the inward person.
That's
you know
right.
what I mean? And so, you know, let us keep that kind of an eye, that lens when we're saying that we love a person or that we want to be with them. You know what I mean? Because what we do know is while today we're talking about pregnancy, there could be another show talking about what happens when a person gets in a car accident and now they can't walk. You know what I mean? Or, you know, different things that take place where you may meet a person one way, you know what I mean? But now you got to develop a new level of love for them because of the certain situations that may be taking place in their life. Because what we do know is life be lifing, right?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. And you know what? You just hit a nail on the head. And I'm going to say this. So for the Bible says in 2 Corinthians, first natural, then spiritual. So we are a natural being. In the natural sense, I saw you and I was attracted to you. I liked what I saw. I saw you before I saw your mind. And I felt your heart, right? So then in the spiritual sense, I got connected to you because why? A man that findeth the wife finds a good thing and find favor of the Lord. So now that we connected in that sense, so even those that are not married or in relationships, we're in 24 and keeping it real, but I'm going to speak from the natural sense and the spiritual sense, right? So sometimes those concepts, rules, policies, and procedures don't apply when you don't have the spiritual aspect in your relationship. So we can still operate in those senses, but don't give the respect due to where those policies came from, where those techniques came from. So I say that to say this. So, okay, fine. If it's the natural, then the spiritual, and I understand there's a transformation. Be ye transformed by the renewing of my mind. Well, how do I renew my mind? I go back to the vow. Because see, the vow says, I will love you in sickness or in health. I will love you no matter what your body look like. I will love you when good times are bad. I will love you. Love is the greatest thing. Love is not prideful. Love does not keep a record of wrong. Love is the greatest. So when we think about it that way, baby, it don't matter what you look like. I got to think about the sacrifice that you made for us to become a we. So I got to love you in every facet of your body. I will love you from the crown of your head to the soles of your feet. Baby, I will walk across hot coals for you just to get you a jacket. It's one of those things that we have to, as men, come back to. Even in the relationship sense, chivalry is not dead. We just got to resurrect it. And it has to be retaught. That's the problem. We've looked at what we thought a woman is supposed to be and what a man is supposed to be and what they're supposed to look like, and they leave out the chivalry. But when you go behind closed doors and you get a sneak peek of the very people that you emulate and you exonerate and you put up on airs for, these people have chivalry in their lives. They thought pockets in the street, but they want a man that's going to love and revere them. They want women that's going to treat them the way they want to be treated and that will stand in the kitchen and cook them a plate of food, fix them a plate of food.
Or vice versa.
Come on, somebody. So it's one of those things, like you said, we have to get back to what it truly means. Are you really in it for that? So when I do my marriage counseling, I tell them, I said, you don't know what for richer or poor looks like. You don't know what sickness or in health looks like. You don't know what bad body, good body really looks like. Are you ready for that? Let's take it in its totality. And when that reality, like you said, life starts lifing, what you got? You better vet who you say you want to be connected to. You better really check into them and see if their heart is really where they say it is.
Yes.
It's put up or shut up time.
Yes.
Don't get me started. Don't get me started.
Listen. I know that we have some board members coming back in, but you know, I'm loving this dialogue because what we do need to hear is more men coming from this space, you know, verbalizing what you're actually doing. And I'm pretty sure once more that there's a slew of gentlemen out there that, you know, are nodding their heads. But regrettably, too often, us women, we don't always see them. You know what I mean? And so I love that you're saying this. We had another speaker, Latasha, who was on, who was saying that she has a great husband, you know what I mean? And, you know, they went through a child loss and everything. And, you know, and he was there. He was there to the extent like what you were talking about and so forth. And so we're here. If anyone is just now tuning in, like, what's going on? What they talking about? We're here talking about all things perinatal, postpartum, maternal mental health, right? And what
Yes.
does that look like in ways in which that we can make certain that we're doing our due diligence in supporting those that may be going through bouts of depression, of
Right.
anxiety, of OCD, of psychosis, of bipolarism, right? I love you, I hate you, you know what I mean, kind of thing. And making certain that we're doing our due diligence all the way around. And how are we making out?
I tell you, I need you to check the other pages. The Give Butter information is now on the screen. We've got so many comments that have come in. One says, Overseer Sydney, I'm giving you a standing ovation. Teach, teach, teach. The other comment said, thank you, Sydney, for being on this telethon. I had all the symptoms of pregnancy. My tight, sexy body was gone, and now I got stretch marks. I got tender breasts from breastfeeding, and I was exhausted, especially after a C-section, which most men do not know is major surgery. Now, I know I'm telling on myself, but I'm telling on my age. My mother said when I was born, back in 1965, it was mandatory that mothers stayed in the hospital for 10 days.
That's right.
It was mandatory. And I'm bringing in Mother Jacqueline. She nodding. Mothers had to stay in for 10 days, right? But then if you had a C-section, they added a few more days onto that because that was major surgery. Now I understand a young woman goes in the hospital in the morning, drop the baby in the afternoon. They sending them home that night.
3 days.
And maybe 3 days if they have a C-section, maybe.
Yeah, yeah. They immediately get you up to walking, like, you know what I mean?
Well, mama was up walking for the 10 days in the hospital, but during those 10 days, they were able to recognize if there was some depression, if there was some trouble latching on and lactating, if folks was having issues with the episiotomy, or if their C-section incision was becoming infected. I get that they got to get you up and walk, but what I don't get is what happened over these almost 60 years where you had time in the hospital to, okay, it's like going to the bathroom. You go in, you do what you got to do, and then you get back out. And okay, I see.
Yeah. We can unpack that, you know what I mean? And so what we do know is insurance carriers, you know what I mean? Hospitals, you know, it becomes like a factory, you know, line. And so they get you in, they get you up and walking, you know what I mean? And next thing you know, you're being discharged. You know, if you can buckle that baby up into a car seat, deuces, you know. And so we as a nation need to do a better job at healthcare coverages for some of these mothers, you know what I mean? And that's just healthcare coverage, but then it also rolls into levels of behavioral healthcare as well. And that's that mental health part. And so when individuals are going back for their postpartum checkups, you know, we want to make certain that there's opportunities for them to actually have coverage for specific mental health services as well, which we see is not so often allowed. Go ahead, Mother Jacqueline.
I want, you know, life is like you're saying, life is different. There was a time fathers didn't have to come home and cook no dinner because after she had the baby, the family came over. The family too. They made all kind of pre-meals. Auntie was there, mama was there, grandparents was there, neighbors were there. Everybody came in and made sure that the mama could get through it, the daddy could get through it. They did all the housework, all the stuff. And today, oh my gosh, I don't even know. I look at fathers today who have children, and oh my goodness, because where's the family? Like I said, the village, the family. You know, I mean, and did you see me tell you, brother Sydney? I see a book. I see you're gonna have to do. You're gonna have to write the brothers. I mean, you got it in you. I am so glad you were here.
Yes.
You know, you bring up something that's very, very prevalent, is that everyone has different experiences and opportunities, you know, and so while some individuals do have that, you know, that sense of community, that village, people swooping in. Some individuals don't. And when we go back to, when we go back to looking at the numbers, we see that those that actually do have that level of support around them, they do better.
Right.
They recover quicker, or they may not even experience, you know what I mean, because of, the risk factors of not having support, as opposed to those who, but it's vice versa too, because, my parents did the best that they thought that they were doing, you know what I mean? But I still fell prey to my own psychological thoughts, you know what I mean? And that led me to tailspin into a very dark place. And I thank God that I did have, my parents and my in-laws, you know what I mean? They're my village people that I call them, and because they helped pick up the slack where I wasn't able to do so.
I have a new challenge, and I'm hoping Overseer Sydney can help me with this one. I challenge each of the ministry leaders, the churches, to not only make a donation today. The Give Butter information is there, and you can go on the website. Not only to make a donation, but open up your congregation to having a supportive, like a support group. Like, the mother's board is good about making the fried chicken dinner when it's pastor's anniversary. They good about that. The consolation choir good about getting up there when it's somebody's funeral. But let somebody have a baby. Everybody trying to what is they trying to do? They trying to see the baby, hold the baby. When's she coming to church so I can see the baby? Hey, after COVID, I wouldn't want nobody to be hugging and touching and breathing on my baby and stuff like that. So I would love for churches to develop some sort of chain, some sort of phone chain. Okay, so and so went in the hospital. She only need one visitor to represent from the church. She don't need the whole usher board there, okay? Because she gonna feel strange some kind of way. She got that hair sticking up, like Overseer Sydney talked about. Okay, so what can we do then? Right. Who can initiate bringing some food to the house? Who can pick them up from the hospital? I still know young people that, the mama and the baby in the back seat, the daddy feeling some kind of way. Go pick them up so all three of them can ride home in the back seat. Let's come up with some ways to be that extended village for the ones in our church that are bringing new life to this world. And then let's invite Tam in. She can come in live or virtual for a Maternal Matters Favored workshop, a life skills program, which really don't seem like a life skills program for parents. I mean, what you do in the life skills program, Tam? You teach about financial management and decision making, self-awareness, communication. This sounds like something that need to be taught in middle school, high school, and then revisited in college. That may help out a little bit if we start teaching it earlier. But that is my challenge. I'm asking all of the pastors and the overseers and the bishops, make a donation in the name of your church. Send this link to every member of your church and ask them to make a donation in the name of your church. And then let's work together to get a program started. And I'm talking, we're not going to wait till December to put it on the planning committee list for 2025. Let's see what we could do this year. You know what I'm saying? If we could get a Bible study together at Sister Jenkins' house, then we can, after Bible study, talk about, okay, Sister Jenkins make good pound cake. So we're going to put you, make one now and put it in the freezer. There's got to be some tangible ways to do what Tam has always said. You got a tribe, you got a village. So if you member of a church, like Grandmama then said, I pay my tithes, so I got somebody to do my funeral. Okay, I want to pay my tithes, so I got somebody to help these young people, men and women alike, with their childbirthing experiences. So that is my challenge for this hour. Sydney, I think you on mute. Yeah, when I think it's from your end. Nope. Try it again. Nope. Oh no. Go out and come back in. I don't know what happened. And then Sister Jacqueline, I'm so glad that you have brought wisdom. You know, we had testosterone and we had the Proverbs 31 woman, the book of Titus woman. The older women teach the younger women how to. Thank you so much for your contributions. Even when it's just you and I chatting on social media or email, there's always some wisdom around. And I say that because we had another question that came in, and this one is a hard one to deliver because it resonates with so many of these young folks. Um, the question said, "My mother keeps trying to take over my baby. I don't know what to do. I just don't know what to do." And Overseer Sydney, the question came in, "My mother keeps trying to take over my baby. I just don't know what to do." And we're talking about the wisdom that comes from Mother Jacqueline and the experience that comes from Tam. Does anybody have any input that we can share with this young person?
Absolutely.
She's probably, yeah, I'm sorry. She's probably feeling guilty about what she didn't do with her, and she's trying to fix it. She's trying to make sure that this baby, this grandchild, what she didn't give her child. A lot of times, that's what happens. So she probably needs to have a conversation. Mom, what's going on? Why are you? Why is this, instead of responding in like a fight, trying to being upset about it? Take a deep breath. I always say that. I mean that.
Yeah.
Take a deep breath, because breathing helps your brain calm you down, and ask her mother why she's doing it, because there's a reason for it, and a lot of times that's usually it. She wants to find a way to do what she didn't do before. That's one. I think that's one thing that may be.
That's good.
Right.
And if I can, yes, and if I could chime in, so sometimes that's the underlying reason, and then you got overexcitement to take over. So my ex-wife, she was an only child for 13 years, and then her mother had her sister. Then we had boys, so it's only the two of them, and then there were no boys. Well, she wanted to kidnap my child and not give it back. Well, hey, I'm gonna need him back. Thank you, please. So it's so those are two things, and then also, like you said, on a serious note, those situations, because my mother worked a lot, and so my father was a Rolling Stone. My stepfather was in the streets. My mother went to college. She graduated. She went to work to give us a life. Though she's still married to my stepfather to this day, it's something about Jesus. When I tell you it was a switch, he went from the streets to the church. Come on, somebody. And so it was one of those things. She tries to overdo it with the grandkid. There's 18 of them, 18 grand. And so she tries to give more. And then even to us, it's like she try to make up something. Like I told my mother, you owe us nothing. You taught us well. You gave us everything that you could give us. Now we have to make the decisions based on how you raised us, which was quite well. We didn't want for anything. We didn't know my mother was on welfare until we got older. I was like, you got food stamps, girl? We had on fine clothes. Nikes back in the 80s were $95. So when I tell you those are some of those reasons to get back. Let me circle back. So how do you address it delicately? Because see, you'll need grandmama later.
Right.
I'm gonna tell you, don't burn bridge with grandmama.
Right.
Because grandmothers now, though they may be 50, 60, or 40,
they go.
They look like they 20, 30, 40. They outside this season. Grandmothers are outside. They're still working. They're vacationing. They're getting all kinds of nice things done.
Yes.
They are preserved. We are preserved now.
Yes, I love
That's
this.
what all those things they put in our food did to us. It preserved us. So now we're aging backwards. The kids look older than we do.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
So you don't burn bridges.
You know what? I heard what you said, sir. I hear what you say. My mother, my sister, and her daughter were all 30-something years old when they were grandparents.
Wow.
They're young today.
And you
They're
still
young
looking
today.
good at 70, Sister Jacqueline. At 70, you still.
You see that? No filters.
I was thinking she could also ask her mother, set up a schedule. Let's make a schedule for you to spend time with the baby.
Yes.
Be
Yes.
just make it happen for her.
Yeah.
Okay, Ma, I know you want to spend a lot of time with the baby and you want to do some things. So let's make a schedule. And be in agreement with a schedule, come to terms with that. And so she should, I would do that. I would say, okay, let's sit down and see when we're going to schedule you in.
This is all good.
Whether she live with her or not. We're going to schedule you in. And I love you, but this was tough love. I love you. We're going to schedule you.
Yeah.
And you have to be in agreement with us.
I like that because,
and we're going to go for it.
You put some boundaries.
We'll pray over that thing, but that's what I would do.
That's a good suggestion there because to all of your points, these present days and times, having a grandma that wants to take part is a gift, right? Because grandmas are outside these days, you know what I mean? Don't want to burn bridges. You don't know what the grandma may be internalizing from when they were an active parent. So now this is their opportunity to kind of make up, right? But they just truly are that much ecstatic and in love with that babies, and so forth. But you do want to maybe speak your voice to the viewer out there with a comment and start to see how you can work to put those boundaries in place if you're feeling some kind of way, because we don't want you to your feelings are valid, you know what I mean? We don't know the full story behind everything. And so have a conversation with your mother, you know what I mean? Let her know how you're feeling and ask her, what can we do to raise this baby together, and that way you're not totally ostracizing her from being able to take part in her grandchild, but you're not also cutting off the ties and relationship that you have.
Right.
So these things are very important. They're a very delicate situation. And I would advise that, you get with a community support worker, you know what I mean? A counselor, so that you can work this through. Because what we don't know just from being here on this platform is what are those underlying issues, right? Or what else is going on, historical context that can actually shed more light on the best approach in which you ladies may need to take.
Right. Yeah. That's wisdom and understanding applied. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Thank you, Sister Jacqueline. I appreciate you. I'm gonna put you backstage. Overseer Sydney. Yes. Your transparency is Book of Ephesians, more than I could have asked or thought. Just, because I know what I was feeling, back in the early 90s, giving birth to my children. I know you in the military. I know you in the Navy. You go out to sea, but when you come back, it's more to do than just, you home. It's more. And so I think if I could have looked at it from his perspective, rather than what I was going through, or if he could have recognized what I was going through in the mental health area, all of it needs more communication and transparency. And you offered both today.
Thank you. I tried, because I know I've seen it. And now I have a son graduate in 2 weeks from college. I have one in the military and one graduate from high school next year. And all of those things have come into place, even in the co-parenting phase of their lives. So it's very important. And if it could save a family, save a relationship.
Yes.
I'm here.
I love this. Tell everyone how they can get in touch with you. Where can they find you?
My Facebook is open. It's not private. It's Sydney Gilliard. You can catch me live, Janitor's Closet Ministries. We air Monday through Friday as the Lord permits. Kick off at 8:30 on the church's website at janitorsclosetministries.com. My YouTube is the same. You'll see my bald head shining, and you'll see the JC, the church emblem. Also, I am a playwright, singer, songwriter, all that kind of fun stuff. You can find us at capital I space AM Productions at Facebook. Please like us on Facebook, and we're coming to a city near you.
Nice. Speaking of city, where exactly are you headquartered? You based out of?
Jacksonville, Florida. Home, born and raised.
Just want to let everybody know. Duval.
What do you know about it?
And Overseer Sydney, somebody has said, oh, Sister Jacqueline, I'm going to say it again, Sir Sydney. Pray and find a way to write the book for men and fathers. You are wisdom, wisdom, wisdom. Thank you. Wisdom.
So true fun fact. And it's a fun fact because God says wherever you find yourself content. About three and a half weeks ago, I was performing in the color purple. And my car was broken into and my life's work was stolen. I was writing 2 books, all my plays, all my music since I started writing in 2000. All of it was gone. Fun fact. So I call it a fun fact because it was funny. God said, I'm going to birth something new. The old things have to pass away. And behold is a present tense word. All things will become new. So it gives me a new direction to talk to men. I'm going to come from a men's perspective in the new.
Oh, look at God. Look at God.
Look
at God. Look at God. Look at God.
It's real. It's real. It's real.
Ooh, thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. Okay, I'll put you backstage again so I can have a praise party. Oh my goodness.
That right there.
Thank you.
Yes. Oh my gosh.
Thank you.
God will do some things that just push you, propel you out there. Like I said, I'm gonna need you to take this direction.
Yes. All right, Tam, coming up next, we got T-Horn, the Uncool. We going from Overseer Sydney in Jacksonville to T-Horn, who's also in Jacksonville. Maybe just a little bit of difference in age, maybe a little bit, but their heart and passion is still the same. So T-Horn, I'm bringing you in. Hey.
Hey there. How you guys doing?
Good. Thank you for being here. Thank you.
No problem. I'm glad for the opportunity. I appreciate it so much.
It's an important time. We need to hear from the men. And I don't know if you heard any of Overseer Sydney and what he just proclaimed, but we need to hear. So tell everybody what's your name, what you're specializing in, what's all that artwork behind you. And I know you said you know you have a testimony to share. So we're ready to hear it, dear.
Okay. So about me overall, for those who don't know, I'm T-Horn, the Uncool, a positive, conscious gospel hip hop artist, a visual artist. You can see the paintings and the artwork behind me. I draw and paint and everything too. And I work with the youth, mentor, all that good stuff. I'm just promoting positivity overall. I am also the host of a podcast, thanks to Angie B Productions, that called Conversations with T-Horn, the Uncool, where we're a little different from most podcasts. One thing I've noticed in the human race today is that we throw shade and negativity at anything we don't understand. But the problem is we don't take the time to talk about it or try to understand it, whether it be situations with I've covered in the past, like polygamy or homosexuality or religion. As soon as we don't understand it, we're throwing shade. But, once we take the time to talk about it and listen and understand, we can use that enlightenment to act more positive towards situations. We may disagree still by the end of the conversation, but at least with knowing the information and knowing why people choose the things they choose and make decisions they make, we can address people a little bit better. And that's the whole point of Conversation with T-Horn Uncool. You can watch it Tuesdays. I stream on YouTube. I stream on Facebook. I stream anywhere I possibly can from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. every Tuesday. So if you're interested, get on that. Oh, also, I just released a mixtape, the New Breed mixtape. It came out like 3 weeks ago. So also go on YouTube and Spotify and iTunes, Apple, anything that streams good music, it's there. So go in there and look up T-Horn Uncool, the New Breed mixtape, and you'll find some good music to listen to.
Thank you for
so
being here. So
much.
now, what brought you into the space? When Angie and told you about this show, this broadcast that we have, and how it's centered around perinatal and postpartum mood disorders. You know what I mean? Why were you like, yeah, I got something, I got a story to tell, just with regards to this type of topic?
So, I before I got myself together, I considered myself a little Casanova back in the day. So, so
No.
I have a total of 6 children that have been birthed by myself. Not myself, obviously, but you know what I mean. And I have 3 stepchildren, so I have a total of 9 children altogether. I was very promiscuous back in my younger days and stuff like that. So I have children by different mothers and everything. But the thing about me is I've always been in touch with my children in their lives, and always been I tried my best to have a positive relationship with the mothers, because I've seen it multiple times where they go through pregnancy, and pregnancy is hard, and then they come out of pregnancy, and especially first time mothers who are dealing with children and have to deal with all the stress of the crying up late at night, and you can't control the child, and you're used to being the parent, and it's very stressful to somebody's mental. And a lot of times the dads are either not there because they don't care to be a good dad and end up being deadbeats, or the dad has to provide for the household, so he's working all the time, or if he's not working and he is there, he just don't care. You know what I'm saying? He's like, oh, that's a woman's job and this and that. I can't deal with that and this thing. But it's not really the case, because both of y'all made that baby. And even though as a man, you're supposed to provide and everything, that also means providing a level of assurance and safety, and providing clarity for a woman's mental. So that means you take your time and take your turns, and you help out as much as you can, because even though me and my kids' moms aren't together, I always made sure I was there for after the pregnancy, because dealing with a new child and new birth is very stressful, and men don't understand, because we don't have to deal with it half the time. But not only is it a big thing of dealing with a new child, with the crying and the feeding and the changing and stuff like that, that's stressful, but also a woman's body has changed in such a way, so to the point where their confidence is shaken a little bit, because now I've had a baby, I got stretch marks, this and that, and there's a lot that goes into postpartum that men don't take into consideration. So I came in here today to speak on that, because as men, we got to be there. We got to be there, not only for the child, but whether with the mother or not, the mother needs that support, because like I said, we made this baby together. So since we made this baby together, we have to take care of it together. And that way we work on keep our sanity, and help you keep it together.
Yeah, we were just saying that in the last segment there, that this is a partnership, it's teamwork, you know what I mean? And whether we're together or not, you know what I mean? This baby was made by 2 people. And so I love, listening to another gentleman say that, and the ownership that is there, to make certain at the end of the day, despite us being here, we know that we got a child here. And so we got to come together, and whatever that looks like, I'm going to help support as needed.
And if I could interject and speak a little more on a special subject that's special to me, one of my kids, his name is Mason. He'll be 7 in July. He deals with autism. He's on the spectrum. So even with dealing with something serious like that, just push the changing diapers and all that stuff out of the way. Let's focus on that for a second. Dealing with an autistic child, or a child that does anything on the spectrum, any type of disability, that falls into the same thing, especially when the dad's not with the mother, and the mother has to deal with that by herself. Now, my son doesn't live with me. He lives with his mom during the week and comes see me on the weekends and once a week and stuff like that and everything. But there's been so many times she called me and be like, hey, T, listen, I know we're not together. I know it's not your house, but I really need your help with this child, because an autistic child is majority of the times still in a younger mind frame. So though my son is 7, I have to deal. Sometimes it's like I'm dealing with a 2 or a 3-year-old. So it's still like dealing with a toddler or a small child, and that stress could still be a lot on the mother. So it's like, even we talk about postpartum, and I guess most people are thinking about right after you have the baby and just dealing with motherhood right there. But postpartum goes longer than that. After the baby is 18 years plus sometimes.
It just rolls into something else. But yeah, you know what I mean. And I appreciate your transparency there, because I have a niece that has a son, and her levels were high, and she
Mhm.
didn't have that support from her son's father. And to that point where you're talking about it, postpartum doesn't, it's not just for the healthy babies. It's not just for the moms that got the healthy babies. You know what I mean? When we look at so many disabilities that take place in our lives, it is for those that may have levels of autism, and then we know that there's different spectrums. What does it look like for a mom that has a child that was born blind? You know what I mean? Or deaf and so forth. And so where we are in our seventh hour, here you are, you're now bringing in that next layer with regards to let's make certain that we're being fully in tune with individuals and doing our due diligence to help anyone where they're at. And so I appreciate that.
Yeah, of course, of course, of course.
So T Horn, before we let you go, I know you're gonna go in and add this to your destinations. I appreciate that, but I also want you to put out a challenge for all the inspirational and Christian rappers that we're raising money for Maternal Matters Favored. So you can come up with a dollar figure. I know I challenged the authors to do $10 and the nurses to do 20, but I'm asking you to just help us with this fundraiser and put out a challenge. Everybody needs to put up or shut up.
Oh, of course. And a topic as serious as this, because a lot of women, well, basically all women, I would say, deal with postpartum, and seeing this whole conversation happen, I'm pretty sure a lot of people are buying. So I would definitely do that and say, hey, put your money up. Like I say, put up or shut up. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you, sweetie. Thank you. All right, we're gonna let you get back to your weekend. I appreciate you, and thanks so much. Congratulations on the New Breed soundtrack. We might be able to pull it up later on.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Y'all keep doing y'all thing. Y'all got my support. Be blessed.
Cool, man. See you a little later.
Tam, I'm excited to tell you that Dr. Who's this back here? Okay, Dr. R is back and Courtney's back. Oh, yeah, where she goes? Yeah, there's your peeps. There's your peeps. So we are in good.
Oh my gosh. Hey, ladies. Oh my. We're still here at it. Just chipping away. Angie, thank you so much for inviting the gentleman in, because I think it's very important for individuals to hear from men and their perspective. You know what I mean? Because regrettably, men a lot of times they do get the bad press, right?
Yeah.
But when you have men that are upstanding and they're doing their part, it goes a long way. So we just had someone that was on a church, and was talking about where he had to bring his mind to, seeing his wife go through different bouts of postpartum. And here we have a gentleman that just talked about what one of my children was born with autism, and so when I get that phone call, I know that this is for real. I need to get her whatever that's needed, and work to mitigate whatever may be taking place because of the child. And so this is once more everyone that's tuning in, that has been tuned in. We're talking all things postpartum, all things perinatal.
Hi, Doc. Nice to see you here. Hi, Tam. Hi, Anthony.
Oh, that's right. You ladies haven't had the cross conversation.
We haven't crossed over yet. Not yet.
It's not the board meeting.
Right. The amazing thing about our board, by the way, for our viewers, is that we have folks who, every one of us has so much going on in life, professionally, family-wise, personally. So it's really an act of love to contribute and show up and try to keep these issues at the forefront of our mind. Like we're doing this because we care about it, each of us. So that really speaks to how important an issue it is, I think.
Yeah. What did you want to say, Doctor?
Well, this is my second time today, so I wasn't sure if I should start off with an introduction again, since I was already introduced, and we had such a great conversation in my first appearance. But yeah, so I'm Rosina Malaska, and basically I'm on the board with Tam, and I've been a nurse for 40 years. We're celebrating Nurses Week this week, which ended today. And Angie B mentioned that I did do a challenge when I was here at 1:30 today,
Mhm,
between
mhm.
my 1:30 and 2 p.m. Appearance.
Mhm.
And I don't know if anyone has met the challenge, but I certainly hope they do. And basically, as Courtney says, we all believe in Tam and what her foundation is trying to do.
Right.
To remind our viewers, I've been with Tam for 2 years now, over 2 years, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, because we met early in the year 2 years ago, and we're now May.
Yeah.
And I still
Mhm.
feel very, very strongly about this situation. I am so glad to hear that you had a male member who talks about what things are like from a dad perspective, because that we haven't had before. And it is really important how their contribution to
Right,
society and to being
right.
responsible for their children really matters, in the very end. I'm sorry, Angie.
Yes, responsible for their children. I appreciate
Yes.
that you said that. I also love the fact that they kind of mimicked each other. T Horn the Uncool basically talked about, hey, it's my responsibility. I got to go chip in. And Overseer Sydney was like, if I want some affection, I'm going to cook clean. I'm going to do whatever I got. Chipping in is taking care of your children,
Right.
taking care of the situation, taking care of your family. Bless you, Tam. Taking care of, and I appreciate you for saying that, Doc.
Yes, and so
Taking
that
care
really
of you.
struck me hearing him. He was very
Mhm.
authentic, I felt.
Mhm.
And I have to say that I sat in on the next couple of ladies after my appearance, and I was so very happy to hear what they are doing and
Yes.
how.
Yes.
And then I saw the commercials, and in one of the commercials, it mentioned, we all talk about the baby and we all talk about, whatever, but no one talks about, what should I do? Should I go to sleep, or I have all these things to do? No one's guiding me on what to do for me, take care of me. As we say, it takes a village to raise a child, but it takes a collaborative community of people
Yes.
to help that mother through her mothering,
Yeah.
and that's what came to mind. And all those hours ago, that was what I was thinking, that it may take a village to raise a child, but it takes a really active, authentic community to help for us to have productive members of society in the future.
Now we
Absolutely.
have a question that just came in. I don't know if Courtney or Doc wants to address it, but the person said, "Can the illness of a child bring on postpartum depression,
Oh,
or is
yes.
it only the hormones?"
No, absolutely. Like,
Absolutely.
I don't know if you remember. I'm sorry, Courtney.
Oh, no, I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah, I don't know if you remember when I talked about that question from the viewer, right? In my first appearance, I said, we're talking about the drop, this big crash of hormones. And then you have to remember all the other situations. If you have medical conditions, if your baseline was, family that are not supportive, you have mental health issues, you have financial issues, you have a new baby, you have prior babies or children. If
Right.
that's your baseline, can you imagine on top of postpartum blues, what you're going to have to deal with? So to answer your question, there you go. Yes,
Wow.
it adds a huge stress and strain, and
Wow.
it can break you, obviously.
Absolutely.
Wow.
I agree. And Dr. Malaska is making the point. Tim and I were talking earlier about risk factors, pre-existing risk factors, right?
Yes.
High ACE scores, any kind of history of abuse, history of intimate partner violence, domestic violence, and then so loss would be included in that. And like Doc is saying, it's pretty much anything that impacts our nervous system and is hard on our nervous system is going to make us more vulnerable. So there's the hormonal component, and then there's our lived experience.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's vulnerability, but then all the things that can happen in life to be hard on the brain and on the body and on the nervous system.
Yeah.
And I
And
just wanted,
environmental factors
right.
are very, very, very important for individuals to pay attention to, and we've said this, and so it may start to repeat, but we're just trying to drill this in and drill it home for you all. Make certain that you are choosy in those that you hang out with, that you conversate with.
Right.
Make certain that you're trying to be around the most positive people as much as possible, right? And that doesn't mean that you have to stay within your family. Get on. There's so many platforms these present days and times in which you can actually find that community, that support. If you're going through some level of addiction, make certain that you, or if you really want to put some change in your life, that you're getting in with some of the AAs and the NAs and even our organization as well, and different other community programs, so that you can start to put corrective measures into place. Because what we do see is that the longer you wait, the harder it is, to get going. And so don't wait at all. Go ahead, Dr. R.
Yeah, and that's why I mentioned, the community. It takes a community, and what makes up community much more than your family members and your good friends, right? It's a whole community of people. One of the things I wanted to highlight is with this organization, and why this organization is so fantastic. Embedded in the organization is in its philosophy is the emotional support. Okay, and if you go to the website, the emotional support we've identified, or Tam has identified, concern, comfort, and encouragement. Very, very simple things, but so important. The second part that is embedded in the philosophy is the instrumental support. And what she has identified is money, time, and tangible assistance. It has to be tangible. It has to be workable. It has to be replicable. We should be able to replicate it from community to community, from person to person. And then the third thing that's embedded in the philosophy of Maternal Matters Favored is the informational aspect. And this is what we are doing here in this 24-hour broadcast, and what Tam does every day in and out, because, she is at the forefront of all of this. We're just supporters. And in the informational aspect, it's described as advice, education, and knowledge sharing, which when we talk about education, many of us, including Courtney, practices evidence-based practices, right? And Tam and I talked about that a long time ago when she first connected with me on LinkedIn. It's going to be almost 2.5 years ago now. And so, and as Angie keeps saying, we have to share information sharing, however that happens to be, right? Because we have to modify it, and we have to make it so our target population can understand what it is we're trying to say to them, right?
Right.
Absolutely. I think the spirit of community, we're all talking about that spirit of community, because the information is so hard to access in isolation. And we know, when we talk about risk factors, and we are repeating ourselves, but for a reason, isolation is a huge one. So whether that's geographical isolation, whether it's family isolation, maybe you don't have, like Dr. Malaska said, a supportive network of family members who are going to help you carry you through that time. Maybe you've got to move, or maybe it's more, an emotional or social isolation due to another chronic health condition, or being in the military. There are many reasons we can be isolated. And when that happens, it's much harder to keep your experience in context. You really feel like it's all you and you're going crazy, and you're in that small place alone. But when we see over and over again, parents connect with community, it kind of clears those clouds, and they get some insight and clarity on what's going on with them. And it's easier to talk about our mood disorders, our mental health, our health, get support, because we feel like, we're not stigmatized when we're not so isolated with it.
Yeah. And like Angie mentioned, in my earlier broadcast, someone asked the question, well, when is it? I don't remember, Angie, something about when is it postpartum depression?
Right.
Yeah.
When does it go from baby blues to postpartum? And
And so
is there a difference in the treatment?
Right.
That was another question. Yeah.
Right. And so I explained that as, according to the literature, anything beyond 6 weeks, right, is considered postpartum depression. And I would even take that to say anything beyond 7 or 8 weeks, because some people may need a slightly longer to adjust. Because like I said, the minute that baby is delivered and the placenta is delivered, you have this huge tower crashing of your hormones, right? You no longer carry the hormones of the baby and your hormones. And that is responsible for all this change, right? So as Courtney was saying, it takes the community of people. And if you can recognize that that is what's happening to you, and you're given the information sharing, then you know that you're not alone. You're not isolated. It's not just you. You know what I mean?
Yes. Beautifully put. That's it. That's it. That like cures like kind of premise. Yeah.
It's similar to before I got pregnant all those years ago. My oldest is going to be 34 this year. I never noticed pregnant people. And then when I got pregnant, all of a sudden it's like, oh, wait a minute.
Everywhere.
Yes.
Everywhere.
It's the same idea.
This is such a great conversation, and it brings us back to why we're here. We're working to make a difference in the lives of those that are living in our local communities, and what does that look like, right? And so Maternal Matters Favorite, we provide one-on-one counseling, we provide support group, we do workshops, we do 3-week workshops, we do 6-week workshops. We travel throughout several different counties here on the East Coast, the northern, middle, central East Coast of Florida. And we also are launching this life skills program. So there's a lot going on. And this is where we are here, and we're asking for donations. We're asking for funds. We want to make certain that we are being a change in our community that we want to see. And so we want to be able to continue to provide the services that we are doing, and then also still be able to expand our capacity, right, to reach more individuals. And we can't do this alone. I cannot do this alone, right? So we need resources to be able to contract with individuals, to be able to help meet the needs that are there in so many different communities here in Florida. And so if you haven't already, we're asking, take the time, and make your donation as well. The funds, we are 501c3s, right? So the funds that you do donate, you get an end of year tax donation receipt that you can utilize towards your taxes when you do them, to just let individuals know that you were able to give towards a charitable organization. And once more, if you haven't found the information, I know, Angie, you have it readily available. We can make certain that we get it to you. We're all sharing this on our social media platforms, as well as this is being broadcast live on Maternal Matters Favorites Facebook page. And so please share the information for someone to be able to receive services that are needed. If it's not necessarily you, you may know someone, right? And for for you giving back your portion with regards to donating to a worthy cause. We cannot do this and on a shoestring budget and so forth. When I decided to return back to corporate America last year, and it was like one of the main reasons is because I wanted to have seed money so I can fund the operations of this ministry here, of this organization. And so since then we've grown, and so the need has grown. And so once more, donate. It doesn't hurt, for you to give whatever you can.
Whether it's $5, $10, every dollar, every penny goes a long way. And just imagine the impact that will have on that individual's life and that baby's life and the community in the end, right? I just wanted to mention also that Tam has done such a fantastic job. On June the 8th, she has a grand opening of our office right in Bunnell. And I know I had said to her I wouldn't be able to make it, but I found a way to make it work. So I am going to drive up to my friend's place in Claremont the night before, stay there. Then I'm going to drive out to you because it cuts the distance to maybe just 1/3, and I will be there.
That's awesome. Oh my gosh, you're going to make me cry.
That is wonderful.
It's a commitment. When we make a commitment to helping someone, it's like me being a nurse for 40 years and I'm still standing. I am still doing what I love, regardless of the hardships that I go through or
Yeah.
the challenges, right? Because I love what I do. So once we make a commitment, look at all of us. We're here, Tam. We're here for you, and we're here to help make your dreams come true.
Thank you so much. For anyone that doesn't know, our board members are located all over the world. Like Courtney is in New York. You know, for the longest, Dr. Malaska was not in the state of Florida. Like, where are you at now? You know, we have another board member that's in Illinois. We have one that lives in Jacksonville, but works in Kuwait.
Yep.
Right.
I hope he's watching us now.
Right, maybe. You know, we have our risk and business analyst who's over there in Kenya, and so you know when we're talking about the dedication that you were just saying, it is really wide, and so I get tongue tied and just becomes indescribable. The appreciation that I have for you guys being volunteers, just helping me push this vision that I had, crazy wackadoodle of a vision, right? To get in there and try to make some effectual changes in the lives of mothers once more, because we understand this population. You know, we have shared experiences, a little variances there, but we get it, and we too want to do our part in just helping to change lives. So that's awesome. Thank you.
What impresses me most about all of this is Miss Angie B. This is my second year with her, and I continue to be super, super impressed with her. Like when I met you last year, I was like, wow. And this year, it seems like we've gotten better. You know, we had the trial run. We had Miss Angie, you're doing a fantastic job. Phenomenal job. Thank you.
I appreciate you. Now we've got about 5 minutes before our next guest comes on, and they're backstage getting everything set up. But we had a couple of questions. Someone wants to know, will the donations be received after the telethon is over tomorrow? So we responded that yes, they can donate until the end of the month in order to be acknowledged that it came through the this event, And so we're going to take just a quick minute because of course we got sponsors that have helped as well. So we want to acknowledge them, and then we'll be right back, ladies. We'll be right back.
Hi, everyone. I hope this day's been good to you. My name is Jamie Rockymore Best. I am the founder of a mental health and wellness magazine called Helpful Living Magazine. And our goal, our mantra, our mission is to end the stigma one issue at a time. And so we do that by creating magazine issues every quarter. And our latest issue is fresh off the press this month. I'm so excited for you to dive in. You can visit us at helpfullivingmag.com to check it out. We have digital and physical copies available to you. We also have a subscription service that is digital and physical. So if it's something that you want to dive into and get, the latest and the greatest issues every quarter without having to worry about purchasing it, it'll be delivered to your desired email or address. And so in addition to the magazine, we also have a journal that I created called Me Time Journal. And that journal is designed with you in mind. We have journal prompts, we have free space, and I also created a positive word bank that you can dive into and implement those words into your journal entries. And last but not least, I have a podcast titled Going Through with Jamie. In this podcast platform, I talk about the good, the bad, and the ugly of all the things we navigate in life. And so you can visit Spotify, and also you can visit Apple Podcasts to find that podcast platform and check out our latest episodes. Again, I am so excited for you today. I hope that all the information that you dive into and that you receive, that you apply it and make it applicable to your everyday life. And then also, I always tell people, do not be everything to everyone else and nothing to yourself. All right. So be well, be good to yourselves today. Make sure that you visit helpfullivingmag.com to dive into those resources. And I look forward to connecting with you there. Have an amazing day. Bye.
Hello, my name is Eloy Scott from Houston, Texas, and I'm here to share my amazing testimony about this awesome product called Lviv Yellow. I grew up asthmatic and I had seasonal allergies. I was suffering all the time. When I began to drink this Lviv Yellow, it helped to alleviate that. I no longer suffer as much as I used to suffer. I no longer have an inhaler. I no longer take albuterol. I no longer have to pack a breathing machine every time I travel. This amazing product does my body good, and you definitely want to get yours today.
Hello, my name is Mario Hicks, owner of Roney's Restaurant located in the heart of historic Goldsboro Boulevard. Come to Roney's, try our famous chicken and waffles, our mouth-watering shrimp and grits, our garlic parmesan wings, sweet Thai chili wings, honey lemon pepper, the best ever. We have curbside, DoorDash, Uber Eats, or Grubhub. We even have Menufy. Call in now, 407-878-4357. We're ready to serve you. My name is Mario. I'm owner of OTC Towing, and I would love for us to provide service for you. We provide service for the Central Florida and surrounding areas for over 14 years. We do light, medium, and heavy-duty towing. We buy junk cars. We provide service for subdivisions, apartment complexes. We would like to connect with you. Give us a call at 321-696-3623.
Hey, Tam, I know you wanted to take some time to share some statistics. And I know that we've got our next guests that are waiting. So I'm going to bring them in, let them talk to you. And then if Courtney and Dr. R want to come back in, that'll be fine. Go ahead, Dr. R. You're good. Go ahead. You're good. But we want to bring these guests in and look at those adorable faces. Oh, hi, ladies.
Together, that's so cool. Hey, ladies, how are you?
Good.
Oh my gosh, this is an amazing time. Let me go ahead and do the official introduction here. Hold on.
All right.
Here we have, starting first with Cassandra Dixon-Lovin, who is the co-founder of Wise and Strategic Solutions, a company created to help people execute plans to achieve their goals. She is enthusiastic about helping others and serves at her local church, True Holiness Deliverers Tabernacle, in various departments. She enjoys assisting with community outreach programs that build stronger family units and helping to enrich the lives of women, young adults, and the youth of all ages. Secondly, we have Monique Kills, and she too is the other half here of Wise and Strategic Solutions. Once more, the company was created to help people just drive home the plans that they have set for themselves, right? And so these ladies work to execute those goals. She does believe in pouring into the lives of others and giving back to the community. Monique is passionate about reaching young ladies, students of all ages, and outreach initiatives that are taking place all throughout her community, as well as within her church. Once more, the name of the church is True Holiness Deliverance Tabernacle, and the community at large. Ladies, welcome.
Thank you so much for having us.
Oh my gosh, yes. I think I just saw you ladies not too long ago, right?
Yeah,
for those who don't know, but you've been hearing me talk about it throughout the program so far, the ladies hosted a community baby shower last week, and it was phenomenal. Ladies, tell us a little bit about the event, what made you want to do it, and some of the outcomes that have taken place from it.
Oh, goodness. Okay, where do we start? So one, thank you for having us on, Tam, and congratulations on your grand opening on the 8th.
Thank you so much.
Now, how the Joy Shower came about. My mom was a single mom. She had me when she was 16 years old. And this shower was birthed from a conversation actually that I had with her, where she just opened up, and it was just in a heart to heart. And she said, you know, I've never had a baby shower for any of you. And my mom has 4 children. And that resonated with me deeply, because that made me understand that everybody does not have the same village, same community, same support. And it's important for people to feel loved, included, appreciated. And so I began talking about this dream with this amazing lady right here. And we started talking about, well, how can we execute this vision? What do we want young moms to walk away feeling like? And we came up with a couple of words like royalty, loved, appreciated. And so we just kind of poured all of that into that vision. And it's actually, funny, Cassandra started with the different flyers and things like that. And that led to meeting amazing people such as yourself. Yes. And what do they say? The rest was history. And so once we had that event on May 4th, and we had so many young ladies come in and really get the resources that they needed from all different areas. Like, our thought process was, let's make this holistic. We don't want it. It is about showering with gifts, but we wanted it to be tangible, where they would walk away with different skills, where they could meet with people like you, Tam, and, in the health department, and, people from the banking industry, figuring out, budgeting and all of these different things that are external factors that impact your life and can make you feel, stressed and all those. Exactly. So from that event, we were able to help quite a few young ladies, and we're still getting donations, which is by God's grace. So
that was amazing.
Yes.
It was amazing being there. And one thing I want to say, I loved how diverse it was, you know what I mean? And so we had all types of individuals from all different walks of life that were there, that were receiving all this slew of information. I mean, as Monique mentioned, we had Seacoast Bank, we had Department of Health, we had Seminole County schools that was there, you know what I mean? And so it's that, once more, that community approach that was taken, just to make certain that we're meeting the needs of parents. Cassandra, I want to give you an opportunity. Did you want to weigh in? So the baby shower happened last week, last Saturday. We have today, and now we have some things going on coming up this week as well, right?
Yes, we're going to be, one thing we wanted to do is make sure we talked with Tam, and we came up with the idea to make sure that women still receive support after the shower. And she offered to assist us with doing a support group. So we're going to be hosting a community support group it's going to be on May 16th. And it's going to be at Roni's Restaurant in Sanford, Florida. And so we're inviting you out. It's going to be at 6 p.m. And so if you're a mom and you need support, we're inviting you out to join us, to help find your village and just find some people to connect with that you can lean on and, receive resources from. And if you're a mom who has wisdom that you want to share, we invite you out too, because we all have something to learn from each other.
That's very important, sharing that wisdom, because when we know better, we do better. But, I was saying earlier, we think about in the Bible with those that kept the talents. God don't like for you to keep that to yourself. Right. You got to give that thing back. I do want to shout out Roni's, because with regards to community partnerships, he's going to feed us. I don't know, how much, right, and what all we're going to give, but we know it's going to be good. I need my garlic palm wings, please. But yeah, I meeting you ladies and just listening to the heartbeat that you have for community. and wanting to start with those that are there within your congregation and how we can make this thing become a larger net. I had no other choice but like, yes, God, I surrender. I these ladies, they have me. And so we're locked in for next week on the 16th, 6 p.m. in Sanford. And then, you guys, and I've been saying this, True Holiness Deliverance Tabernacle, you guys are going to be our first organization, in a sense, or first set of people that we're deploying our life skills program to. And so we're just super excited over here with regards to the opportunity to serve and collaborate with you all, because once more, what we do know, and it's a repeat thing that, we can't do this alone. Right. We have to build upon each other.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And we're excited and grateful to have you as well. And you might have already mentioned this earlier, but we are going to be having a 4-week life skills course with Tam, and it's going to be amazing for moms who are within 1 year of postpartum and you need to, have practical tools. Come out, sign up, register. We're here to support you.
Absolutely. Court, what did you think? What do you have to say? Weigh in on this.
I'm just happy to see your faces and know that you are out there, and thank you for what you're doing. What we hear from, new moms and new parents is just more. We need more support, and it doesn't matter where they are in the country. Tam says, this stuff does not discriminate. It doesn't matter what your cultural background is, class background, where you are in the world, rural, urban. These postpartum risk factors exist for so many folks. And I never hear during treatment, like, I need less, you're giving me too many resources, it's always more support, please, more groups, more information. So I feel like it's one of those things where in the perinatal field, mental health care field, we're not feeling like, oh, you're competing with me. We feel like we want more support, more community building, more connection, because it's an ongoing battle. And so it's just beautiful to know that you're out there and have that intent and are doing the work. We love to hear it and see it in all different pockets of the country and community. It just gives us hope and helps us have that spark to keep going, because it can be hard work.
Yeah.
So community, fostering community and support and connecting, new moms to each other is the big thing, because like we keep saying this, but sometimes they're going through something that they think that there's something wrong with them, or they're a bad mom. But then when they get together with other moms and talk, it's like, no, we're all going through it. And so it normalizes and validates and helps you to feel like, you know what, it's not me. Like, we really just maybe are isolated, or maybe it's something going on that I need to check in with my provider and get some treatment. And it really takes that shame out of it.
And that's a good point. Go ahead.
I'm just so happy that I'm just so happy that you're here. And I see, that you look younger than me. So that makes us happy to be, doing the work. And we want to be passing that torch along, because we need young women to see young faces and know, like, okay, we're in it together, and it's okay. There's nothing wrong with talking about this.
Yeah. I was going to say, with the community work that you ladies do, what are some of the stories that you're hearing or that you're seeing in your territory?
Okay, well, I'm going to piggyback off of what you guys said and answer that question. When I heard you guys talking about, just destigmatizing things, I also started thinking about legacy, because the coping skills that these moms are going to have, they're going to be able to pass these things down to their children. And like, going to your question, Tam, one of the things that we do heavily, we have a young ladies group where it's like no holds bars, right? And so they can come to us, they can talk about mental health, they can talk about them. They will call us with different issues and things that are going on, and we're here as an ear, ear to the ground, trying to figure out, okay, like, how can we best help you? What resources are out there for you? And we realized something, like, within that process, and I'm probably jumping ahead, so reel me back in if needed. this is a large part of the work. I think it was Frederick Douglass that said, like, it's easier to fix a broken child than a broken man. And so, the sooner or the earlier that you can get to the like adolescents and those people and things like that, they can even teach their parents like good coping skills, things like that. So that's my 2 cents.
Yeah.
I think just to add to that, we've experienced just seeing people having a lot of hopelessness, just thinking that just because things are the way that they are, just not believing that things are going to get better. We've experienced that a lot, and so we're spiritual. We believe in God, so we usually share our testimony, share how God has brought us through so many things, and we just try to encourage them. Whether they believe in God or not, we try to encourage them that there's hope, things can get better. People, no judgment. We're here to help you, to surround you. So when we see that's just been a theme, kind of seeing people who just feel like, well, it's not going to get better. And so, just being able to be there and encourage them, kind of walk through with them on how to focus on, taking it one step at a time and identifying a goal, setting a goal that you can obtain. And, I think we mentioned it last week in our shower, like, how do you eat an elephant one bite at a time? Just chunking it down to tangible steps that you can do one piece at a time, and your hope starts to come back. You can see that light shining through as you can, be proud of the accomplishments that you're making, no matter how small or big you view them. So that's what I add there.
Beautifully put. So beautifully put. So part of what, my work is, I work in an intensive outpatient program. It's like remote. And so but we do all types of groups, but one are perinatal groups, one type. And what I find at the end, when they're like discharged basically from this treatment program, they'll be like, I'm doing so much better. I'm so happy, but I'm so worried about losing the community. I'm so worried about not being able to meet with you all in these groups. So I think that this is like across the board, such a high need. And I love what you're saying about just communicating. You're not alone and you're surrounded. Because so often it's just that feeling of like, I'm alone with my baby and I'm shut inside and I'm feeling like there's nothing to kind of contain me. And then the anxiety levels get really high when we feel like there's nothing to fall back on. So knowing that there's someone in your community who cares about you, or a group of people who care about you, and you have the ability to, go to women like you and say, this is happening. Like, what do you think? Just being that sounding board. Sometimes they don't need much. They just need to know that someone is hearing them and they're reassured, that I feel like helps your brain chemistry so much. Just knowing that there's someone you can say it out loud to.
And I would imagine that, with regards to, wise and strategic solutions, that's in the makeup of your mission. And so tell us a little bit more about that work in that space and all that you're doing there.
All right. So it runs the gamut. So, we do different consulting for profit and for nonprofits, for notary companies to other nonprofits. So I'll give you an example. We're working heavily with a nonprofit who actually just came off of a conference in April for mental health and wellness in April. And, coordinating, okay, what does that conference look like? Different runs of show, all of the behind the scenes things that make things what they are, right? That beautiful finished product. So it kind of runs the gamut. I don't know if she wants to expound upon it.
We basically, this is our baby. We kind of realized that God gave us, gifts to be able to help people. And so we kind of just realized that, we need to take it seriously. And so that was the main reason why we founded Wise and Strategic Solutions, because people naturally just come to us in our skill set. We're able to help people organize things and outline things and think through things. So we just basically decided to go ahead and do it officially and make sure that we're here for people in the community, and we're able to, serve businesses, serve individuals, serve moms and, dads, and anyone who wants to be able to create a plan, who needs help with their strategies, whether it's for their individual lives or for their businesses. We're here to help with that, to help you come up with a plan, to help you strategize. And then we're great at integrating that plan and bringing that plan that you have, that vision that you have, to life. So that's really what we do.
I'm sure it will be streaming somewhere here, but do you have a website we could say out loud too? What is your website?
Well, actually, we're really new, so we haven't launched the website portion yet. But we do have a phone number you can reach us at.
Okay.
So
All right.
Yeah, share that.
Yep,
Yeah, definitely.
Yep, 494-1829.
Okay, and you're based in what county of Florida? Again, I'm in New York, so I'm learning as I go.
Seminole County. We're in Seminole County.
Okay, beautiful, beautiful. But then in this amazing remote world, I'm sure that opens you up to being able to do consulting, beyond your county, beyond your immediate region, right?
Exactly.
So cool.
I would imagine in that space there, that, when we were just talking about legacy building, that you are, with your service, your niche that you're doing, you're able to help these parents build that legacy, you know what I mean? Make a difference in their lives and set an example for their children and letting them know that they too can do this as well. And so I love that you ladies have launched this, and anything that I can do to help support that, definitely I would love to be able to help because it's needed. I know that from when I started my project management consulting firm many years ago, that I don't do anything really with now, but individuals need assistance in building out businesses, you know what I mean? And so what does that look like to get incorporated with the state, to have your EIN, you know what I mean? If you're a nonprofit, or you're going to get, your tax exemption status, and what does that look like, building a website, and so forth. And we want to teach people how to fish as well. And so I'm so excited for what you guys are you're undertaking because it's truly needed. Definitely.
And creating those healthy organizations too. Like so much of what we hear also, right, Tam, is workplace issues, whether it's workplace discrimination or, not having support your leave or breastfeeding breaks, or just understanding if you have medical issues. And I think that the other part of the legacy, like Tam's talking about the family and the private sphere, and then the other half is the public sphere of having community organizations and then institutions and job workplaces that are supportive of families and mothers and don't make them feel like, so spread thin and terrified that they can't handle it all, because they feel like, okay, this is a family friendly, mother friendly company. And I feel like companies are starting to realize this is how we retain people. Like it's in our best interest, right? So that work is so powerful, I think, also, just because sometimes if you do finally work it out privately, then you go back to work and you're feeling like, I'm hitting this up against this culture that's really making my mental health go backwards. Sometimes we get out of treatment, we go back to work as new mothers, and it's like, oh, this is traumatizing. So I love that you're working on all ends of it.
Thank you.
Yeah. Ladies, when we think about community programs and state legislation and policies, what are some of the things in which you feel there can be there should be changes to, that can better impact and help families?
One of the big items that we've seen, like I said, we just attended a conference in April, and it was very powerful because a state representative who was in charge of passing laws basically said, our laws take years to go into effect, but you all out in the community, you can mobilize and have a huge change very, very quickly. You are the stakeholders. And that, resonated with me. And one of the things I thought about was, what we don't hear about any instruction in lower education, K through 12, that has anything to do with mental health, really. You don't have any life skills courses anymore. That's just not something that is emphasized. And that to me would be a game changer.
Yeah.
And I think for me, having things that can just allow the whole family to have input, because we work with a lot of educators, and what we hear is that sometimes the parents, we don't get as much participation or feedback from the parents, and so the teachers are kind of left to deal with the situations with the children alone. But it's not always that the parent doesn't want to be involved. They're dealing with so many things. Maybe they can't take off of work, or maybe they just don't know how to show up. And so I think that having laws and things that will help parents and just help the whole family would be good. So that way we can see it, across the board in our educational system, lead over into our workforce. We just really need support for the entire family.
Yeah. Go ahead, Court.
I just am agreeing. I'm just thinking, as you say that, I'm thinking of, like you all are, I'm thinking of all the stories, the stories you carry when you do this work, and of all the times where you have someone like, I have hyperemesis and like, I'm going to lose my job because, I'm shutting the office door. They want the office door open, but I'm throwing up. Or, maybe there's a medical issue and there are appointments I need to get to, but my supervisor is giving me a hard time and I'm getting medical notes. But I know we do have the Pregnancy Fairness Workers Act or something that's a little bit newer, but it seems like there's so much still that isn't covered under the laws that we have. And so it's heartbreaking, right, to work with folks who are like trying so hard and then hitting this wall. So I'm just agreeing with you. I'm just thinking about these stories and thinking, you two know what's going on, and you're the boots on the ground. Like, I love the quote that you shared about, people working in the communities are the stakeholders, because people like you're doing the actual work in real time. And we know that those laws taking years, that can disrupt families for generations.
Right.
It's doesn't move fast enough.
Right.
We need those things now.
Yeah. In our next segment, we'll be talking about some of the maternal mental health report cards for some of the states, and when we think about what is actually needed in real time, and, the different phases in which things take, to your point where that the person was saying, you can get some change going now. What I mean? I got some hurdles to jump over to get things going. It's really disheartening, because it's people in the trenches and on the ground who actually need the services like yesterday.
Right.
And so we must continue doing what we're doing here in this space, which is, collaborating as a community, holding these type of discussions, letting individuals know you don't have to go at this alone. Let's lift up that veil of stigmatism, and I can't believe it's still prevalent in these days and times, and let's work to make certain that we're putting some changes in place. Our slogan, in a sense, for this broadcast, our fundraising campaign is that, we're here to break generational dysfunctional cycles. Mm-hmm. And what we see is repeatedly, if it's not dealt with, it's just going to get worse and worse, and it just becomes a repetitive thing, and it becomes kind of like a norm, when we think about how individuals cope with things in life, the different forms of addiction that take place, we have to start to break that up. We have to start to provide folks with an outlet and where they can vent, so that they don't stuff and so that they don't cope with things in a unhealthy manner. And then their child sees it and they grow up to start to do the same thing. And so I thank you, ladies, for, one, hosting that community baby shower, just letting moms know that, hey, you're loved, you have a community that's standing here to support you where you're at. And I thank you for the vision that you have with your business, because that right there is a game changer for a lot of people who don't have that, one, the bandwidth, two, the know-how, and they may feel like, I have this vision, I have this want to do something, I just don't know how to get it done. Right. You know what I mean? And I remember there was this poem, about a dream, deferred. We have to help each other wherever that is. We need to make certain that we're really taking that community approach, that we're really being the hands and feet of Jesus Christ.
Exactly.
And it's not in just the four walls of the church either. You know what I mean? We got to get out there and keep a tuned eye and ear, even when we're at the grocery store. We don't never know how we may be able to change the trajectory of a person's life just by a simple hello. You know what I mean, and so forth and so on. The other day I was in Publix, and as I was coming up to the little checkout thing, and we had a real cash register lady. It wasn't me doing the self checkout. And mom, I saw them taking back like this big box of Fruit Loops, and she was there with a stroller, and she had two babies in it. Of course, if you're with the stroller, you can't have a shopping cart and a baby.
Right.
You know what I mean? So just seeing that, and it was like, okay, well, go ahead and put that in her bag. I got that. It's a box of cereal. You know what I mean? Right. And it's little things like that where her face just lit up. She like did a double take, like looking back at me, and it was like, yeah, and it's that opportunity that you have where we had a conversation, and just learning some of the things in which she was going through, but you provide a person a glimmer of hope, to let them know that society still has a heart out here. And not everything is a call for something. I got to get something back for this. What you got? What I mean, and so forth and so on. And so that goes back to the community. That goes back to the village. That goes back to having a tribe. And folks need to really sincerely feel that, because if they don't, what we do see is that they're not going to be wholeheartedly honest. And then there goes that chance to actually change a life.
Right. And I think that's one thing that you emphasized, Tam, when we first met you. It's the vulnerability. Like when people see that you're vulnerable, they're more willing to open up. It's just like a flower.
Yeah, beautiful. Yeah, I agree. And Tam's approach this is what we love about Tam, is she's so down to earth, open-hearted, and is so brilliant that makes it so accessible. Like, I mean, I could just see that story, Tam, playing out. Like I can imagine being there, and it makes me emotional because, in those moments when you feel like you're so spread thin, something like that can just totally change everything. Just one little moment of someone saying, hey, you're going to make it.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. Yeah. Good stuff. Ladies, anything else you want to tell us? What else is lurking and you guys have planned for operations, for community, and everything else in between?
Yeah, I'd love to know, like, what about visions for the future, things that you can see coming?
Oh yes. So, I mean, vision, we've already been asked about that. So Joy Shower 2025, it'll definitely be on its way. We are actually helping to prep now with a women's conference. When they say the dreams never stop. And we are just doing our consulting and different things like that, and just living life. And one of the things that you just said, Tam, I think if we could impart something or leave something with everyone, it's that I think that's everybody's dream, to live a healthy life. And it's physical, it's mental, it's spiritual. And I think just like the word says, like, we are our brothers or sisters keeper. And so if we kind of keep that in mind every day and just look for opportunities to do that, we would have done our service.
It's really important. I know that we love to help everybody. So, everyone's dreams are important, but I know we're speaking to moms specifically right now. And so we talked about really wanting moms to take away from this, that your dreams still matter. And so that's one reason why we are here with Wise and Strategic Solutions. We want you to know that your dreams still matter. And, you need people. We're here for you. And you have so many other great people that I'm sure are going to be on this broadcast that are here to help you make sure that you remember yourself, because being a mom and, taking on the responsibility of caring for other people is a big task. And so it's important that you don't lose yourself, that you take time out for your own personal development, your own personal growth, and remembering that your dreams, you don't have to give them up. You just find your village and people that can support you and still bringing them to life. So I definitely hope that all moms can take away from this broadcast that their dreams are still, they still are important, and you still can accomplish them. You don't have to give them up no matter what you're going through.
I love that. I love that. It's true. The timeline might look different, right? But you are still a whole separate human being as much as you're pouring into your family or your child. You still exist, and I love your words and the way that you put that, because I think that is part of what bleeds into that feeling of anxiety and things being inundating. Like, I'm just lost in this experience and I've lost myself. So that's a beautiful message. Your dreams still matter. And I think you're right. Community, creating that community, and then knowing the timeline might be a little different. It might look different day to day than it would have before a baby, but you're going to get back to a certain place as they go through their developmental stages. But early on, it doesn't feel that way, right? It feels like, it just feels eternal. Like, this is it forever.
Yes. Ladies, you're amazing. I look forward to seeing you next week, and we have some additional things going on into the month of June. Thank you so much for your time. I will talk with you all in the airwaves.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. It was very nice to meet you.
Ladies.
Courtney, very nice to meet you.
Oh, nice to meet you both. So excited.
Oh my
They
God.
are so lovely. All of these guests are so wonderful.
It's total sweethearts. Yes, we were very fortunate, putting the call out, and we've been planning this for some months now, knowing that we wanted to do another one, and so I'm just super stoked for those that are showing up and they're being transparent, and one, telling their stories, right, and two, just talking about the things that they're doing in their communities, and also giving thought to some of the things in which we need to see some changes in our policies, in our legislation. We need more accessible services to those that are in need of perinatal mental health type of programs, right?
It's like, if you're lucky enough to happen to have a boss or a supervisor who happens to maybe be a parent, or maybe just get it, it's a totally different experience. But if you have someone who's not interested, or they don't see it that way, I mean, it can make or break you. So I agree. We're kind of talking about multiple levels of healing, the individual, physical and mental health, and then the family unit, and then the community, and also like all the way on up to workplace and society. So I think that this is also why perinatal healthcare and mental health issues are so powerful. It really touches upon, it affects everyone, right? It affects everyone to some extent or in some way. But what an awesome group of individuals and women. Just knowing that they're out there doing this work is so inspiring.
Yeah. Court, you've been in this space for a very long time, and so from when you started to where we are present day, what are some of the changes that you've seen in services?
That's a great question. I think, in some ways, I don't want to be negative, but it has been a little disheartening, because it felt there was a movement toward, this mother-baby friendly hospital initiative, and a lot of changes with, like, we saw rooming in with babies instead of, years ago when I started, like 20 years ago, it was still a lot of babies. They would take them into the nursery, and, maybe the nurse, maybe or maybe not, the nurses thought you nurse every 3 hours. And then there was a movement toward, some moms want to keep their babies in the hospital next to them and nurse on demand. So, and skin to skin contact and things like that were encouraged. So that bonding from the start. And so that was really beautiful to see all of that shifting or becoming more implemented on like a systemic level within the culture. But then I have to say, during our pandemic, like, we've seen some changes and some things going backwards. So unfortunately, we've seen higher rates of suicidality. So we now know that for the postpartum period, the leading cause of death is suicide. We know that 1 out of 4 parents postpartum, or mothers postpartum, birth-giving people postpartum, are going to experience a mental health or mood disorder. And so that statistic came out from the White House during the COVID, during that 2020, between 2020 and 2022, we saw like a lot of concerning stats. And the other thing we saw just in general on the mental health end during that time, as you know, too, is more substance use disorder in women, particularly alcoholism in women or alcohol dependency. So we know that a lot of people relapse during that era, but on the side, it's really gender divided. With women, we saw a new crop of alcohol use disorder. And so that's what we don't talk about a lot, but that can have a lot of interactions, as you know, with our perinatal issues. And so these are changes. I think the pandemic era, we're kind of coming out of it with this new awareness of mental health, and we're talking about it more, which is wonderful. But we want to also not let our pregnant and birthing and postpartum families get lost in all of that, because the mental health really took a dive during that time for many people with new babies or navigating new families.
Yeah. I want to share this, and I was looking and just doing some research and stuff, and last year I brought it up, and I looking at the stats this year again. I find it disheartening, and I don't know if you can see my screen with regards to this is the 2023 U.S. Maternal Mental Health State Report Card. It shows where different areas are doing well and not doing well for us, right? And so right now, if we look at just New York, with you being there, and we start to take a deep dive into some of the stats here, it shows that providers and programs are failing mothers. When we look at this, a D, right? Perinatal mental health provider, this is the ratio here when we look at maternal mental health prescribers to patient ratio. They are doing good with inpatient perinatal mental health treatment programs and the outpatient piece, which you know very well. But when we look at, the task force or the commission and different things to that effect, when we look at hardcore data like this, where does your heart go?
These are issues that are near and dear to my heart, right? I came from a community of socioeconomic distress or poverty, right? So we look at issues around class, around race. Where my heart goes is what I'm worried about is women of color and poor women bearing the brunt of these disparities, and that gap we've seen widening, right? So that is an issue of concern. And by the way, this is something, you work with enough people, and I'm sure you see this too, it gets to the point where it's even perceived poverty, we have people sometimes being judged based on just how they look, how they're dressed, and their care is going to be different. So one of the issues that concerns me, and I would love to hear what Doc has to say about this too, is medical bias, so our having more diversity in our mental health care providers and more training around, their own implicit biases and how to kind of break those down and be aware of the things that they may not be aware of, and around class, around race, and around class.
Yes. I was going to say that cultural competence that we talked about earlier, it's not just a catchphrase. People really need that. And so we need more providers of diverse backgrounds to be able to see patients and provide the services that are needed. Because when we look at some of the numbers with regards to birthing deaths, not just of babies, but mothers as well, it's staggering.
It's unthinkable that in, our developed country where we have so many things that we perform well on, that we are so far behind in terms of birth and postpartum still. And sometimes, you're working with clients and you wish they were in like a Sweden or a France or something, and that's not okay. That is not okay. So I'm right there with you. And I know it does depend, in terms of gender identity, class, culture, perceived race, all of these things. It does depend on just where you happen to be born in the country, right?
That part,
that
the
can
luck
be a
of the
big
draw.
part of it too. Where do we see some good grades? Like, I don't know. I haven't looked at that report card, and that's fascinating to me.
I'll
Where do
drop
we
the
want to
link.
be giving birth?
I know. I know. I'm such a data geek. I'm always researching something. So California has a B. We don't see any states with an A. So let's go to California and just look at some of the
And
things.
then does it break it down, Tam, from county to county or no? Because I'm imagining, so that's an average, right? So they're getting a B, but it probably depends on where you are, what county you're in.
Yeah.
This is the part that, that's what worries us, right? Is that it should be equal access to care. It should not depend on what you look like or who you love or where you're born. If you're in, happen to be in this county versus 2 counties away. I mean, that's just craziness.
That is, I recently moved to Palm Coast, which is in Flagler County from Seminole County. And it's a little more rural out here. I have rabbits and deers, but I recently learned that it's a maternal desert. And it's like you said, from one area to the next. And so, some of the numbers and information and cases of healthcare, is truly disheartening when we talk about disparities.
Wow, that is a great point. We talk about that term. I hear food desert more like in the mainstream media, but this is like a perinatal healthcare desert, right?
Yeah. And, we see a lot of that. I'm sorry, I'm going to stop talking. We see a lot of that in the rural areas, and most folks think, okay, it's just in, conservations, where there's Native Americans and so forth. But no, it's in, areas where there, and it's a diverse culture here. You know what I mean? There's a slew of different races here and so forth. But yeah, let me stop scrolling. And so
never stop talking. Yeah, never stop talking. But yeah, I just wanted to let you know that I do see it popped up now, and I didn't know about this map, which I think is pretty cool for the healthcare consumer as you're building a family to think about. We think about school districts, right? And maybe hospitals, but if you're going to build a family, you want to know, where are the good places to go? Where am I going to get the evidence-based care, right? The best evidence-based care.
Yes. And so we just start scrolling through this when we look at providers and programs, and I'll let you speak to it.
Well, I see right off the bat, this bullet point 3, 40 states and DC receive Ds and Fs. It means so it's bad because that's 40 out of 50 states. So that's not what we want to see. And it looks like I see the yellow in California, and then I'm assuming this lighter green might mean, so that's like a C. So I see Arizona, Colorado, Illinois, Pennsylvania, and Massachusetts, which is interesting. Because, I'm in New York and we have a lot of progressive healthcare policies on the surface, but you're seeing not a great grade, right? Across the board.
No. And it makes me wonder, what is California doing, or what, type of policies and programs and services do they have in place that isn't being widely spread or isn't, implemented in these other states? Because I'm pretty sure that we can do some additional research and see that, the population of maternal women, are probably just about neck and neck, right? And so, here they have screening reimbursement. Earlier, I was talking about, some doulas, sometimes they're not being reimbursed as appropriately as possible. And I know that back when I used to do insurance credentialing and verification and insurance billing, when I looked at what the providers were being reimbursed, when you think of a 90837, or 90891 initial diagnostic, session and so forth, and compared to what was actually needed, when you looked at it collectively, they weren't being reimbursed a lot, and then it became where I was having, conversations like, okay, well, let's find another means, with regards to getting you income. You can't just lean on insurance companies and then, inspired into a whole line of business for grants and so forth. But, where are we failing our people? Because at the end of it all, it's the moms, the birthing parents and non-birthing parents that are hurting.
Really, really, that's a great question, Tam. It makes me, and this is what pulls us along is we're always trying to figure out, how can we put things into context? But yeah, what is different in California? I don't know. That's a great question. So insurance coverage, and is there, I wonder, I know that there's a movement now toward doulas being covered in some areas, which I think is exciting, because we know that there are better outcomes with the doula, simply in the room, and then postpartum. Is it France? There are a couple countries where they provide, in addition to a long maternal and paternal leave, a parental leave, they provide doula care in home, postpartum care, which I think is amazing. There are things that we know in terms of things being evidence-based. We know that more support is going to lead to better outcomes, but the issue is, will the insurance cover it? And what's going to motivate them to cover it? What's going to pull them into seeing a reason for it? So that's a good question too. And you would think it would be motivating, because if people get good care, they're not going to be continually utilizing mental health care and other services, in the following years.
Yeah, when we think about this level of care and how it rolls into the mental health, we can say that if looking at this map here and all these other grades, and there's a lot of dark purples. So I don't even know if I have the heart or stomach to dive into what they may or may not be doing right over there. I would imagine that there's higher crime rates. You know what I mean? That there's more children possibly in the children protective services programs, you know what I mean? Or whatever that looks like. There's probably more levels of, addiction taking place, and people in and out of jails and things to that effect, because it's a ripple, if these individuals, aren't getting the right maternal mental health, then it's gonna manifest itself somewhere else.
Absolutely. Like we said earlier today, when we're doing coaching or counseling or perinatal support or just support in the community, crisis intervention, or you meet someone who's struggling, sometimes we go back all the way back in the story. When you get back into their childhood, there were some issues, and you start to hear the story, and you hear these little pieces, echoes of, okay, mom had a perinatal mood issue, really not treated, and went on, right? And then, or maybe dad, right? And the depression started during the pregnancy or postpartum. They felt flooded, they felt overwhelmed, they never recovered, and it had this ripple effect. Maybe substance use disorder and other things came into the picture. So it's like a crossroads of a time where, it could make or break a family. On a lighter note, I just noticed that you're wearing yellow. You're matching with that. Strategy. That's really, really funny. But yeah, these are great questions. And, we live in such an interesting country where we have all these little segments and portions of the culture that are very different. We have different, state laws. We have different regulations from state to state, and different really healthcare cultures in some parts of the country. So it does make you wonder. Interesting stuff, right? And if we look at the data, I wonder from state to state, like you said, how is it different around class, around gender, around race, around, age? Sometimes there's more of a risk with those young parents.
Yeah.
And how does that all play out in different parts of the country? It's kind of interesting to think about.
Yeah, I just started to noodle on this earlier this week, and really didn't have a chance to do a deep dive to start to formulate some questions, right? Because I'm okay with talking with my my city commissioner and my my state representative. What do we need to do?
Right.
I mean? How can we push the needle on some of the things? And so when I look here at the state of Florida, and it's sitting at a D, which I guess isn't, considering how many states are in purple, at the F, I guess I should, thank my heavens.
I know, sadly, it could be worse, right? Sadly.
Oh my gosh. But we have some work to do as well. And then when we look at just the providers and the programs, there's definitely some room for improvement.
Yeah.
The screening part there, just requiring the
Mm.
OBGYN to screen. We were talking about this earlier with Bertie, who's there with Postpartum Support International, that there needs to be, more education from our given to our providers so they know how to screen or better screen for maternal mental health matters. And so this is
Because
very
that's
interesting.
to do. You make that great point. Some of these screenings are brief. They're brief screenings. It's just a little sheet of paper, like we talked about the ACE scores as 10 questions, but not all providers use the ACE questionnaire. So that's peculiar, and that's a really great point. How much of a factor is that from state to state? I see these little red X's.
Yeah.
They're required to screen. So that's interesting too, because I'm sure there are some providers who still do, but it means that's not a screening that's mandatory.
Yeah, and we think of the system here. So a lot of it isn't requiring the providers to collect this information in the system, in a global system. We know he just says, just a lot private insurance, postpartum screening, billing. We're just, we need to do a better job at taking care of our citizens here. And this right here, this type of data speaks volumes in regards to the United States. We're in I'm not going to get too political, but we are in an election season, and so when you start to pull back some of the things that are taking place, these are the type of things that need to be brought to the surface. Because we need to see some changes. There makes no sense when we look at mothers that are dying, when we look at, this is specifically around maternal mental health. And so, a lot of things that are taking place in individuals' lives where they're seeking treatment, we're not providing it. You know what I mean? What does that mean?
It's really, it really makes you want to scratch the surface and keep researching and going deeper with it to try to understand why, right? And I think, there's the physical risk, right? And we know that we have higher death rates among women of color, poor women, so these stats are troubling. And then there's on our side of it, the perinatal mental health risks, and we know the suicide risk factor has been increasing. So there are so many checkpoints where these screenings are so powerful and important. It really is interesting because I see it like this is when we're the most vulnerable kind of as human beings giving birth. You think of a mammal in the woods, they're going to have arrested labor and slow things down. Their body will slow things down if they're not safe. So I think of it that way when I hear complex birth stories, so many women just do not feel safe in their experience. And then we look at what are these small things that we can do to help families to feel safer through this process. And that change the outcomes in the data we're looking at. And then, of course, it's just to people like you and I, it seems like common sense because it's an investment in the future of society. We do right by families and give them that good start, and then you're going to have a healthier society in 30 or 40 years.
You know what? Looking at that data, period, the United States is failing moms. You know what I mean? And there's actually a hashtag out there. And so when we look at that, it seems like states probably don't have enough therapists or psychiatrists with specialties in maternal mental health. That states are probably lacking maternal mental health treatment programs and other community-based type of outreach programs and resources. It's like, what more do we need to do? We need to require that providers screen for maternal mental health disorders. And so we've been talking all day about some of the symptoms. And, while some of it may be very visible, some of it may not be. And so, you're going to have to probe if you, are passionate about what you're doing and the lives that you're changing, you need to make certain that you probe. And so if that means going back to school and taking another course, right? And what does that look like, right? And we need to hold our healthcare insurance plans to certain standards. When we looked at some of that data, court mind blown. Like a lot of those healthcare insurance companies reimbursement for different things and services that needed to be provided. It just wasn't there. What do we do with this?
It's, and then you think about the, doula care, which I know, some countries and then some states are working on getting, was it Pennsylvania? There's somewhere I heard about they're trying to get doula care to be covered regularly. Now I think that's interesting because it might eliminate the need for other healthcare or decrease the need for other healthcare interventions later on, or mental health care interventions, talking so fast. So I think the doula care, covering things like outpatient support groups, covering things like more lactation support, psychologists who are obstetric psychologists who specialize in those areas, covering these things really ultimately would probably lead to more costs across the lifespan, like the childbearing year, and then ultimately the lifespan. But I guess in terms of insurance companies, maybe that motivation needs to be looking at that big picture, larger context. If the care is provided early on, then people won't be overusing medical systems and medications and things potentially for at least some of these issues that are preventable. Because we keep saying, if these things don't get dealt with, then it just has this ripple effect. And then you're dealing with depression, anxiety, maybe substance use disorder, domestic violence issues, kids with behavioral and mental health issues. There's so much of this. Obviously, we can't prevent it all, but it's heartbreaking to think that a lot of it is preventable by just providing a lot of early intervention and support. Interesting stuff. But I mentioned it, the Pregnancy Fairness Workers Act, I think it's called. That's a newer law that covers some workplace issues, but we do need increased access to care. And I think, like you said, the screening needs to be implemented more universally, but also our providers need more support. They need support for burnout. They need support for their mental health. So it interfaces with all these larger issues in terms of, how the medical system is working.
Yeah. And that is a mouthful, right? Guys, if you're just tuning in, we are here talking all things perinatal and postpartum. And so, what you just saw was the 2023 Maternal Mental Health Report Card for the United States. And the survey is in the United States. You're not doing that good of a job looking out for the mamas, right? And so we wonder why we have so many ripple effects of certain different things taking place. My name is Tam, and this is Courtney. We are on the board for Maternal Matters Favored, which is a 501c3, my heartbeat, right? In which we work to provide counseling, support groups, workshops, and a life skills program, just to make certain that we're doing our due diligence for those that are going through levels of anxiety, depression, OCD, bipolar, PTSD, right? And so forth and so on. And so, Court, for anyone that's just tuning in, let's catch them up. What are some of the symptoms that are easily recognizable?
Mm-hmm. So we talk about the baby blues as being something that can be normal, right? The baby blues, just that feeling of you don't feel like yourself, maybe you feel low mood, maybe you feel out of it, kind of sad. The tears when your hormones start to shift, maybe 2 to 6 weeks postpartum, that big hormonal shift. So all of that can be hard, but normal. But when we want to worry, when we see those signs of something a little bit more intense, and the clinical indications can be things like the things that really impair our functioning. The sadness is no longer just baby blues. It's more like we are feeling bad all of the time. We're feeling like we don't want to function, get out of bed, groom ourselves. Maybe we're having suicidal thoughts. Maybe we're having repetitive compulsive maybe we're not having suicidal thoughts or thoughts of harm toward the baby, but we're having compulsive ruminations. The washing the bottles and clothing compulsively, fearing going out, social anxiety, fear of taking the baby places, fear of people taking the baby. Some more extreme symptoms might be the paranoia that Tam and I have been talking about a little bit today, where you feel like something is maybe out to get you or your baby. Maybe you can't trust your providers or your family or your medication. Sometimes it could even go into audio-visual hallucinations or, night terrors. So it can go, there's a whole spectrum, right? There's a whole gamut of symptoms, but we're looking for things that are out of the ordinary. And sometimes also on that other end where it's, baby blues going into maybe postpartum depression, just lots and lots of tears. We have moms with that hormonal shift where the tears, it's not just intermittent, it kind of keeps going, that they just really feel devastated, almost like they're grieving something. And that can have to do with your hormones and neurochemistry shifting and then not really shifting back. And that's where we might need some intervention. So your primary healthcare provider, your OBGYN need to know if you're really just not feeling right, you're not feeling like yourself, you're not feeling like it's a transition, it feels like you're going into a darker place. And I think the anxiety and OCD, highlighting that is really smart because again, we think of postpartum depression in one way and we forget that postpartum mood disorders can include a lot of these other presentations. Sometimes it's just social anxiety. We have our baby and we don't want to leave the house anymore. We don't want to be around people. And OCD also, if there's a genetic vulnerability, that can happen postpartum where brain chemistry shifts and we start having true obsessions and compulsions that we didn't have before. Substance use disorder also, we want to look out for that vulnerability to substance use disorder because what happens is when our brain chemistry is dysregulated and we're struggling, we tend to self-medicate. We try to find a way to make it feel better, whether that's sleeping or eating or, other behaviors. Sometimes a substance use disorder can develop during our postpartum period because we're just simply trying to self-medicate something that's going on with our brain chemistry. We may not have the awareness of that. And then before you know it, you have a full-blown, use disorder or addiction. So those are some things to look out for, drinking more, erratic behaviors, things like that.
Good stuff. This is good stuff. And what we want individuals to understand that, these things happen and you know what I mean? It's normal, to some extent. And, if it's happening to you, if it's happening to a loved one that you have, you know what I mean? Throw a flag on the play. You know what I mean?
You're not broken. There's nothing wrong with, you're not a bad mom. You're not a bad person. You're not broken. There is no shame in it. This happens to, like we said, around a quarter of individuals who give birth. So
one in five. For every 5 mothers giving birth, one person is experiencing this. They're enduring through it. And so
incredibly common. If this were, like some other type of disorder, we wouldn't have the shame around it. But I think because it's around being a mother, which we want so badly, or being a parent, I think it has this incredible stigma and shame because we want to hide it and not let anybody know we're struggling because we want so badly to do a good job.
Yeah, we want to be super moms, and so please, do self-work, self-reflection, you know what I mean? Because there's certain risk factors. If you have a history of OCD, of depression, of anxiety, if there's a family history, if you are a drug user, if you have a thyroid imbalance, you know what I mean? Our hormones in particular, if they're off kilter, this hormonal change is definitely going to kick some things off. If you have that part, right? If you've had pregnancy complications previously, right? We spoke with a person and they were saying, I, had lost a baby before, and this time around when I got pregnant, I was like,
reproductive loss, history of reproductive loss, or loss in general, I would add. Like if you've had a lot of complex trauma or complex loss in your life.
And how are we doing?
We're going to take a quick break so that you can check on things, on donations. Give Butter is sticking around at the same amount where it was a few hours ago. So we're going to check. Miss Courtney, I'm going to put you backstage, and Tam, I'm going to put you backstage. Dr. R has returned, and we'll bring her back in after this next break. We've still got a few questions that we want to present, but we definitely want to show some love to our sponsors. So we'll be back in just a bit.
Postpartum manifested as anxiety, and it lasted 2 whole years. In a word, it was hell. Hell mixed with the most beautiful newborn memories, but still hell. I was like a clenched fist that couldn't relax. My shoulders were up, my toes were curled inside my shoes. I was back at work within 3 months, and I thought my brain and body would just go back to normal. They'd just magically readjust. I have played some really tough women, but on some days the anxiety was debilitating. I felt like I wasn't good at my job. Why can't I remember any of these lines? Am I funny anymore? Don't answer. I knew I needed help, but what happens if I ask for help and I don't get it? What if help means I have to take even more time away from my daughter to see a therapist? And what if no one can help me? What if? But I finally did get help. Turns out this level of anxiety isn't where I have to live. I deserve a baseline that feels good.
Hello, my name is Mario Hicks, owner of Roney's Restaurant located in the heart of historic Goldsboro Boulevard. Come to Roney's, try our famous chicken and waffles, our mouth-watering shrimp and grits, our garlic parmesan wings, sweet Thai chili wings, honey lemon pepper, the best ever. We have curbside, DoorDash, Uber Eats, or Grubhub. We even have Menufy. Call in now, 407-878-4357. We're ready to serve you.
I am in my happy place, and I've got Georgia on my mind. Save the date. It's time to shine at the 8th annual Bold, Beautiful, and Bald Beauty Bazaar and Weekend Retreat. Join us September 19th through the 22nd, 2024 in historic St. Mary's, Georgia. A fundraiser for the National Alopecia Areata Foundation, spreading awareness and acceptance. Follow us on Facebook, Bold, Beautiful, and Bald Beauty Bazaar. Our host hotel this year is the Shore Stay Plus by Best Western, St. Mary's, Cumberland. Weekend retreat activities include the Friday Fun Photo Shoot, picnic lunch back at the hotel, and the Royal Blue Beauty Bazaar Fashion Show takes place on Saturday. For more information, call 407-914-6519. That's 407-914-6519. I'm in my happy place. Come join me.
Is mommy okay?
Mommy is okay sometimes, but not all the time. Everything becomes about the baby. I mean, this isn't a real baby. There's no one there to help you through the ups and downs of postpartum.
I try to be as independent as possible, but I feel like as a mom, if I ask for help, I'm failing. If I can't do everything on my own, I must be doing something wrong.
And then came the hormones.
The
hormones.
I'm sorry, Jonathan.
I learned who I was really young, but overnight, that girl was gone. And it wasn't just me. My husband became a new person too, and our relationship became a new relationship.
You know what else was new?
The debilitating anxiety, the exhaustion. I thought I needed to be the backbone of the entire family, but I found myself unable to be there for them the way that I wanted. And I kept thinking, is this normal?
None of this is normal. Why was I being talked down to? Why did I feel like just a number? Why did this whole system feel so broken? I felt ashamed that I didn't know more about my own body. Pregnancy and the path to motherhood is so much harder than anyone prepared me for. And honestly, why don't we talk about it more?
Why don't we talk about this?
The anxiety.
The mom guilt.
The loneliness.
The lesson I've learned is that life is so incredibly short. So I say yes to everything now, even help.
Turns out this level of anxiety isn't where I have to live. I deserve a baseline that feels good. Mothers need more support. I mean, we can't do it alone.
Society needs to take postpartum and what moms go through more seriously. You have to be nurtured to be a nurturer.
Everybody says that it takes a village to raise a baby, but nobody realizes that a mother needs a village too.
When was the last time you asked?
Is
mommy okay?
Not okay.
Hey everybody, it's me again, the Queen Bee, Evangelist Angie B, and I'm here with Tam, and I'm excited to be able to say that we do have a couple of ways to donate. Now, the Give Butter is at $8.85 with 10 supporters. So our goal is 2,500. We've got just a little bit to go. Tam, you might want to refresh the screen on your end to see if I have the latest and greatest numbers, because you know I can't bring up
that we actually got in a donation, an anonymous donation of $250. So it just put us over $1,000.
Oh, good. Yeah, last time I refreshed it, we were still there. So if you want to do a print screen or a screenshot of that, and then send me the image, then I can get it up on the screen. Now, I know you also sent me a link for, the Give Butter favorite donation. Okay.
Yes, and so it seems that we have folks donating just on our general donation page, and they have been, and then we have folks that are donating via this method. And so I want to take the time just to kind of shout those folks out. And so here, I don't know if you have it pulled up, and with the favorite donation, the general one.
Nope, because that's a link that you sent.
Okay. And
So
I'll go ahead and I'll just share it on my screen here, just so we can shout out the folks that have taken the time to donate.
that'll be good. And then I'll get these next series of questions added to the screen.
Absolutely. And so this is our general donation page. And so we do want to thank Wise and Strategic Solutions for their donation and their message. May God bless you. And to continue to richly impact the lives of moms all over the world. We do want to thank our board member, Paige. It looks here like she made a donation about a month ago. And yes, as a board member, I support this mission in the community. Thank you, Paige. And then coming further down, it looks like a few months ago, we actually had a donation in from Kwame and Mikhail Warner with regards to this initiative here. And so it reads, at a time when parents should be celebrating the miracle of birth, many are steeped in despondency and don't know why. They don't even know why. So thank you for shedding light on this. Moreover, for providing a solution, because of the good work you are doing, generations will be impacted. Praying for you, your team, and the people that you're serving. And so that's just there. And then I want to go over to our actual page where we are this is for the campaign here that we have going on for this 2024 season. And so if anyone's looking to donate, you can actually come here to this page. And as I mentioned, we had an anonymous donation come in. And so thank you and God bless whoever that was. Earlier, we did have Dr. Hawk, who donated on top of being an actual sponsor. So thank you, Dr. H. And his message here is this is a great work with an innovative strategy to be a healing and agency of change. So amen to that. If we're looking here, we are about 45% at our goal, and we'll do some calculations to start to add in some things. Earlier, we had the author, challenge. And so we want to thank author Brenda Williams for her donation that she provided a couple of hours ago. We do want to take the time to thank Sherrod Mitchell on behalf of Trinity Freewell Church, which is there in Sanford, for with regards to their single women ministry, for their $100 donation that they provided. And don't worry about me, but we do want to thank Renita Knight and the donation that she made. And her message was, you are blessed to be a blessing. Wishing you the best. Cheers and blessings to you. Dr. Malaska herself, with regards to this campaign, she made a donation, and her message was donating to a very worthy cause to improve communities and provide opportunities for a better life, better future. And so we just want to take the time to thank folks. Dr. Obiyama, thank you for your donation that you provided. We want to take the time to thank KISS Inc. And so that's Veronica Neely, and along with Stephanie Miller. Those ladies are phenomenal. In fact, Veronica was a speaker last year. So thank you. As you mentioned, thank you for your dedication and hard work. And then the anonymous donation and so forth that was made. And so we want to thank everyone. Because the funds that we're raising, once more, it's going to go towards our life skills program. It goes towards operating expenses, right? We want to make certain that we're able to get out here and do what's needed to provide these services to individuals. And so once more, Maternal Matters Favored, we provide counseling. We provide support groups. We have workshops that we provide, and so sometimes it's a 3-week series, sometimes it's a 6-week series. We provide a co-ed workshop once a month to a group of individuals out there at First Baptist Orlando. And then we're also launching our life skills program. And so we need resources to be able to carry out this work that we're doing. And we are not just, stagnant in one community, because that there's a need that is very, very great and is widespread. We are in multiple counties. We serve Orange County, Seminole County, Volusia County, with our partners, Women of Worth. And then we're now here with our home base in Flagler County. And so once more, without dollars, none of this could be possible. And so this is where you come in. You have an opportunity to, donate something. If any of this information has resonated with you, if any of this information has, raised an eyebrow where you think, yeah, I think I had that, or you know what, I think someone else I know has that, and this type of thing would have changed lives. Now is your time to actually change lives, right? This is where your donation would come in. We are a 501c3, and so for those that are like to make certain that they're getting back on charitable giving, you'll get an end of year donation to be able to put towards your taxes when you're trying to get it itemized with regards to your giving. And so at the end of the day, moral of the story is you're putting your money in good seed. You know what I mean? So go ahead and sow that seed and get to be a part of some harvest that's going to take place once more, because we're here to change lives. We're here to make an impact on those that may be suffering in silence, and don't have the courage or don't have the resources, you know what I mean, to be able to make some changes in their lives. They don't even know where to begin, you know what I mean? And they need to start to unpack some of this that they're going through. And so I just want to go ahead and just put that out there. So enough of that, you know, but we are looking at the bottom line. I do want to go ahead I've been talking, and I'm from New York, so I talk with my hands a lot. But my nails, right? I want to give a shout out to my nail tech, who's also a sponsor. Annie, love my nails. If you see our logo is on there. V1 Nails there in Castleberry, Florida. Go see Annie. Go see the team of ladies and get your nails and your toes done. They do a great work. I've been going to them for some years. About a good six years or so, and it's just like another home. You know, we talk about how our children are growing and you know, things to that effect, vacations and so forth. And it's a nail salon is just like a barbershop or a beauty shop. You talk life. And you know, when I mentioned, you know, about, you know, us holding our second annual fundraiser, she was like, "Count me in, Tam. I got you." And so I totally appreciate it. My nails, guys, we got a little heart with the logo. You see that? There you go. Love it, love it, love it, love it. I also want to thank one of our advertisers. If you did not see the advertising yet for this, Lviv is phenomenal. There's many products that they have. This is the multivitamin one. It did me wonders. I was wheezing, and I was like, "What's going on with you?" And I was just sitting there, just like, It was like, "Go to the doctor," you know. So I went to the doctor. And you know, we went and had a scan done, and I had bronchitis, and I was like, "Oh my gosh." And then the early part of April, I was there on a mission trip in Trinidad, and you know, just at the hotel talking shop. And Joanne and some members of her team, they were in the lobby, and I don't know how I got started on it. She was like, "I got something for you." And she went to her car, she came back with a bottle, and she said, "Take 2 caps of this and tell me how you feel." And you know, I went through some mucus coming up, but that's how it has to be, right? You have to get that gunk out of you. And I am happy to say, you know, that the wheezing has subsided. Because the doctor was like, "I need you to take this albuterol pump," you know what I mean? And you know, I would get a notification on my phone, you know, "You got a prescription ready." There was another pump, another, you know, albuterol inhaler, and it was like, okay, I guess this is my new norm. But once more, with us who like to do things that are a little more natural, right? This right here started to get. Let me see how I turn it around. This started to work to get some things done. And so if you need information, if you want more of a natural product, they have a detox line, they have products for thyroid, fibroids, you know what I mean? Things in which, you know, as women, we get, right? And so, you know, there's not necessarily a need for you to go to full throttle with getting a hysterectomy, you know, when there's so many different natural ways in which you can start to remedy some things. And I know I'm speaking from experience here. So I do want to go ahead and provide that information. Dr. Malaska!
I am back.
Yes, we are just here talking shop, you know, just letting individuals know what we're about, what we're doing, and how they too can take part in changing lives. Talk to us, Doc. You've been in this field for eons. What are some of the things that you've seen?
In my field?
Yes.
Yeah. So, you know, the one thing I found out is that we all have things that are challenges for us and health problems, or, you know, I want to mention again that this is Mental Health Awareness Month. And there's so many out there that are struggling and suffering that have incredible challenges. And the one thing that I have to remind everyone is that there is help out there. Okay. We don't have to struggle and suffer alone. We don't have to think that we are all alone, right? And one of the things that is so near and dear to your heart is you're trying to provide services and you're trying to provide support to the low socioeconomic status women who have had babies or pregnant are having very difficult time, you know, and that is so important to let them know that we are here. We're here to help. We're committed. As we've talked over and over again, it takes a village to raise a child. It takes a community, a caring, kind, empathetic community to provide support and love and guidance. You know, you're doing this with so much love. Your heart is bigger than two of Texas put together, you know, and you've been so instrumental in gathering the right kinds of people to support you in this venture, you know,
Yes.
that you have dreamed of doing for decades. And here we are. And you learned that everything takes time and we can only move forward one step at a time. But look at how far you have come and we have come in just in 1 year. You know, here we are, you are in your second year, which is absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
You know, I've heard Dad's talk on our show today. So it's not just the moms and the babies or who's around them, but it's also the fathers. Every person is important. You know, every human being is valuable. And so we need to try to give those babies a good start in life by reaching out and them reaching out to us so that their moms can get the help they need and steer them in the right direction. This
Yes.
is what this is all about.
Yeah, and it does. You know, we're talking about providing services, life-changing services to individuals. You know what I mean? And we have evidence that these services,
Volume.
when provided, if it can actually truly make a positive impact in a person's life. We heard from individuals that were a little more mature, right? Our Mother Jacqueline and Granny, right? You know, they were talking about, you know, some of the things that, you know, they encountered in their youth. You know, one, you know, having children at a young age and, you know, being a child on the receiving end of a parent who was going through perinatal and postpartum. And so, you know, we need to make certain that we are having these discussions so that we can break generational dysfunctional cycles.
Correct.
You know what I
Yeah.
mean? And they're just going on and on and on because we cannot continue to live like this.
No.
There are many people that are hurting, that are abusing themselves with substances, you know, and people are dying. And our generations, you know, are to an extent aren't thriving as well as they should.
Right, correct. That's absolutely correct. And then when you factor in, as you mentioned, you know, substance abuse, and you factor in, medical problems, right, on top of everything else, it gets overwhelming, even for you and me, never mind others who have so much more challenges than we do. So recognizing this work is very, very important. We all need to do our part in society because we want society moving forward to be healthier than what we are right now. And helping one person in the community is, you know, I've always said, I dream of helping one person at a time, one day at a time. That's how I dream of changing the world, you know, and in my own way, I've been doing that because you can only do it one step at a time or one person at a time, right? You start small and then you evolve and get bigger like we are, you know, here we are in our second year. So absolutely.
Well, we've come some ways, you know, and you know, here we are talking and looking at, you know, our strategic plan and how, you know, what we're doing and how we can build upon the capacity that we have to do more.
Right.
There's so much to do. There's
Yes.
so much to do.
Absolutely.
And
Absolutely.
the need is there where we need to be able to staff up, right? You know, and as I mentioned, you know, a lot of our board members are scattered abroad, right?
Yes.
And we have, you know, some volunteers and interns that come in, but the bulk of the clinical work, it falls on Tamara. And I'm saying that, you know, going forward, we need to be able to provide opportunities for other individuals to actually come on board and carry out some of these services
Yes.
which are needed, because we can reach more with more, right? And be able to do so, we definitely need more community partnerships. We need more volunteers, more interns, and we actually need dollars.
Yes, absolutely. It's collaboration and partnerships that is going to help us to reach those individuals that there is such a need for, such a need, and we can't give up. I always say the day you give up hope is probably the day you should just say, okay, sayonara. But we hope is always alive. Hope is always alive. We can't give up. So we need your help out there, everyone, whoever is listening to our broadcast. Spread the word. Every dollar counts. $5, $10. Spread the word and help us to help our society get stronger and better, right? We know better, so we're trying to do better, but we need dollars to make it work as well as donations and volunteerism and having the right people, in our organization helping us to do this. Absolutely.
Jinx. And so, as we were talking and we've gone over this, and I just want to keep, drilling it into folks' head, there's options, there's treatment options out there. And, there's a slew of things from exercising to, of course, getting the counseling, the free support groups that are available, which is not the same as, getting, counseling, you know what I mean? Yeah. Because the two different things and so forth. You can do yoga. There's things that you can Google with regards to breathing techniques. There's all type of methods in which you can proactively work to enhance your well-being. Dr. R, what are some of the things that you've seen that have been effective?
So one of the things is having that support person that you trust that you can reach out to. I always say it's like AA, who is your person, your go-to person? That person needs to be somebody who you can trust, who will understand you, and who's positive. Positivity goes a long way. Okay. Breathing, excuse me. Self-regulation, tapping into your own intuition. I mean, there's got to be some things along the way that you've heard of or seen. Prayers, meditation, even taking 5 to 10 minutes in a day to yourself, right? If you look at your breathing and people think that yoga is all about doing the contortions and whatever, but you can use some yoga strategies that we call breathing strategies. If you just sit quietly and you close your eyes and you just let yourself relax just for a few minutes. This is a strategy I taught my students because student nurses are very, very stressed out. And I used to teach them yoga breathing and breathing exercises. And we would sit there and I would say, close your eyes and just concentrate on your breathing in through your nose, out through your mouth. When I first started doing this, they would giggle. And I would say, okay, the next person that giggles is going to have to write me a paper tonight. And they didn't like doing that. So basically, they just realized, oh my goodness, this really works. So then it became a part of our post-conferencing. So breathing is really powerful. Taking yourself off to a quiet spot just for 10 minutes. If you can listen to music therapy is very, very beneficial. It's also beneficial for pain. You think about alternative therapy. We teach our patients alternative treatment, alternative therapy, music therapy, breathing, self-regulation, your meditation, you're reconnecting your mind, body, and soul, mindfulness, making yourself being present in the moment, just experiencing that. If you can take 10 minutes naps, absolutely, those power naps are wonderful, right? There's so many other things, or just stretching exercises. There's a lot of apps out there where you can do 5-minute chair yoga or stretches or 10-minute wall stretches or whatever they call, and it's so good for you. You're getting the adrenaline and you're moving around and getting your body moving, which is moving everything else. You're not just sitting in one place stagnant, right? You're getting your juices flowing, so to speak. But breathing is very, very important. You know, practicing. It does take practice actually, but it's doable and it works because I do it myself. What are some of the things that you found that was helpful for you, Tam?
Journaling, right? Just writing things down really helped. And mind you, everyone, my son is he'll be 22 this year, and so when I went through it, I didn't know what was going on and how to combat it, and it really led me to a dark space where I chose to venture into the use of drugs, right? And back then, it was just a little bit of whatever, and so as I started to do some self work and doing the journaling and taking heed to some of the different regimens that were out there, I started to get some relief in some of the community based programs that were available.
Right.
And it worked for me to start to put corrective measures into my life, and it started with the mind, you know what I mean?
Yes.
And so, doing those pieces there. Then spiraled into going to school and moving up into different levels of degrees and certifications, and my career started blossoming and so forth, and to where I'm at present day, right? Being involved in the community and so forth and so on. And I tell anyone, you're not going to be able to get the results that are needed if you don't get honest with yourself. You know what I mean? You have to get honest. You have to be willing to put in that self work to start to look at what's going on and take heed to some of the things that are being said or you're being educated with. You know what I mean? And then start to put the corrective measures in place. And you don't necessarily need to go through a program or a counselor or whatever have you. You know what I mean? There's different levels to this.
Right.
You have to do what's going to be right. But if you're starting small and you're seeing, that you're trying to exercise and you're trying the healthy eating and even getting some sunlight, and you're seeing that you're still in that mental emotional fog, then you take it to the next level and you seek a program where you can get some counseling, or you seek going to a support group or whatever have you. And then if that, doesn't work, then we keep progressing further and further to just make certain at the end of the day that you're in a healthy state of mind, and so is everyone that is there in your household.
Right. And, there's one thing you said that resonated with me, basically is recognizing and acknowledging that there is a problem, or that you're not doing well, or that you need help, right? Because here's another thing. We can talk about this and we can tell you, do this, do that, whatever. But if you don't put the effort in and you don't recognize it, I always say you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink, right? So recognize the issues, recognize you need help, and then basically start taking those little steps. So you have an organization like Maternal Matters Favored who's willing to give you that help. So that is a big, huge step in the right direction. I always think about when I fly in a plane, what do they say? In the case of an emergency, you put your oxygen on first before you help anyone else. Well, when you look at, the challenges of a new mom having given birth and what they're going through, you need to put your oxygen on first before you can continue to take care of the baby or do the things that you need to do in your home. You have to practice some sort of self-care, right? And accept whatever help you can get out there. Don't you agree? Miss Angie, B, what do you think?
I think that our next guest has arrived and she looks like she is ready to share information about her grassroots organization. So I'm going to bring her in and say, hey, how are
Hello.
you?
Hey, Tashira. Oh, wait, you're on mute. You're on mute.
Okay, hello, hello.
Hey.
Oh my goodness, I feel so welcomed and loved and empowered in this space, and hearing Dr. Malaska talk about breath work and just the strategy getting through mothering and all of those good things. I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much for
Oh my
extending
gosh.
this space to me. Thank you.
Absolutely, and we're totally stoked to have you here. Let me give you your introduction. And so here we have no other than Mr. Shira Melanado. She is a Black maternal health advocate. She's experienced in community birth work, doula mentoring, and she's a trainer, a BIPOC family justice and grassroots organizer, a Rikiki master, and comedic healing arts practitioner. I am so excited to learn about those things right there. How are you?
I'm doing well. I am. I'm doing well.
Oh
So
my
pleased to
gosh.
meet you.
Thank you.
Yes. Just
Also.
quick introductions. Dr. Malaska, this is Tashira. Dr. Malaska. Dr. Malaska is on our board. She was actually a speaker here as well last year, and we've just been hanging out all day since 10 o'clock this morning, talking all things perinatal and postpartum. And what we do know is that the maternal mental health in the United States isn't the greatest. You know what I mean? And you being an international provider, you've seen some worsening conditions. And so talk to us. What are some of the things you're seeing out there?
Well, what I'm seeing depends on where I am. It also depends on who I'm looking at. So when I go into my community that I grew up in Atlantic City, used to be Don America's playground. If you couldn't get to Vegas, you could come to Atlantic City. It was the casinos, the boardwalk. Most people don't even know that there's a north side where there's the same concentrated poverty that existed 100 years ago, still in the same city. It bears the seeds of Jim Crow's baby. One street with 3 different names. And so when I cross a certain street onto the north side and I see Black and brown mamas, and I see those who are making ends meet barely, they have to live where they're surmounting crime, food insecurities, collapsing housing that is federally funded, and so many elements of social injustice. But you also see the smiles. Somehow you see the resilience. And you see people that are really doing the best that they can with what they have. And when I go into spaces where there are women like myself who may identify as Black and brown or Afro-Latina or wherever along the spectrum of the beauty of Black, and when we have education and when we have those secure marriages to another adult that we honor and share our lives with, and we're making people with, and we have that house on the hill, and we may even have the little dog, life is good. What we find is these are the women that are filled with frustration because neither our education, our status, our socioeconomic space, none of that saves us from the injustices that we see. And so what I see is very frustrated women. What I see is very broken women, but I also see very resilient women. And so when I put this together with the Black maternal health crisis, with the Black infant crisis as well, because we have to, pair them. The same reasons our mamas are dying and our babies are dying. And it's far too often, and it's becoming more and more and more the norm, and it shouldn't be, that Black mamas are coming into the hospital with full bellies and they're leaving with empty arms. And Black babies are not seeing their first birthday. And we're looking at all of the reasons that exist for the continued systemic racism and the structural racism and all of the things that we have to fight against every single day. We're really empty and depleted, but yet we still have to continue to show up. We can't die. You know, we can't stop living. So I see a very resilient people no matter what. I see people who are doing the best that they can, but then I also see some igniters, some change makers. I see those who are normalizing the space where we can actually open up and talk about our maternal mental health. I see, you know, women like yourself, Tam, you know, Dr. Malaska, educated frontline heroes and sheroes in this movement. When I think about Black maternal mental health, the first thing that comes to mind is Shades of Blue and Kay Matthews in Houston, Texas, and how she has really taken the lead in this movement, and she's given us permission to cry. She's given us permission to talk about the traumas that go on in our world, because we're all living in individual worlds. And no one really knows what's going on with the next person. And we can't assume, neither can we generalize, but what we can do is hold space. And I'm appreciative of the Black maternal health space that is opening up these conversations about our mental health. And as well as the spirituality that we can never take away from our experience. It's because of spirituality. It's because of the spirituality of our ancestors. Growing up in a family that was quite diverse, for me, being of Latino descent as well as Gullah Geechee descent, I grew up in a family that very much made it known that there would have been no Azusa if it wasn't for the hoodoo, and if it wasn't for the spirituality that did not include anything dark or evil. So when you had those low moments, and when you were really faced with the issues that confronted you, being those seeds of enslaved people and sharecroppers, you know, you also had grandmom's wisdom that could take you in the woods and go pull from a plant and dry it out and make a tincture or make a tea and say, drink this, and everything was all better. We also, you know, have in this space people who are creating opportunity for us to become more holistic and go back to our roots, where we're not feeling that we don't have agency and power over our own experience. We do have a culture. That's why it's okay to say there are two crises in America. It's a Black maternal health crisis, which is very internal. And then there is a maternal health crisis, which is very external. When we look at the demographics of maternal deaths in Colorado, for instance, the two main elements of behind their morbidity is suicide and opiate use. Whereas everywhere else where there are Black and brown bodies, we could be anywhere from 3 to 4 times more likely to die, or like in New Jersey, where I'm from, 7 times more likely to die, where, you know, we went from being 47th in maternal mortality and maternal outcomes to 29th, not because we did better in ranking, but because other states, possibly like Mississippi or Louisiana, did worse. So what we're seeing is there is a fight to survive. There's a fight to thrive. So as long as my thriving catches up with my fighting, then somebody's going to win. And when we're all fighting together, we're all thriving together. And I think it's important to continue to create those spaces for us to be able to shine and to be able to realize that, no, we are not our ancestors, but we do stand in their wisdom. And for those of us who stand on faith, which is a pillar of why we are still here, we have prayer, we have our spirituality, we have breath work. We can go to a body of water and we can breathe. We have an element that we can call our own. And I feel that with this Black maternal mortality crisis, I believe that there is a Black maternal vitality movement shaping. And I'm so grateful for some of the heavy hitters that are putting in the work that's framing the Black birth justice movement. We're coming up, next month will be 30 years of reproductive justice founded by the 12 founding mothers, including, Dr. Loretta J. Ross and so many other names. I don't know all 12 names, but I do know that there were 12 women, just like it was 12 disciples. And I do believe that we are going to be able to breathe. We heard George Floyd cry out, "Mama." We heard him scream, "I can't breathe." And for a while, we began to chant that. We began to put that on t-shirts as a declarative statement that we are tired of being smothered. But I had to tell my son one time, I said, we're going to stop saying I can't breathe, because I can breathe and I will breathe. And although the tragedies that happen to our Black men, whereas birth is, I heard someone say once, birth is the traffic stop that a Black man may experience, where he may or may not get to drive away with a ticket. Well, that's birth for Black women. We may or may not leave that hospital alive. Or if we do leave that hospital, what does the next 42 days look like, where the mortality and the morbidity is highest? So it is really important that we focus on self-healing, emotional wellness, confronting our traumas, getting to the root, going to the root cause analysis that may go back 4 or 5 generations. I remember growing up, every Saturday, which we identified with as the Sabbath day. I grew up in a family that was very, very cultural, very mixed, and we knew about what Orishas were, and we knew about what saints were, we knew about what the Holy Spirit was, and we knew about all of those things that came from our culture, and we knew how to lean into it. And one thing I can remember that was an element of our worship was we stood up and we lifted up our hands and we recited verbatim the 10 Commandments. And there was a part that I got a clear revelation in connecting it to the Black maternal health crisis, was visiting the iniquities upon the children unto the 3rd and 4th generation of them that hate me, showing mercy to thousands of them who love me and keep my commandments. And I'm like, okay, what does that mean? And it took some time for me to really pull that apart and realize that we are no longer passing on our traumas to our children. Visiting those iniquities means that we have passed on so many traumas, because if you're born in 1980 like me, you're only 4 or 5 generations outside of slavery. When was the time to put in the soul work? When was the time that we could actually breathe as a people? Black people, we shallow breathe. That's why we, are in the lead when it comes to respiratory distress, respiratory illnesses, because we don't breathe. We're not able to breathe. So it is
go.
And we are learning about neuroplasticity. We're learning about reshaping and, carving and, calling into play our brain and our body's ability to catch up and to heal itself, because that's what the Creator designed us to do. We can't do that if we don't have spaces to talk about this. So
oh my gosh,
I'm super excited for this space, because we are really touching on the spiritual aspects that some of us have lived under the curses of bad decisions, misalignment, miseducation, and our families and forefathers doing the best that they could, but we can do better, and we're going to do it together. And so also taps into, with Joyce McMillan of JMac for Family, she talks about men supporting. I'm here in Washington, D.C., along with Operation Stop CPS and ANWO and so many other organizations that are committed to ending family policing, and how that also has disrupted our maternal mental health, because in the family regulation system, you're more likely to see a Black woman. Black children are being removed, families are being disrupted. And even if it happened 30, 40 years ago, that pain is still there. We're carrying
it's still real. Yeah. And it trickles down. There's a lot to unpack here. And you're hitting on so many good points, and to that last piece there, our slogan for this charity event is that, we're breaking generational dysfunctional cycles with awareness and community support, you know what I mean? And it can't happen without one, without the other. In order for us to start to make that impact in the lives of those that so desperately need better, one, mental health, and two, better maternal mental health, we have to start having these conversations. We have to start letting other individuals know that you don't have to go at this alone. You know what I mean? What you're feeling, what you're dealing with, you know what I mean? It's not isolated. You're not the only one. You know what I mean? Don't feel ashamed. You know what I mean? Let's work to get you the needed support, resources, the tools, so that you can put some corrective measures into your life, into your child's life, you know what I mean? And what that looks like going forth, because there's still that opportunity for you to have a supreme legacy. You know what I mean? For me, you know, where I look at my story, and I love when you said about starting to look back generations, because this thing runs deep.
Absolutely.
This thing runs real deep. You know what I mean? When I look at who, why, how kind of thing. And I looked at my mom, you know, because I'm writing a book and started to unpack some of the things that she went through with regards to levels of trauma in her youth and as an adult. And then took it back to my grandma on my mom's side, you know what I mean? Maternal mental health, maternal, you know, marriage favored, you know, and some of the things that she went through, you know, and I put it out there, you know, that, you know, my grandma was the side piece. You know what I mean? So when we're talking about the 1930s, she was ostracized. You know what I mean? And being a Geechee, you know, I'm half Haitian, half Geechee. Being a Geechee, you know, there in South Carolina, you know, they were like, "Look, he's a married man. Don't you come around here." You know what I mean? And she moved up to Jersey, where she literally gave birth to my mom and gave my mom away to her pastor and his wife, because back then you could not be no unmarried Black woman with a child. You know what I mean? How are you going to make it? You know what I mean? No man is going to want you. You know what I mean? And so it's those type of generational traumas that, you know, I started to look at when I started to look at some of my own personal levels of things in which I was dealing with, and how can I put, you know, make certain, and I only have a son, you know, but how can I make certain that, you know, I'm severing ties, you know what I mean? It stops with me, you know, and where do we start to begin to do the work that's needed so that future generations, you know what I mean, don't have to, not saying that they won't go without any level of something, you know what I mean, that they encounter, but it won't be the same, you know what I mean? It won't be, you know, a repeat type of cycle in which, you know, individuals and families, it just keeps going, and it just gets worse and worse and worse. I'm loving where this conversation is going. Dr. R, did you want to chime in on anything?
I just wanted to say one thing. You know, we learn from our past, but we can't sit down and wallow in it, because when you wallow